This. Where is this? Su Xian opened his eyes and woke up finding himself in an unfamiliar room. Immediately after a sharp pain struck his mind and a flood of memories surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. He had transmigrated and not just anywhere, he had arrived in the world of Dragon Ball becoming Son Goku's second son Son Goten. He was now 6 years old with just over 20 days until his 7th birthday. That meant there were less than 5 months until the appearance of Majin Buu. Ding. Host bloodline confirmed. Beginning ownership process now. Just as Su Xian was thinking, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly sounded in his ear. System. Su Xian was overjoyed upon hearing this. Every transmigrator gets a system or golden finger, novels never lied. In no time the system completed binding and a blue interface appeared before Su Xian. Name Son Goten. Gender male. Age 6. Bloodline Saiyan Earthling hybrid. Battle power to 0000000. Current timespace Dragon Ball Super Timespace. Dragon Ball Super Timespace. Yes, master. Then system, what functions do you have? Ahem. The system cleared its throat. I can make you stronger with every opponent you defeat. Get stronger by defeating opponents. Yes, master. If you defeat an opponent of the same rank, you will receive an advancement card and their skill. An advancement card. Yes, for example, if you defeat Super Saiyan Trunks, you will receive a Super Saiyan 2 advancement card. After using that advancement card, your strength will reach the Super Saiyan 2 level. That's awesome. What if I defeat someone weaker than me? Then you can still obtain their techniques and abilities. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock came from outside the door. Goten, it's 2 o'clock, time to get up. Okay. Su Xian replied quickly, climbing out of bed silently, vowing to himself. From today I am Son Goten. Then Son Goten washed up in the bathroom and went to the backyard to train. He had just transmigrated and was not yet familiar with Son Goten's body, so he needed to adapt first. Whoosh. Thud. Son Goten leaped upward, his fists moving like the wind, swinging forward with force. So fast. Son Goten said, lifting his right foot, kicking up and down quickly, then switching to his left foot for the same. After simple warm-ups, he began practicing Bokujutsu flight technique based on what he had seen in the Dragon Ball anime. According to the Dragon Ball anime, the secret to Bokujutsu lies in gathering energy and focusing the mind, thereby controlling one's ki to fly through the sky. Son Goten stood still, concentrating intently, and slowly his body began to float upward. I did it! Son Goten joyfully controlled his ki and flew forward. Before long he was flying faster than the birds in the sky. Whoosh! Thud! Son Goten's body landed back on the ground and he suddenly clenched his fists. Ha! With a loud shout, Son Goten's hair and eyebrows turned gold, his hair except the bangs stood straight up, his eyes became light green and a golden aura erupted around his entire body. This was a Super Saiyan. Son Goten let out a soft breath, restraining the aura emanating from his body. Then he began training in the backyard in his Super Saiyan form. At the Son family house, Son Gohan was doing his homework when he suddenly sensed the powerful ki emanating from Son Goten's training. Such a powerful ki, it feels like Goten's ki. Son Gohan glanced at the test papers on the desk, then stood up and left the room. Soon Son Gohan arrived at the backyard and saw Son Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. Go! Goten! Son Gohan looked at Son Goten in disbelief. Son Goten was only 6 years old, yet he could already transform into a Super Saiyan. After all, even Gohan himself had only managed to achieve Super Saiyan at the age of 10, and that was after undergoing extremely rigorous training. Son Goten nodded and paused his training. Go! Goten, when did you learn to become a Super Saiyan? When? Last year during a fight with Mom. Last year. Son Gohan was shocked again. You mean you've mastered Super Saiyan since last year? Yeah, Trunks mastered it even before me. True. Trunks. And what did you mean earlier about fighting with Mom? Mom used to teach me training, but because I transformed during that fight, she stopped teaching me. She said I was becoming a delinquent, so she stopped training me. Did she? Son Gohan smiled. It's because Mom has always hated Super Saiyan hair and hairstyles. I see. But I never expected Mom would actually teach you training. Son Gohan said with a hint of emotion. Back then whenever he wanted to train Shishi was always strongly opposed. Goten, are you training? How about we spar a little? But brother, don't you have to study? It's okay, Goten. It won't take much time. Well then, can you go easy on me? Go easy on you? Could you not transform into a Super Saiyan? Of course not. Why? Because I haven't trained in a long time, but I'll let you have 3 free hits. Only 3 moves. Then 10 moves. Can't it be 100? Son Goten said with a cheeky grin. Fine, 100 moves, but don't you ask for more this time. Son Goten nodded. Son Gohan stepped back, raising his hands into a fighting stance. Brother, can we start now? Son Gohan nodded. Ha! Son Goten shouted, dashing at Gohan like the wind, both fists swinging forward. Whoosh! Shuffle! Son Gohan dodged and retreated. Son Goten yelled, throwing a full-powered right punch. Son Gohan raised his arms to block, stumbling backward several steps. At that moment Son Goten's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Gohan. Not good. Son Goten leaped into the air, swinging his right foot in a powerful kick toward Gohan's back. Ah! With a cry, Gohan's body shot like a ray, crashing heavily into the mountain in front of him. A huge cloud of dust was kicked up around the mountain. Son Gohan gritted his teeth, quickly climbing out of the mountain. Then Son Goten gathered a golden energy wave in his right hand and fired it at Gohan. Boom! With a massive explosion, half the mountain was blown away. Huff! Huff! Son Gohan panted heavily, appearing in the sky to the right of the mountain. Son Goten was startled. Gohan's strength was greater than he had imagined. Just then Son Gohan clenched his fists, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Son Goten frowned slightly but still charged at Son Gohan. Soon Sun Wutian rushed before Sun Wufan, his fists and feet striking like lightning as he attacked. Sun Wufan dodged and blocked his younger brother's assaults simultaneously. Wutian, 100 moves have passed. Sun Wufan reminded. Sun Wutian heard this but said nothing, continuing his advance to attack. Sun Wufan clenched his fists tightly and launched a counterattack. With a heavy kick, Sun Wushan's body shot like a ray, heavily slammed into the mountain behind him. The mountain instantly stirred up a vast cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Sun Wutian chose to concede. Although Sun Wufan had not trained for a long time, he once possessed the strength to defeat Cell. There was no way Sun Wutian with his current power could overcome him. Wutian, you are already very strong. When I was your age I couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wutian nodded. It's getting late. I should go back to study or Mom will scold me. You train well. Sun Wutian nodded again. Seeing this, Sun Wufan immediately turned and flew away. Sun Wutian watched his brother's receding figure, then continued training. I do not know how long passed before a human figure descended from the sky. This person was none other than Telenkizi. Swoosh! Thud! Telenkizi landed before Sun Wutian. Wutian! Sun Wutian nodded. Wutian, who were you just fighting? My brother. Your brother. Sun Wutian nodded. How strong is he? Extremely strong. Really? I heard from my mom that brother Wufan defeated Cell and he might be even stronger than my dad. Sun Wutian gave a dry laugh. That was in the past. Sun Wufan's current strength was certainly no match for Vegeta. So Wutian, what are we doing today? Shall we go catch fish at the waterfall or hunt a big bear at Mount Paozu? Although Sun Wutian and Telenkizi could both transform into Super Saiyans, their minds were still those of children. Their usual entertainment was catching beetles, crabs and fighting lions and bears. Not today. I want to train. Train? Yes. Wutian, why did you suddenly want to train? Nothing special. After sparring with my brother I suddenly felt like practicing. I see. In that case I'll train with you. You too. Yeah, is there a problem? No. Sun Wutian shook his head repeatedly. He had originally wanted to train in secret to surpass Telenkizi. Now that Telenkizi was also training, it became even harder to surpass him. However, their strength was similar and Sun Wutian did not have to defeat him purely by power. Strategy could also work. The afternoon passed quickly and unnoticed the sun in the sky began to set westward. Wutian, it's getting late. Shall I come find you tomorrow to play? Okay. Sun Wutian nodded. Seeing this, Telenkizi immediately used the Bokujutsu technique and flew toward West City.
Sun Wutian glanced at the sky, then trained for a while longer.
The next morning after breakfast, Sun Wutian went to the back mountain to practice.
At around 8 o'clock, Telenkizi arrived at the back mountain and saw Sun Wutian training. When did this guy become so diligent? Telenkizi muttered to himself, then landed beside Sun Wutian.
Telenkizi. Sun Wutian greeted happily. Telenkizi nodded. Wutian, did you come here to train first thing in the morning? Sun Wutian nodded. Wutian, what's gotten into you?
Why are you suddenly so hardworking?
Nothing. I heard about my father from my brother and suddenly I wanted to train.
You mean your dead father?
Sun Wutian nodded. Telenkizi, how about we have a match today?
Sure.
Telenkizi thought for a moment and agreed.
Then both of them stepped back simultaneously.
Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan.
Going straight to Super Saiyan, ha! Telenkizi said, also transforming into Super Saiyan state.
Sun Wutian chuckled lightly, his body swiftly charging before Telenkizi, both fists striking forward with force. Telenkizi dodged and stepped back. Suddenly Sun Wutian swept his right leg in an autumn wind sweeping leaves motion toward Telenkizi. Caught off guard, Telenkizi was swept to the ground. But he quickly used his right hand to push off the ground and leaped backward. However, before Telenkizi could feel pleased, Sun Wutian's figure appeared behind him.
Telenkizi immediately turned his body and swung his right fist forward. Swoosh! Telenkizi's fist struck through the Sun Wutian body, meeting emptiness.
The originally clear figure instantly blurred. After image. Telenkizi's expression shifted slightly.
At that moment, the real Sun Wutian appeared behind Telenkizi, kicking forward with force. Telenkizi's body shot like a ray, crashing into a large mountain ahead. The mountain immediately kicked up vast dust.
Damn it!
Telenkizi shouted in anger, his body suddenly erupting with a powerful aura that blew away the surrounding dust. Seeing this, Sun Wutian narrowed his eyes slightly.
Just then Telenkizi's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Startled, Sun Wutian quickly looked around.
Suddenly a figure appeared behind Sun Wutian, kicking forward with force.
Bang! Sun Wutian's body like a ray was kicked into the mountain ahead.
The mountain instantly stirred up a huge cloud of dust. Telenkizi smiled, feeling somewhat triumphant.
Swoosh! At that moment a golden energy wave flew out from the dust.
Telenkizi shifted his body left, dodging.
Boom!
With a massive explosion, the golden energy wave detonated behind Telenkizi. Telenkizi looked at the dust gradually clearing ahead, finding no trace of Sun Wutian within.
What? Telenkizi was startled. The next second a figure suddenly appeared behind Telenkizi and attacked.
With a soft sound, Sun Wutian's fist struck through the Telenkizi figure, hitting only air.
After image. He.
At that moment a chuckle came from behind Sun Wutian.
Sun Wutian turned to look, seeing Telenkizi kicking with force. Swoosh!
Telenkizi's kick passed through the Sun Wutian figure.
Another after image, ha!
Trunks exclaimed, his figure flashing into midair, where he saw Sun Goten standing on the ground directly in front of him.
The two locked eyes instantly.
In the next moment both figures flashed and charged towards each other. Soon they were face to face, engaging in a fierce battle with fists and feet.
Bang!
Sun Goten was sent flying backward. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a golden energy wave from his right hand towards Trunks.
Trunks moved to the right to evade.
At that moment Sun Goten vanished from his original position and reappeared right in front of Trunks.
Due to Sun Goten's incredible speed, Trunks could only raise his hands to block the incoming attacks. Bang! 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 Trunks was continuously pushed back. Ha!
Suddenly Sun Goten shouted, performing a sidekick aimed heavily at Trunks.
Trunks was immediately kicked away to the right. Damn!
Trunks gritted his teeth and unleashed a barrage of energy waves from his palms towards Sun Goten. With a powerful stomp, Sun Goten soared into the sky.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
With a series of massive explosions, the energy waves struck the ground, exploding upon impact. Seeing this, Trunks immediately redirected his focus to the sky. Sun Goten shouted loudly, launching a massive amount of energy waves towards Trunks.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
With loud explosions, the energy waves collided either directly against each other or exploded around them. For a moment, the sky and ground were filled with blasts and the smoke and flames they produced. After a while, Son Goten abruptly ceased his energy wave attacks and quickly brought his hands together.
Kamehameha. Kamehameha. Trunks replied, bringing his hands together as well to gather his own Kamehameha wave.
Wave. With a mighty shout, Son Goten unleashed his gathered Kamehameha towards Trunks. Trunks, shouting as well, fired his own Kamehameha at Son Goten.
Bang! With a violent sound, the two Kamehameha waves collided fiercely.
Both gritted their teeth, staring at each other.
Because their powers were evenly matched, the two Kamehameha waves remained at a standstill. Ha! Suddenly, Son Goten shouted, channeling more energy into his Kamehameha. Trunks was startled and also poured more energy into his Kamehameha. Instantly, their Kamehameha waves clashed even more violently. Thus, after a fierce clash, both Kamehameha waves ultimately disappeared as their energy was depleted.
Huff huff. Both of them breathed heavily, gazing at each other.
Yeah.
Once they regained their breath, Son Goten charged towards Trunks.
Trunks clenched his fists, ready to meet him.
Quickly, they reached each other and engaged in combat once more.
Bang!
Trunks clenched his right fist tightly, knocking Son Goten back.
Trunks smirked slightly, feeling a sense of pride as he looked at Son Goten.
At that moment, Son Goten closed his eyes and placed his hands at the sides of his forehead. Solar flare. As soon as he uttered the words, an incredibly brilliant light burst forth from Son Goten's hands. Caught off guard by Son Goten's sudden move, Trunks found himself blinded by the intense light of the solar flare. Just as the brilliance of the solar flare was about to fade, Son Goten opened his eyes and charged at Trunks.
Soon he was right in front of Trunks, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ah!
With a scream, Trunks was sent flying like a bullet, crashing heavily into the mountain behind him. Dust and dirt were kicked up in a large cloud.
Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have defeated Super Saiyan Trunks and received a Super Saiyan 2 advancement card learning the Sky Dance and Kamehameha. Would you like to use the Super Saiyan 2 advancement card, Master? Use it. Alright, Master. As soon as the words were spoken, an immense power surged through Son Goten's body. After a while, as the dust settled around the mountain, Trunks, who had returned to his normal state, spoke with some anger. Goten, didn't we agree to just spar? Why did you hit me so hard? Sorry, I accidentally struck too hard. Trunks snorted coldly. Goten, where did you learn that technique? My brother taught me. Trunks wouldn't specifically go and ask Son Gohan about such things. Your brother? Yeah. I see, no wonder you suddenly wanted to fight me. Trunks seemed to have suddenly understood something and said to Son Goten. Son Goten smiled upon hearing this. His challenge to Trunks today was indeed a trap he had set. But don't get too cocky, Goten. I was just careless this time. Next time we spar, I will definitely defeat you. Next time. Yes, you won this time with your technique, so I need to think of a technique to counter you when I go back. I see. So, Goten, shall we find a place to rest for a bit? Trunks suggested. Son Goten nodded. Soon the two flew to a grassy field and lay down. A gentle breeze blew, lifting their hair. So refreshing. Indeed. Goten, what do you plan to do after resting? I don't know. How about coming over to my house to hang out? Sure. After a while, once they had rested enough, they left the Bunyan Mountain and headed toward West City. Not knowing how long they flew, they arrived at Bulma's backyard. At that moment, Bulma was in the backyard reading a magazine. Son Goten took the initiative to greet Bulma. Aunt Bulma. Seeing Son Goten come over, a smile appeared on Bulma's face. Goten, you're here. Son Goten looked so much like a young Son Goku that Bulma felt as if she were looking at Goku himself. Son Goten nodded. Goten, come with me. I want to show you my new toy. Sure. Son Goten replied, following Trunks to his room to see the new transforming robot he bought. What do you think? Isn't this robot cool? And it can transform into a leopard. As the morning flew by, it was almost noon when Son Goten bid farewell to Trunks and returned home. In the afternoon, Son Goten went to Son Gohan's room to inquire about Krillin and the others. Although Son Goten had little contact with Krillin, Son Gohan had mentioned him before. Uncle Krillin. Son Wutian nodded. Uncle Kellen's place should be Guasian Island. Where is Guasian Island? Guasian Island is in Shidu. Oh. What about Uncle Bike and the others? Uncle Bike ought to be in the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm.
Yes, the heavenly realm lies above Earth's tallest tower, Karen Tower. As for Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, they should be cultivating at the southern tip of the Earth. The southern tip of the Earth.
Sun Wufan nodded. How about this Wu Tian, shall I take you to see them? I haven't visited in ages. No need, brother. If mother finds out, she'll say I'm distracting you from your studies. Very well then. If you have nothing else, I'll be going out. All right. Sun Wufan nodded.
Sun Wutian, seeing this, immediately left Sun Wufan's room.
At Guasian Island, Kellen was there with his daughter Moluan, born of him and Lazili.
A figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Sun Wutian.
Could it be Wu Tian?
Kellen froze the moment he saw him.
Though Kellen had been less in touch with Sun Wufan these past years, he still knew Wufan had a younger brother 10 years his junior. Sun Wutian nodded. You must be Uncle Kellen. Yes. Kellen nodded. And she? She is my daughter Moluan. Moluan, this is brother Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian, brother. Sun Wutian inclined his head. Wutian, you came alone. Wufan didn't come. No, he's at home studying. Is that so? Then why did you come? I want to spar with Uncle Kellen. Spar. Sun Wutian nodded with innocent earnestness. Very well. Moluan stepped to the side. Father will spar with brother Sun Wutian. Moluan immediately stepped aside. Both Sun Wutian and Kellen took a step back, preparing themselves. Uncle Kellen, shall we begin? Yes. Kellen nodded.
Sun Wutian let out a shout and charged at Kellen. Kellen clenched his hands into fists and met him.
Boom, boom, boom. In moments, Sun Wutian was before Kellen, fists a blur as they traded blows. Crash. After a while, Sun Wutian clenched his right fist and drove Kellen back with a single strike.
What tremendous power, truly the son of Wukong.
Kellen said excitedly.
Wukong had been his closest friend in life, and seeing Sun Wutian's strength filled him with joy on Wukong's behalf.
Ha! Sun Wutian roared. In an instant he stood before Kellen again, both fists thrusting forward with force. Kellen's expression shifted. He hastily raised his hands to block. Boom, boom, boom.
Under Sun Wutian's assault, Kellen was driven steadily backward.
Papa! Moluan cried out to Kellen. Ha!
Hearing his daughter cry, Kellen's entire body erupted with an astonishing aura which repelled Sun Wutian outward.
At that instant, Sun Wutian's figure vanished and reappeared behind Kellen.
Kellen spun about and saw Sun Wutian raise his right palm toward him.
I have lost. Sun Wutian laughed softly and nodded.
A system voice suddenly spoke. Ding, congratulations owner, you defeated Kellen and learned Yuanqi / and Taiyang Fist, rewarded 10 Xiando.
Xiando.
Yes, the owner has a chance to receive extra rewards upon defeating an opponent.
At that moment the Guasian house opened and a blonde blue-eyed woman stepped out.
The woman was tall, wearing a purple t-shirt and blue jeans. She was Lazili.
Lazili.
Lazili nodded and looked at Sun Wutian.
Who is he?
He is Wukong's youngest son, Sun Wutian.
Wutian, this is Aunt Lazili. Aunt Lazili.
Lazili inclined her head slightly.
Mother.
Moluan cried and Lazili stepped forward to pat her on the head.
Kellen, were you two just fighting? Yes. Then who won? What, Wutian?
Though Sun Wutian was Wukong's son, admitting defeat to a child left Kellen somewhat embarrassed.
Is that so?
Lazili smiled and looked at Sun Wutian.
Then Wutian, shall we have a spar? Lazili.
Kellen, startled, thought Lazili spoke to defend him, but in truth she was simply intrigued by Sun Wutian's power.
Us. Yes. Lazili nodded. All right then. Kellen, take good care of Moluan.
Oh, of course.
Kellen led Moluan to the doorway of the Guasian house. Shall we begin? Lazili asked Sun Wutian. Very well. At once Lazili darted toward Sun Wutian like a lightning strike.
Startled, Sun Wutian raised his hands to fend off her assault.
Thud, thud, thud. Under Lazili's lightning-fast strikes, Sun Wutian was forced steadily backward. Crack.
Lazili lifted her right foot and drove it forcefully into Sun Wutian's chest.
Sun Wutian's body tumbled back.
Lazuli snorted disdainfully and unleashed several waves of energy from her palms toward him.
Sun Wutian slid aside and dodged. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The energy waves struck the sea, stirring up towering waves that hurled fish and crustaceans onto the island's shore.
Father, look, so many fish.
Malowan pointed innocently at the fish strewn across the sand.
Kellen nodded slightly.
The old Gixianren who had been sleeping in the Guasian house was awoken by the commotion and hurried outside.
Clang, the Guasian house door opened. Kellen and Malowan glanced back instinctively. HM. The Gixianren suddenly wore a stern expression as he watched Sun Wutian sparring with Lazuli. Could he be?
Indeed, Teacher Wutian, he is Wukong's youngest son, Sun Wutian. I told you he looked so much like Wukong when he was young.
Crash.
At that moment Lazuli kicked Sun Wutian so hard he flew out over the sea.
Sun Wutian, will you not reveal your true strength? True strength.
Kellen and the Gixianren exchanged puzzled looks at Lazuli's words.
Very well. Sun Wutian tightened his fists. Ha! With a single roar, Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Kellen and the Gixianren were astounded. Kellen especially seemed momentarily speechless when he tried to say the words Super Saiyan as if his throat were caught. Only after several seconds did he speak them aloud.
One must remember that Wukong had achieved the Super Saiyan form only after relentless training and innumerable battles. And yet Sun Wutian, only 6 years old, could already transform into a Super Saiyan. His talent was simply terrifying. Sun Wutian looked at the surprised expressions of the two, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. If transforming into a Super Saiyan could astonish them this much, he could only imagine how they would react if he transformed into a Super Saiyan too. Just then Lazuli dashed in front of Sun Wutian, attacking him with fists and feet like the wind.
Sun Wutian deftly dodged Lazuli's attacks by shifting left and right.
Startled, Lazuli threw her right fist forward with all her strength.
Sun Wutian raised his hand to block, successfully deflecting Lazuli's attack.
With a grunt, Lazuli kicked horizontally at him with her left foot, causing Sun Wutian to quickly release her right fist and retreat. Lazuli charged forward again, launching another attack at Sun Wutian.
As she did, Sun Wutian continued to evade while backing away. It seems the outcome has been decided, Master Roshi remarked. Outcome decided. Before Krillin could understand the implications of Master Rose's words, Sun Wuxian's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Lazuli. Bang! With a heavy kick, Lazuli was sent flying into the sea like a projectile. Lazuli's body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura stabilizing above the surface of the sea. A massive wave was immediately stirred up behind her. Lazuli looked forward, realizing that Sun Wuxian's figure was no longer on Kame House. She turned around to see Sun Wutian raising his right hand towards her. I lost. Lazuli thought, feeling somewhat unwilling. Sun Wutian nodded with a smile. He then transformed back to his normal state. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Lazuli. You have received a special card, Unlimited Stamina card, and learned the Kamehameha. Using the Unlimited Stamina card. Yes, Master.
Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian immediately flew back to Kame House.
Uncle Krillin, who is he?
He is my and your father's master, Master Wutian.
Master Wutian. Master Roshi nodded. Truly impressive, Wutian, to transform into a Super Saiyan at such a young age. Your father hadn't even joined my school at your age.
Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian smiled but did not say much.
Uncle Krillin, it's getting late, I'll take my leave now. Aren't you coming in to sit for a while? No. Sun Wutian shook his head. Then will you come back to play sometime?
Sun Wutian nodded and turned to leave the island.
Krillin watched Sun Wutian's departing figure and sighed.
Back then he and Sun Wukong had trained together and the gap between them wasn't too far, but now he couldn't even compete with Sun Wukong's youngest son.
What's wrong, Dad? Nothing. Karen Tower.
At this moment Cat God and Yajirobe were feeling quite bored as they watched the lower realm. Suddenly they saw a figure flying towards them.
It was Sun Wutian. Wukong. Because Sun Wutian looked so much like a young Sun Wukong, Yajirobe mistook him for Wukong.
He is not Wukong, he is Wukong's youngest son, Sun Wutian.
Cat God said. Wukong's youngest son. Yes. Sun Wutian immediately flew into the tower. You must be Sun Wukong's youngest son, Sun Wutian, right? Cat God said. Sun Wutian nodded. You are Lord Karen, I presume. Yes. Cat God nodded. Kid, do you know who I am?
Yajirobe said, arms crossed.
Who are you? Sun Wutian pretended not to know. I am your father's good friend Yajirobe.
Back in the day I saved your father multiple times and yet Gohan never mentioned me to you.
Multiple times?
Yes, the first time was when your father was gravely injured by Teapaipai, the second time was after he fought Piccolo when he fell from the sky, I caught him in time, and the third time was when Vegeta transformed into a giant ape, I cut off his tail and saved your father's life.
Then why don't you mention that Wukong defeated Piccolo Daimao and saved us all? Cat God said. Yajirobe blushed upon hearing this.
That's two different matters, and I never said Wukong didn't save us, I just mentioned my friendship with Wukong.
That's more like it.
Speaking of which, Cat God looked at Sun Wutian and asked, by the way Wutian, how did you come here?
Nothing much, I was just bored and came for a stroll. A stroll? Yes. Sun Wutian nodded. By the way Lord Karen, do you have any senzu beans?
Although Sun Wutian had some senzu beans, now who would complain about having more?
Moreover, senzu beans were of no use to them, it would be a waste for them. I have some, but only 10. If you want them I can give them to you. Consider it a welcome gift. Sun Wutian nodded.
Seeing this, Cat God immediately took out a bag for Sun Wutian.
Thank you Lord Karen. Well then Lord Karen Yajirobe. Uncle, if there's nothing else I'll take my leave now. Yes. Both nodded. Seeing this, Sun Wutian immediately left Karen Tower and flew towards the other world.
Soon Sun Wutian arrived in the other world and saw Dandy, Piccolo and Bubbles standing there.
You are Wutian. Piccolo looked at Sun Wutian and said.
Over the years, although he had contacted Sun Wufan less frequently, he still occasionally went to see Sun Wufan.
Sun Wutian nodded. Wutian, didn't your brother come with you? Dandy asked. No, he's studying at home. Piccolo snorted. That kid Gohan, ever since defeating Cell, has not been cultivating properly, he's always just reading. Wutian, what brings you here? Dandy asked. I've come to challenge Uncle Piccolo. Challenge Piccolo?
Yes, I heard my brother say you're very strong, so I wanted to test my skills against you.
Is that so? Then I accept your challenge.
Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian immediately took a step back and assumed a fighting stance.
Dandy and Bubbles stepped aside. Then come at me, Piccolo said to Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian nodded and charged towards Piccolo like a flash of lightning.
In no time Sun Wutian arrived in front of Piccolo, launching powerful punches forward, but all his attacks were dodged by Piccolo. Suddenly Piccolo kicked forward with his right foot, landing a heavy strike to Sun Wutian's abdomen. Sun Wutian screamed in pain as he was sent flying out of the other world. Piccolo unleashed a series of energy waves from his right hand, targeting the flying Sun Wutian.
Boom! 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 With loud explosions, Sun Wutian was struck by the energy waves and his body was enveloped in thick smoke. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wutian was enveloped in a golden aura, swiftly dispersing the thick smoke surrounding him. Super Saiyan. Piccolo and Dandy were taken aback. They had witnessed the birth of a Super Saiyan before and knew how difficult it was to transform. Yet Sun Wutian was only 6 years old and could already become a Super Saiyan. Is the Super Saiyan now so common? After a brief moment of surprise, Piccolo quickly regained his composure and charged at Sun Wutian. Ha! Sun Wutian shouted as he charged towards Piccolo. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! Soon the two clashed their fists and feet, moving like lightning. Suddenly Sun Wutian vanished from view and reappeared behind Piccolo. Piccolo was startled. At that moment Sun Wutian delivered a powerful kick to Piccolo's back. Piccolo's body shot down like a bolt, crashing heavily onto the grounds of the heavenly realm, shattering the surface and kicking up a cloud of dust. Piccolo! Dandy exclaimed in shock. Damn it! Piccolo gritted his teeth and quickly scrambled to his feet, charging towards Sun Wutian. In no time Piccolo reached Sun Wutian, attacking with lightning-fast punches and kicks. Sun Wutian swayed his body effortlessly, dodging Piccolo's strikes. As Piccolo observed Sun Wutian's current state, he couldn't help but recall the scene of Sun Wufan battling Cell. Back then Cell had desperately attacked Sun Wufan but could never land a hit. Bang! Just as Piccolo was lost in thought, Sun Wutian flashed to Piccolo's left side and delivered a powerful kick forward. Bang! With a violent sound, Piccolo was kicked away over a kilometer. Damn it!
Piccolo growled, looking ahead only to find Sun Wuxian's figure had already vanished. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as he quickly turned to look behind him. At that moment, Sun Wuxian was raising his right hand at him.
I lost. Though Piccolo felt some reluctance, he chose to concede. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuxian smiled. Ding.
Congratulations, Master, for defeating Piccolo and learning the regeneration technique which allows the body to self-repair lost structures except for the head, which requires a vast amount of energy. Telepathy materialization foresight, which allows one to see clearly from thousands of meters underground near the Heavenly Temple, mainly used by those in the Heavenly Realm to monitor the lower realms, and the magic beam cannon.
Piccolo really knows a lot. After acquiring a wealth of memories, Sun Wuxian thought to himself, Wuxian, how did you become so strong?
Was it Wu Fan who guided your training?
No, it was my mother who taught me how to train. Your mother? But doesn't she oppose Wu Fan's training? Sun Wuxian nodded.
Although he didn't say much, Piccolo had already guessed that Shishi would teach Sun Wuxian to train because of the deceased Son Goku.
After that, Sun Wuxian took a tour of the Heavenly Realm before heading back. On the way back, he used the foresight technique to glance towards West City. Everything in West City seemed to unfold before his eyes. After using the foresight technique, Sun Wuxian suddenly thought of the old Kai from Dragon Ball. The old Kai possessed the 1,000-mile eye, able to see the insect battles on Earth from the Kaioshin planet. Upon returning home, Sun Wuxian used the materialization technique to create a new martial arts uniform for himself. Unfortunately, he hadn't had such abilities in his previous life, where making dozens of garments daily would have ensured his livelihood. The next morning,
after having breakfast, Sun Wuxian left the Baozi Mountain and flew to a great mountain at the southern end of Earth. At that moment, a bald man with 3 eyes was practicing on the mountain. This man was Tien Shinhan.
Beside Tien Shinhan stood a hat-wearing child who was actually Kaiotsu. Although Kaiotsu was no longer young, he still looked like a child. What? Liu Kang.
Seeing Sun Wuxian's appearance, Tien Shinhan immediately thought of the young Son Goku.
Sun Wuxian said, you must be Uncle Tien Shinhan and Uncle Kaiotsu, right? Could it be Wu Tian? Tien Shinhan asked.
Though he was diligent in his training, he occasionally kept in touch with Krillin and was aware that Son Goku had a young son.
Sun Wuxian nodded. What brings you here? Tien Shinhan inquired. I wanted to spar with you. Spar? Is that all right? Of course it is. Then Uncle Kaiotsu, how about we spar together? Sun Wuxian looked at Kaiotsu. Sun Wuxian's main goal this time was Kaiotsu. Kaiotsu possessed a super ability to control others which varied in strength based on the user's strength.
The East Kai also had this super ability and had briefly immobilized Sun Wufan with it.
Me? Yes.
Sun Wuxian replied with a smile.
Then Kaiotsu, why don't you spar with Wu Tian? Tien Shinhan suggested. Sure. Kaiotsu nodded.
Upon hearing this, Sun Wuxian immediately stepped back, assuming a fighting stance.
Then Uncle Kaiotsu, shall we begin? Kaiotsu nodded.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sun Wuxian dashed towards Kaiotsu like the wind, delivering a powerful punch. Just as Sun Wuxian's right fist was about to strike Kaiotsu, Kaiotsu suddenly used his super ability, rendering Sun Wuxian's body immobile.
Seizing the opportunity, Kaiotsu kicked forward. Bang!
Sun Wuxian stumbled backward. At that moment, Sun Wuxian clenched his fists tightly, instantly breaking free from the grasp of the super ability and charging at Kaiotsu.
Kaiotsu was taken aback.
Just as Sun Wuxian's right fist was about to hit Kaiotsu's face, Sun Wuxian suddenly withdrew his punch.
I lost. Upon seeing this, Kaiotsu immediately chose to concede. Sun Wuxian nodded. Ding!
Congratulations, Master, for defeating Kaiotsu and acquiring the control super ability, learning the whole wave. Then Wuxian, let me test my skills against you.
Tien Shinhan said. Sun Wuxian nodded. Kaiotsu, upon hearing this, quickly stepped aside. Then Wu Tian, shall we begin? Sun Wuxian nodded again.
Seeing this, Tien Shinhan charged at Sun Wuxian.
Soon Tien Shinhan reached Sun Wuxian, launching powerful punches forward as an attack.
Sun Wuxian dodged while retreating.
Whoosh! Tien Shinhan delivered a heavy horizontal kick towards Sun Wuxian.
Sun Wuxian raised his hand to block and retaliated with a horizontal kick towards Tien Shinhan.
Tian Xinhan was startled and hurriedly retracted his right leg to retreat. Bang bang bang. As Tian Jinfan fended off the attacks from Sun Wutian, he began to retreat. Suddenly Sun Wutian lifted his right leg and delivered a heavy kick to Tian Jinfan's abdomen. Tian Jinfan immediately flew backward. He clenched his fists tightly and quickly slowed down on the ground. At that moment Sun Wuxian's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. Tian Jinfan behind you. Jiaozi reminded. What? Tian Jinfan turned around and saw Sun Wutian gathering a golden energy wave in his hand aimed right at him. I lost. Thank you, Uncle Tian Jinfan. Sun Wutian said, dissipating the energy wave he had gathered. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have defeated Tian Jinfan and learned the 4-body fist and demon sealing wave. Tian Jinfan nodded. Wutian, did Gohan teach you how to train? No, my mom taught me how to train. Your mom? Both Tian Jinfan and Jiaozi were startled. To think that Chi-Chi would teach Sun Wutian how to train and that he would become this strong. Sun Wutian nodded. Then Uncle Tian Jinfan, Uncle Jiaozi, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. All right. Tian Jinfan nodded. Seeing this, Sun Wutian immediately flew into the sky. Tian Jinfan watched Sun Wuxian's departing figure, reminiscing about their first meeting with Sun Wukong. At that time Sun Wukong's strength was no match for him. Now he couldn't even defeat Sun Wutian, let alone Sun Wukong. After a brief moment of reflection, Tian Jinfan continued his training. Although Sun Wuxian's strength had surpassed his own, he did not feel disheartened. What he pursued was the way of martial arts, not the act of defeating someone. At Baozi Mountain at Sun Wukong's home, Trunks was currently looking for Sun Wutian. Chi-Chi Wutian. Yes, Aunt Chi-Chi. Is Wutian not at the back mountain? Nope. Then you should ask Gohan, he might know where Wutian is. Trunks nodded. He then walked into Sun Gohan's room to ask where Sun Wutian was. Sun Gohan also did not know where Sun Wutian was. Having no other choice, Trunks decided to wander around Baozi Mountain to see if he could find Sun Wutian. After walking around for a while, Trunks suddenly sensed Sun Wuxian's energy and looked up at the sky. He saw Sun Wutian flying towards Baozi Mountain. Wutian. Trunks happily flew out from the woods and came before Sun Wutian. Trunks. Trunks nodded. Wutian, where have you been? Nowhere, I was just bored and flew around Earth. I see. Then Wutian, how about we spar today? Spar? Yes, I have created several new moves and this time I definitely won't lose to you. Is that so? Then let's find an open space to battle. After saying that, the two immediately flew forward. After flying for a while, Trunks found a wide grassy area and landed. Seeing this, Sun Wutian also landed beside him. Whoosh! Thud! Sun Wutian landed on the grass just dozens of meters away from Trunks. Trunks looked at Sun Wutian and said, then Wutian, shall we begin? Sun Wutian nodded. Ha! Trunks shouted loudly and charged at Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian raised both hands forward and Trunks' body suddenly became unable to move. This was precisely Jiaozi's superpower. What? What is happening? Trunks was greatly shocked. Sun Wutian smiled and said, Trunks, I recently suddenly gained a superpower that allows me to control others. Superpower. Yes. As Sun Wutian spoke, he retracted one hand and quickly moved in front of Trunks to launch an attack. Bang bang bang. Sun Wutian flew into the air, repeatedly kicking Trunks' face and body. Trunks soon let out a series of painful cries. Bang. With a heavy kick, Sun Wutian sent Trunks flying. Although Trunks was kicked away, he still couldn't move his body. Damn it. Trunks gritted his teeth and his body suddenly erupted with an immense aura, trying to break free from Sun Wuxian's control. Ha! With a loud shout, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. His body immediately broke free from Sun Wuxian's control, moving as swiftly as lightning towards Sun Wutian. Soon Trunks arrived in front of Sun Wutian, his fists striking like lightning as he attacked Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian defended against Trunks' attacks while retreating. Suddenly Trunks clenched his right fist tightly and punched Sun Wutian, sending him flying. Ha! Trunks shouted loudly, gathering a massive amount of energy waves in both hands to attack Sun Wutian. This move was precisely the famous Prince's technique from the Dragon Ball world. Seeing this, Sun Wutian immediately slowed down and flew towards the sky. Boom! Boom! Boom!
With a series of huge explosions, the energy waves detonated on the ground. In an instant, the ground was filled with smoke and flames from the explosions. Trunks immediately stopped his energy wave attack and flew into the sky. Sun Wutian clenched both hands tightly and transformed into a Super Saiyan in the air. At that moment, Trunks rushed in front of Sun Wutian and threw a powerful right punch. Sun Wuxian's figure flashed backward and Trunks' right punch missed. Trunks looked up preparing to charge forward, but his body became unable to move again. Sun Wutian smiled and said, "Trunks, you're no match for me. I think you should just admit defeat." Hearing this, Trunks gritted his teeth trying to break free from Sun Wuxian's control. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. After struggling in vain, Trunks reluctantly admitted defeat to Sun Wutian.
"Wutian, I lost."
Sun Wutian nodded and lowered his hand, returning to his normal state.
Ding!
Congratulations, Master, you have defeated Trunks and learned the Bubble Gum Ghost Continuous Super Chocolate Ring and Volleyball Fist.
Sun Wutian was taken aback.
Apparently, defeating the opponent again could earn him new skills. If he defeated Sun Wukong in his perfect Ultra Instinct state, wouldn't he be able to directly learn Ultra Instinct? If that was the case, he could set up a training plan for Sun Wukong. The stronger Sun Wukong became, the stronger he would be.
Ha! Trunks felt his body could move again and immediately let out a sigh of relief.
Then he returned to his normal state and flew to Sun Wuxian's side, asking, "Wutian, how did you suddenly gain this superpower?" "I don't know, I just discovered it while training yesterday."
"Is that so?" Trunks, hearing this, felt half convinced.
"Goten, how about you don't use your super abilities and we have another battle?"
"Sure, but isn't that meaningless?"
"That's true." At noon, Trunks returned home and asked Vegeta for a way to break super abilities.
Super abilities. Goten suddenly gained the ability to control others, and now even I can't defeat him.
"Dad, do you have any method to help me break his super ability?"
"Yes.
Just train hard and surpass him in strength. In the face of absolute power, no super ability is useful."
"Then, Dad, is there no other way?" "None,"
Vegeta replied angrily. Trunks was already unhappy about losing to Goten, and now he was reluctant to train to improve his strength.
"Trunks, starting today you will train with me until you can defeat Goten." "Dad." Trunks was somewhat unwilling after hearing this.
"If you're unwilling, I'll have Bulma cut your allowance in half."
"Dad." "All right, it's decided." In the afternoon, Goten, feeling bored, created some magic sealing jars for Master Rose's use in the power tournament. However, he was still missing the sealing talismans.
Using the magic sealing wave, the most crucial element is the sealing talisman. Without it, even if you seal the opponent in the jar, you cannot contain them. Since sealing talismans cannot be created out of thin air, Goten could only go by some yellow paper to draw the talismans himself.
However, he currently had no need for the magic sealing wave, so he wasn't in a hurry about it.
Whenever he had time, he would go to West City to buy some. After making the magic sealing jars, Goten used his ability to create some orange martial arts uniforms and shoes. This would allow him to change at any time during training. After making the clothes and shoes, Goten created some heavy weights and weighted clothing for training and then began his training.
The next morning, Goten went to Bulma's house to find Trunks to play and learned that Trunks was being forced to train. Goten had no choice but to head home. Back at home, Goten, feeling idle, went to the back mountain to train. With only a little over 4 months until Majin Buu's appearance, he needed to become stronger quickly to reach the power to defeat Majin Buu. His current strength had reached Super Saiyan 2, and his next targets were to defeat Gohan and Goku to obtain the Super Saiyan 3 Advancement Card and the Super Saiyan God Advancement Card. However, Goku was in the afterlife, so he needed to think of a way to bring him back. After Gohan defeated Cell, they could have revived Goku, but Goku himself refused to be revived. Time passed quickly and a month went by in the blink of an eye. During this month, Goten spent most of his time training behind Goku's house. At this moment, Goten was sitting cross-legged, floating in the air, meditating and training. A figure appeared from afar and walked over. It was Gohan. Goten seemed to sense Gohan's arrival and opened his eyes. "Brother." Gohan smiled and nodded. "Goten, have you been training this entire month?" "Yeah." "Then your strength must have improved a lot now, right?" "Not really, just a little bit." "It's okay, improving a little bit in a month is quite normal." Gohan smiled. "What brings you here, brother?" "I haven't trained in a while, so I wanted to come over and train a bit." "Oh really? Isn't your studying important?" "It's fine actually, I'm currently previewing my third-year high school books." Preview. Preview. Goten was taken aback. He could only say that he didn't understand the world of the academic elite. Yeah, in math I've already previewed to college level. By the way, Goten, that training you were doing earlier should be similar to Uncle Piccolo's meditation training, right? Goten nodded. Uncle Piccolo's meditation training is good, but physical training is still more suitable for us Saiyans. Goten remained silent upon hearing this. In the latest chapter of Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta pointed out that their strength is actually comparable to Jiren's. However, Jiren's control over his body far exceeds theirs, a fact acknowledged by Whis. This means that both spirit and body are crucial for enhancing strength. Seeing this, Gohan immediately began training. The morning passed quickly, and before long it was almost noon. Both Goten and Gohan were sweating profusely from training. Gohan guessed that he would be called by Shishi to study in the afternoon, so he spoke to Goten. Goten, how about we have a spar again? A spar? Yeah, because this half day was hard-earned from my mom. Alright then. After saying this, both of them stepped back simultaneously. Then Goten, shall we begin? Goten nodded. Seeing this, Gohan immediately charged at Goten. Soon Gohan was in front of Goten, launching powerful punches at him. Goten also raised his fists and engaged with Gohan. Bang! 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 Both of them struck at each other with fists like the wind. After exchanging blows for a while, Gohan delivered a sidekick with his right foot towards Goten. Goten instinctively blocked with his right hand, and Gohan's right fist took the opportunity to strike Goten's face, sending him flying backward. Goten tightly clenched both fists, and suddenly an incredibly powerful aura erupted from his body. Ha! With a loud shout, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan! Gohan said, also transforming into a Super Saiyan. Boom! Goten's entire body emitted a large amount of golden aura as he charged at Gohan. Gohan also rushed towards Goten. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Soon both of them arrived in front of each other and engaged in fierce combat. Dust immediately rose around them. Boom! With a violent explosion, both of them simultaneously gathered a golden energy wave and clashed. A dazzling bright light emanated from the exploding energy wave. At the moment of the explosion, both retreated hundreds of meters behind. You've improved, Goten. I didn't expect that just a month has passed and your strength has become this strong. Goten nodded slightly. Then their figures flickered and they instantly began battling in midair. Whoosh! Boom! 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 As they rapidly moved in midair, they attacked each other. Due to their incredibly fast movement speed from a distance, it looked like ripples were forming in the sky. Boom! Moments later, Sun Wutian delivered a flying kick that sent Sun Wufan crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Sun Wufan slowly rose from the ground, gazing at Sun Wutian in the sky. Is this what they call a slight increase in strength? Sun Wufan's display of prowess earned him a perfect score in Sun Wufan's eyes. Glancing at the sky, he realized it was almost noon, and he decided to unleash his full strength to defeat Sun Wutian. With that thought, Sun Wufan clenched his fists tightly, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged upwards. The ground around him trembled violently under the influence of his energy. A massive amount of sand and debris was lifted into the air by Sun Wufan's aura. Ah! He roared, his energy suddenly erupting. His hair stood up even more, and the fiery aura surrounding him transformed into flames, with lightning crackling around his body. This was the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Boom! Once the transformation was complete, Sun Wufan immediately unleashed his aura. In the heavens, Piccolo, who was meditating, immediately opened his eyes upon sensing Sun Wufan's powerful energy. Dondi, is something happening? How could Wufan suddenly emit such a powerful aura? No, Wufan and Wutian are sparring. Sparring? Does that mean Wufan can't defeat Wutian even after transforming into Super Saiyan 2? Dondi nodded. Piccolo clenched his teeth, feeling a twinge of jealousy. After all, he was once the feared Demon King Piccolo. Now he had been surpassed by each of them one by one. If he said he wasn't jealous, it would be a lie. West City, Bulma's home. Vegeta also sensed Sun Wufan's aura, but paid it no mind, as his current strength had long surpassed that of Sun Wufan. At Baozi Mountain, Sun Wutian looked at the transformed Sun Wufan with a faint smile. So you're Super Saiyan 2 now? In that case, he'll transform into Super Saiyan 2 as well. Transform into Super Saiyan 2? Sun Wufan was taken aback.
As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wutian clenched his fists tightly, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged upwards.
Ah! With a tremendous roar, Sun Wutian transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wufan was shocked.
Sun Wutian had actually mastered Super Saiyan 2 just like him. It was worth noting that he had only achieved this transformation at the age of 10. Moreover, it occurred after more than a year of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. If you considered the time spent there, he was technically 11. But how old was Sun Wutian?
7. 7 years old, and he could already transform into Super Saiyan 2.
Sun Wufan now found it hard to imagine what level Sun Wutian would reach if he continued training. In the heavens, Piccolo looked at Sun Wutian, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his face instantly showing shock. He realized why he was unable to defeat Sun Wutian earlier. Sun Wushan's strength had far surpassed his own.
West City, Bulma's home.
Vegeta, still training in the gravity room, showed a look of surprise upon sensing Sun Wushan's energy.
Trunks, is that Wushan's energy?
It seems so, but how could his energy become so powerful? Could it be that he underwent some intense training?
Wushan's energy is already stronger than Wufan's. Wushan's energy is stronger than Wufan's. Vegeta nodded.
That kid Wufan hasn't trained since defeating Cell. He's nowhere near as strong as he used to be.
Is that so? Vegeta nodded. So Trunks don't follow Wufan's example. Trunks was left speechless at this. Because deep down he wasn't particularly fond of the monotonous life of training.
With that thought, he suddenly felt a bit of resentment towards Sun Wutian.
If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been dragged into training by Vegeta. At Baozi Mountain, after a moment of shock, Sun Wufan called out to Sun Wutian in the sky. Wutian, when did you train to become Super Saiyan 2?
Just 3 days ago.
Really?
Then brother, shall we continue fighting?
Oh. Okay. Sun Wutian raised his left hand and used his telekinesis to immobilize Sun Wufan. I can't move. Sun Wufan was startled.
In the next moment, Sun Wutian appeared before Sun Wufan and kicked him away. With a loud crash, Sun Wufan shot through the air like a projectile, crashing heavily into the mountain behind him, causing a massive cloud of sand and debris. As the dust cleared, Sun Wufan crawled out from the mountain.
Wutian, what just happened? Why could I suddenly not move?
That was my telekinesis.
Telekinesis?
Yes, it's a power I suddenly developed a month ago.
Telekinesis is a non-scientific ability with an extremely low probability of occurrence.
Therefore, even though Sun Wufan felt somewhat skeptical, he had to choose to believe it. Because even the technology in the Dragon Ball world couldn't fully understand why some individuals possessed such abilities.
Is that so?
Sun Wufan said this as he suddenly flashed before Sun Wutian, launching an attack.
Whoosh! Sun Wutian flickered and instantly appeared hundreds of meters behind, causing Sun Wufan's punch to miss. Sun Wutian raised his left hand again, using his telekinesis to immobilize Sun Wufan once more. I can't move again. Sun Wufan exclaimed, struggling desperately.
No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Sun Wushan's control.
Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede. I give up.
Sun Wutian nodded and released his left hand, returning to his normal state. Seeing this, Sun Wufan also returned to his normal state.
Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Sun Wufan and obtaining the Super Saiyan 3 advancement card, learning the Kamehameha. 100 Senzu beans.
Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian immediately used the Super Saiyan 3 advancement card, feeling an incredibly powerful force surge within him. At that moment, Sun Wutian suddenly heard Chi-Chi's voice.
Wufan, Wutian, it's time for dinner. Then Wutian, shall we go back and eat? Sun Wutian nodded.
On the way back, Sun Wufan, feeling a bit sentimental, started chatting with Sun Wutian. If only Dad were here, he would be so happy to see how strong you are now.
Brother, what if we revive Dad? Revive him?
Do you mean with the Dragon Balls?
Yes.
Actually, we once considered reviving Dad, but he declined, choosing instead to cultivate in the other world.
Then let's find a way to bring him back. But how?
Where exactly is Dad now in the other world? I believe he's with Lord Kai.
Lord Kai. Goten feigned ignorance. Gohan nodded solemnly. Lord Kai is the divine sovereign who governs the northern galaxy.
How did Dad come to know Lord Kai?
That's a long story, I'll tell you after dinner. After dinner, Gohan recounted the invasion of Raditz to Goten.
Goten, so Trunks' father was once a villain. Indeed, but Uncle Vegeta has long since turned from darkness to righteousness.
Goten nodded thoughtfully. He then left Gohan's room and returned to his own.
His cultivation had already reached Super Saiyan 3rd grade, defeating Son Goku would pose no insurmountable challenge.
Yet his power had surged too rapidly. He resolved to wait 1 or 2 months before confronting Goku and claiming victory.
That afternoon, after waking from his nap, Goten found Trunks standing at his door.
"Trunks, what brings you here? How dare you ask?
If not for you, I wouldn't have been dragged off by my father for relentless training."
"Trunks, it's not entirely my fault. Your father simply thrives on rivalry."
"By the way, Goten, my father says you've surpassed Super Saiyan."
Goten nodded. "Goten, how did you train? How did your strength surge so dramatically overnight?"
"I'm not quite sure. It may be that latent potential slumbering within me has awakened."
"Potential?"
Trunks listened, half convinced, half skeptical.
"Hey Goten, could you transform into Super Saiyan 2 for me?"
"Of course, but this isn't the place."
"Let's head to the mountains behind the house." Trunks nodded.
Moments later, the two stood atop the secluded mountain ridge.
Goten clenched his fists, his entire body erupted with an overwhelming aura surging violently upward. ZZZZT. Boom. Amidst an earth-shaking surge of power, Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 2. This is Super Saiyan 2. He looks absolutely magnificent. Trunks murmured, envy flickering in his eyes. Goten nodded quietly.
Watching Trunks' awestruck expression, Goten silently reflected that he possessed even greater transformations, yet chose not to reveal them. To preserve Trunks' motivation and zeal for cultivation, he decided to wait for a more fitting moment, then instantly reverted to his base form. Having not seen each other in ages, Trunks spent the entire afternoon playing at Mount Paozu before departing.
2 months passed in the blink of an eye.
In those 2 months, Goten's power had deepened further. Now he stood within a grand palace nestled amid an oasis in the desert.
This was the abode of the fortune teller Baba. "Fortune teller Baba, you wish me to guide you to the other world to seek Son Goku?" "Yes." "Does she know of this?" Fortune teller Baba asked. "No, but I won't stay long. I'll return swiftly." After a moment's hesitation, fortune teller Baba nodded. "Very well, but you must not linger there." Goten bowed his head in agreement. Fortune teller Baba immediately led Goten toward the other world. The palace of King Yema.
King Yema was immersed in his duties when 2 figures entered through the great gates. They were fortune teller Baba and Goten.
Fortune teller Baba.
King Yema started in surprise at her unexpected arrival.
She gave a calm, respectful nod. "It has been a long time, Your Majesty." "And who is this?"
King Yema turned his gaze upon Goten. "He is Son Goku's youngest son, Goten."
"Goten. Why have you brought him here?" "He wishes to see Goku."
Meeting Goku was permissible, but can he traverse the serpent path of the Yellow Springs?
King Yema asked. "Rest assured, he has already surpassed Gohan in strength." "Surpassed? Gohan?" King Yema recoiled in astonishment. Goten appeared no older than 6 or 7, yet his power eclipsed even Gohan's. "Indeed." Fortune teller Baba affirmed, utterly serene. "May he now proceed along the serpent path?" King Yema nodded and summoned a minor imp.
"Imp, you will escort him to the serpent path?"
"Yes, Your Majesty."
The imp saluted sharply. Without delay, the imp led Goten out of the palace and onto the serpent path, a winding serpentine trail coiling endlessly through the mist-shrouded realm.
"This is the serpent path.
Your father awaits you at the planet located at its serpent-headed terminus.
Unless there's anything else, I shall take my leave." Goten nodded.
The imp pivoted and began walking away, only to halt after a few steps, startled by a sudden sharp sound behind him. Curious, he turned and beheld Goten hurtling forward like a comet already kilometers distant.
He just said, his name is Goten. The Northern Kai's planet. Son Goku hovered midair, halo gleaming, engaged in grueling weighted training.
Northern Kai and Babidi stood nearby observing Goku's disciplined exertion when suddenly Goku ceased his training and gazed intently toward the serpent path. Following his gaze, Northern Kai also looked, and there, piercing the distance, a blinding streak of white light shot forth at unimaginable speed. As the light drew near, Goku recognized a boy whose features mirrored his own youth, Goten. Northern Kai, this child bears an uncanny resemblance to Goku.
Indeed. In an instant Goten landed upon the Northern Kai's planet. Who are you? Northern Kai asked. Greetings, I am Goten. I've come to find my father. Your father? You mean, you're Goku's son?
Goten nodded and turned his eyes toward Goku.
You're my son. Goku gasped in disbelief.
For years he'd had no contact with Gohan or the others and remained wholly unaware he had another child.
Goten nodded again. What brings you here? I've come to discuss revival with you. Revival? Goten nodded firmly. Everyone, my brother included, wishes for you to return. I'm quite content here. Revival is unnecessary. But Mom and the others really miss you. Then in a few days he'll go back to visit everyone. Sun Wukong said.
Sun Wutian upon hearing this immediately walked to the side of the North King.
You must be the king of the realm, right? Yes, I am the king of the realm.
Then king of the realm, do you want to be resurrected?
Resurrected.
Upon hearing this the North King immediately thought of the other kings mocking him for his death.
Yes. Ahem. The North King coughed. Speak, what are your conditions?
Actually, it's nothing much, just let you persuade my dad to be resurrected.
Wukong. The North King glanced at Sun Wukong after hearing this.
Sun Wukong had always been headstrong and never listened to him.
However, in order to avoid being mocked by the other kings, he could only give it a try. Well, Wukong, actually your resurrection would be quite good. After all, you can teleport and come here to cultivate any time. King of the realm, you want Wutian to help you resurrect, right? Sun Wukong said. Yes, I want to be resurrected.
If it weren't for you bringing Cell to my planet, I wouldn't have died and been mocked by the Western King and the others. The North King said angrily in his heart. Ever since he took on Sun Wukong as a disciple, he hadn't had a good day. King of the realm, regarding Cell, didn't I apologize to you back then? The North King snorted coldly.
If apologizing meant anything, humans wouldn't need laws. What are laws? Sun Wukong asked. Bang.
The North King fell to the ground in exasperation upon hearing this. Laws are regulations established by you humans to govern behavior. For example, if a thief steals something, they violate your human laws.
I see.
The North King nodded.
Wukong, you shouldn't always focus on cultivation, you should read occasionally. By the way, Wutian, how is Gohan doing now?
Brother.
Yes, has he been cultivating well?
No, my brother has been studying all this time.
Studying all the time? Doesn't that mean he hasn't made any progress in strength? Yes, I even defeated my brother. You defeated Gohan?
Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Even though Gohan hadn't cultivated much over the years, he should still be at the peak level of Super Saiyan. Sun Wutian looked to be only 6 or 7 years old, yet his strength had already surpassed Gohan.
Could it be that Wushan's talent is even more terrifying than Gohan's?
Sun Wukong silently thought to himself.
Wutian, how about we have a match? A match? Sun Wukong nodded. But it's so small here, if we fight, won't we destroy the king of the realm's planet? The North King felt a bit unhappy upon hearing Sun Wutian call his planet small. However, since Sun Wutian was thinking of himself, he wasn't too angry. It's fine, Wutian.
As long as Wukong is willing to be resurrected, this king of the realm planet can be given to you.
Resurrected?
King of the realm, when did I agree to be resurrected? Sun Wukong said, puzzled.
You didn't agree.
I just said that if you want to fight here, you must agree to our resurrection. Sun Wukong glanced at Sun Wutian after hearing this.
King of the realm, let's talk about resurrection after I finish my fight, alright?
No, we need to settle this now, otherwise you can't fight here. Sun Wukong thought for a moment after hearing this. Alright, but King of the realm, after I'm resurrected, I will still cultivate here.
No problem, as long as you are willing to be resurrected, everything is negotiable.
The North King said with a smile. As long as he was resurrected, he could show off in front of those gloating kings and vent his anger.
Thinking of this, the North King immediately took Baburus and the others away from the two. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wutian and said, so Wutian, shall we begin? Sun Wutian nodded and assumed a battle stance.
Seeing this, Sun Wukong also took his fighting stance.
Ha!
With a loud shout, Sun Wukong dashed like the wind towards Sun Wutian, launching a powerful right punch forward. Sun Wutian shifted to the right to dodge. Sun Wukong raised his right leg and kicked forward with force.
Sun Wutian stepped back to evade again. Sun Wukong clenched his hands tightly, attacking Sun Wutian like a flash of lightning. While dodging, Sun Wutian also attacked Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong's left fist struck Sun Wuxian's face while Sun Wuxian's right fist hit Sun Wukong's abdomen. Both of them hit each other, knocking each other back. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wutian, who had just pushed him back, and immediately revealed a faint smile. Whoosh! Just then Sun Wutian shot an energy wave towards Sun Wukong with his right hand. Sun Wukong shifted to the left to dodge. Boom! With a loud explosion, the energy wave detonated in the sky behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's figure flashed as he flew towards the sky. Sun Wutian also flew up into the sky. Soon the two reached a height of several hundred meters above the North King's planet and stopped. They looked at each other, their bodies moving with the speed of lightning as they charged at each other. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! They simultaneously reached each other, their fists striking together with lightning speed. Whoosh! After a short while of fighting, Sun Wukong's figure suddenly disappeared, causing Sun Wuxian's right punch, which was meant to strike, to miss. Seeing his right punch miss, Sun Wutian instinctively turned his body. He saw a rapid fist attacking him. Due to the proximity, Sun Wutian couldn't dodge and was hit directly in the chest, sending his body hurtling like a ray towards the North King's planet below. With a loud crash, Sun Wuxian's body crashed heavily onto the surface of the North King's planet. The ground was immediately smashed into a huge spiderweb pattern along with a large cloud of dust. Sun Wutian gritted his teeth and quickly stood up from the ground, transforming into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan! Sun Wukong said, clenching his fists tightly, also transforming into a Super Saiyan. Ha! With a loud shout, a golden aura erupted around Sun Wutian as he charged towards Sun Wukong in the sky. Sun Wukong similarly erupted with an aura, charging towards Sun Wutian. Sun Wuxian's figure suddenly flashed, arriving in front of Sun Wukong, quickly delivering a horizontal kick with his right leg. Sun Wukong stepped back to evade. Sun Wutian raised both fists, striking towards Sun Wukong with lightning speed. Sun Wukong raised both fists as well, striking back at Sun Wutian. Bang! 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 The two men's fists collided like lightning, producing a series of intense sounds. Suddenly Sun Wutian executed a sidekick, forcing Sun Wukong to retreat. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, preparing to charge forward again, but saw Sun Wuxian's fists clenched, his aura rapidly surging upwards. Ah! With a tremendous roar, Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Though Sun Wukong anticipated Sun Wuxian's power might have reached Super Saiyan 2, he couldn't help but feel astonished upon witnessing it. At that moment, Sun Wuxian's figure flashed behind Sun Wukong, his right fist striking forcefully at Sun Wukong's body. With a violent sound, Sun Wukong's body was sent flying like a projectile into a sea of yellow clouds. Since this was the underworld, the only things surrounding them were the Yellow Spring Snake Path and North Kai's planet, along with the vast boundless space in clouds. Kamehameha! Sun Wutian brought his hands together behind him. A blue light blossomed in his palms, coalescing into a blue energy wave. With a loud shout, Sun Wutian unleashed the Kamehameha towards the clouds. Sun Wukong, still within the clouds, immediately used instant transmission to appear behind Sun Wutian. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the Kamehameha detonated in the sky, sending a powerful wind generated by the explosion rapidly spreading outwards. Then a thick cloud of smoke appeared in midair. Ah! Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, an incredibly powerful aura instantly radiating from him as he rapidly ascended. Ziz! Bang! With an astonishing momentum, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wutian glanced at Sun Wukong, quickly moving to stand in front of him and swinging his right fist forward with force. Sun Wukong sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. Sun Wutian was taken aback, preparing to lift his right fist to strike Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong executed a sidekick, delivering a heavy blow to Sun Wuxian's abdomen. Sun Wutian yelled, his body immediately retreating backwards. Though his strength was comparable to Sun Wukong's, his combat skills were somewhat lacking. Sun Wukong smiled, swiftly charging towards Sun Wutian, launching a powerful dual-fisted attack. Sun Wutian dodged while raising his fists to engage in battle with Sun Wukong. Due to Sun Wuxian's small childlike body, he often found himself at a disadvantage against Sun Wukong as his limbs were not long enough. With his short limbs, his range of attack was limited, making it easier to evade. Whoosh! Sun Wukong suddenly flashed behind him, gathering a golden energy wave in his right hand and directing it at Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian swatted with his right hand, sending it flying to the left. Sun Wukong chuckled, appearing instantly in front of Sun Wutian and delivering a powerful kick forward. Whoosh! Sun Wutian vanished, causing Sun Wukon's kick to miss.
Sun Wukong quickly turned around and saw Sun Wutian attacking him.
Bang!
Sun Wuxian's right fist was caught by Sun Wukong.
Gritting his teeth, Sun Wutian executed a sidekick towards Sun Wukong.
Sun Wukong released his left hand and jumped upwards to evade.
Ah!
Sun Wutian shouted quickly, clapping his hands together, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards Sun Wukong.
While dodging, Sun Wukong retaliated with energy waves of his own.
In no time the sky was filled with billowing smoke and blazing flames, with storms generated by the explosions sweeping in all directions.
Yama's palace. Due to the overwhelming aura from their battle, King Yama, working in the palace, felt the powerful energies of the two. Madam Fortune Teller, it seems Wukong is battling someone right now. Battling whom? Madam Fortune Teller remarked, as if recalling something.
Could it be that the father and son started fighting the moment they met? Madam Fortune Teller said, immediately using a crystal ball to check the situation on North Kai's planet.
Images of North Kai's planet quickly appeared in the crystal ball. The North Kai and Barbarous stood together, gazing up at the sky. Up there.
Madam Fortune Teller shifted the view of the crystal ball to the sky and indeed saw the two engaged in fierce combat.
Madam Fortune Teller was left speechless.
She had originally thought that a reunion between father and son would be a heartwarming scene, but unexpectedly they began to fight upon meeting.
Due to the intensity of their battle, King Yama was immediately drawn away from his work.
The little ghosts nearby wanted to remind him but were pulled back by the older ghosts who had been working longer.
King Yama, being the ruler of the underworld, rarely took breaks. The new little ghost attempting to deliver a warning was undoubtedly walking into gunfire. North Kai's planet.
Though the main battlefield for Sun Wukong and the others was in the sky, they occasionally got knocked down to North Kai's planet, creating large craters on its surface.
King Yama, looking at the pockmarked North Kai's planet, couldn't help but laugh. It seems that once their battle is over, North Kai will have quite a bit of work ahead of him. Indeed. Madam Fortune Teller nodded with a smile. Who? Just then both fighters were knocked back, gasping for breath.
Once their breathing steadied, Sun Wutian clenched his fists tightly, radiating a truly astonishing aura that surged upwards.
What? Sun Wukong was shocked. Sun Wutian was actually able to raise his aura even higher. Ah! With a loud roar, Sun Wuxian's aura spread towards the universe.
The ground of North Kai's planet trembled violently under the influence of Sun Wuxian's aura.
What? North Kai exclaimed in alarm.
That Sun Wutian could transform into Super Saiyan 2 exceeded his expectations, but he never imagined that Super Saiyan 2 wasn't even Sun Wuxian's limit. What kind of race are the Saiyans after all?
Just then Sun Wutian reached the peak of Super Saiyan 2. Could it be? Sun Wukong gazed at Sun Wutian in shock. Ah!
With a loud roar, Sun Wuxian's hair grew long down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished and his brow bones pressed against his eye sockets, while deep blue pupils emerged within his originally light green irises, and his golden aura transformed into radiant light and stabilized.
This was indeed the third level of Super Saiyan. Boom! The Yama Palace trembled violently under the influence of Sun Wuxian's aura. Super Saiyan 3.
Sun Wukong found it hard to believe as he stared at Sun Wutian before him. He took more than 30 years to master the Super Saiyan 3rd stage, yet Goten achieved it at the tender age of 6 or 7.
This is truly a genius, a prodigy. Earth. Due to the overwhelming aura of the Super Saiyan 3rd stage, even Vegeta and the others on Earth felt Goten's energy. In West City at Bulma's house, Trunks, who was training in the gravity room, immediately showed a look of disbelief upon sensing Goten's powerful aura. Could this be Goten's energy? No. It can't be. How could Goten's aura be this strong?
After hearing this, Vegeta gritted his teeth and left the gravity room.
Dad!
Trunks shouted and also left the gravity room. At Kame House, Gohan, who was doing homework, immediately stopped writing upon sensing Goten's energy.
Could this be Goten's energy? No. It can't be. How could his aura be this strong? At the hell?
King Enma was filled with shock upon seeing Goten transform into the Super Saiyan 3rd stage.
Fortune Teller Baba, what is this transformation of Goten's? I don't know, but I think it should be Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3.
Yes, didn't they already achieve the Super Saiyan 2 transformation?
Then this should be the transformation of Super Saiyan 3. King Enma nodded.
By the way, Fortune Teller Baba, how old is Goten this year?
7 years old. After hearing this, King Enma stroked his chin. Goten is already this strong at just 7. I can't imagine how powerful he will become in the future. Fortune teller Baba nodded. By the way, King Enma, has Goku ever transformed like this? I don't know, I've always been in the underworld. You might need to ask King Kai about this. At King Kai's planet.
King Kai was utterly impressed upon seeing Goten in the Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Goten is the most talented human he has ever seen since becoming a King Kai.
In the sky after transforming, Goten did not rush to attack but looked at Goku. Dad, why don't you transform into Super Saiyan 3 too? The Super Saiyan 3rd stage is the name given by Goku to the transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 2. Thus, if Goten refers to the Super Saiyan 3rd stage, it could easily raise Goku's suspicions about him. Goku smiled and said, Goten, how do you know I can transform into Super Saiyan 3? I guessed.
I see, then I'll transform into Super Saiyan 3 as you say.
Super Saiyan 3. Goku nodded. That's the name I gave to Super Saiyan 3. Ha!
After finishing his words, Goku clenched his fists tightly. An incredibly powerful aura erupted from him, rapidly increasing.
In the Kaioshin realm.
At this moment, East Kaioshin and Kibito also felt the energy of Goten and the others.
A human's aura can actually travel from King Kai's planet to the Kaioshin planet, Kibito said with disbelief. East Kaioshin nodded. If we could get their help, we might find Babidi faster. On Earth it came house. At this moment, Vegeta had already brought Trunks to Goku's house. Vegeta. Shishi was surprised to see Vegeta suddenly at her home. This was Vegeta's first visit to her house. Vegeta nodded. Where's Gohan? Gohan is in his room, I'll call him out right now, Shishi said as she hurried into Gohan's room and brought him out. Uncle Vegeta. Vegeta nodded, just about to ask Gohan where Goten had gone. He suddenly felt an overwhelmingly powerful aura which belonged to Goku. Kakarot. Dad. Gohan was also shocked.
He was actually able to sense Goku's energy from hell while on Earth.
On King Kai's planet.
Amidst a massive roar, Goku transformed into the same Super Saiyan 3rd stage as Goten.
King Kai's expression turned extremely tense upon seeing both of them transform into Super Saiyan 3. Although he had seen Goku as a Super Saiyan 3, he had never seen Goku transform into Super Saiyan 3 and then fight. This meant that they would soon engage in an incredibly fierce battle.
On Earth, as Goku's energy stabilized, Vegeta immediately looked at Gohan.
Gohan, where did Goten go? Gohan glanced at Chi-Chi, feeling a bit hesitant to speak.
However, even if he tried to hide it, he couldn't.
Goten. Shishi also looked at Gohan after hearing this. Goten went to see King Kai. Vegeta snorted coldly. Just as I thought. Then. Does this mean it really is Goten's aura? That brat Goten is hiding it from me so deeply. King Kai. How did Gohan get there? Shishi asked. Goten. He asked fortune teller Baba to take him there. Fortune teller Baba. Then he must have gone to hell. Yes. Then Gohan, why did Goten go to hell? Goten wants to see Dad and persuade him to come back to life. To bring Goku back to life. Shishi said. On King Kai's planet. After completing his transformation, Goku immediately looked at Goten. So Goten, shall we begin? Okay. Goten nodded.
After saying this, both their figures flashed and instantly appeared before each other, their fists striking powerfully at one another.
Whoosh. Bang. Bang. Bang.
As the intense sounds erupted, their fists collided with the force of a storm.
Bang.
Both of their right fists struck each other's faces, causing their heads to recoil. Goten kicked forward with his right foot, but Goku blocked it with his hand. Then the two separated, gathering a massive amount of energy waves in their hands and firing them at each other.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
With each massive explosion, their energy waves collided, creating huge bursts of fire and smoke in the sky.
What? An intense battle. King Kai couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this. Came. Ha! Goku combined his hands behind him, condensing a deep blue energy wave. Sun Wutian let out a powerful shout, simultaneously unleashing the Kamehameha wave. An incredibly fierce gale erupted from the two Kamehameha waves, spreading outwards.
Suddenly Sun Wukong shouted loudly, infusing more energy into his Kamehameha, pushing it fiercely towards Sun Wutian.
With gritted teeth, Sun Wutian also poured more energy into his Kamehameha, repelling Sun Wukong's attack.
Thus, after a brief standoff in the sky, both Kamehameha waves dissipated simultaneously due to energy depletion. Once their breathing steadied, the two charged at each other again. Their speed was so incredible that even the North Kai had difficulty following their battle. Bang! The two locked hands tightly in the sky, engaging in a fierce struggle.
Krillin asked, "Should we resurrect Wukong?"
Yes. But will Wukong agree?
I don't know so well, just have to try. By the way, Gohan, how did Wutian train? How is he so strong?
I'm not really sure, maybe he just has exceptional talent.
Is that considered strong? It's utterly ridiculous.
Son Gohan laughed but remained silent.
Yamcha commented, "I think it should be Wukong." Krillin responded, "I believe it will be Wutian." Trunks added, "Trunks, why do you think it will be Wutian?" "Because Wutian has super abilities."
Super abilities. Although Sun Wukong was strong, he had only recently mastered the Super Saiyan 3rd stage, which drained a significant amount of energy. At this moment he was finding it difficult to maintain the Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Even though Sun Wutian also faced great energy consumption like Sun Wukong, he possessed limitless stamina. He could maintain this state without issue.
Yeah.
Seeing Sun Wukong struggling, Sun Wutian charged forward. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and rushed towards Sun Wutian.
Whoosh! Bang! 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 In a blink the two were in front of each other, engaged in a fierce battle. After a while, Sun Wutian knocked Sun Wukong down to the North Kai's planet. Sun Wukong looked up at Sun Wutian in the sky and chose to concede. "I lost." Sun Wutian nodded.
As soon as his words fell, a system notification echoed in Sun Wuxian's ears.
Ding!
Congratulations, Master, for defeating Sun Wukong. You have received the Super Saiyan God Advancement card, learning the King Kai Fist instant transmission. And the Key Sword as rewards.
Key Sword. Sun Wutian recalled that this sword seemed to be the one that sealed the Dark Demon Realm King Mechikabura in the Dark Demon Realm manga.
However, it required gathering 4 powers, the Dark Power, Divine Power, Time Power and Light Power, to seal someone permanently.
Whoosh! Thud!
After a moment of thought, Sun Wutian descended back to the North Kai's planet. At that moment, the North Kai's planet had been reduced to a third of its original size due to the battle, with only a small portion of the walls remaining. The North Kai and others stood behind the remaining wall, which served as their fortress.
"Dad, North Kai, it's getting late, I should head back." "Okay." Sun Wukong nodded.
The North Kai immediately rushed to Sun Wutian and asked, "When will you help us resurrect?"
"After I return, I will gather the Dragon Balls to help you resurrect." "Actually, it's fine if you don't help us." "Wukong."
The North Kai gazed intently at him. While Sun Wukong was fine, he was often mocked by the West Kai for having died.
"Then,
please help us resurrect."
Sun Wukong looked at the North Kai's fierce expression and said. Sun Wutian nodded, stepped down on the ground and left the North Kai's planet. He then sped off into the distance.
In the underworld, the King of Hell resumed his duties after the battle ended. A while later, Sun Wutian returned to the underworld.
"Wutian, you're back." Granny Fortune smiled. "Sorry, Granny Fortune, for keeping you waiting."
"It's fine. Did Wukong agree to resurrect you?"
Sun Wutian nodded. "Then let's head back." After another nod from Sun Wutian.
In the heavens, Granny Fortune used her ability to traverse the realms to take Sun Wutian to a room in the Heavenly Palace.
"Where is this?" "This is the Heavenly Palace." "Heavenly Palace."
Granny Fortune nodded and led Sun Wutian outside the Heavenly Palace, where they saw Piccolo, Dandy and Bubbles.
"Wutian, how is it? Does your father want to resurrect?" "He agreed." "Really? Then he'll have Krillin and the others search for the Dragon Balls right now." Sun Wutian nodded.
After a long while, Krillin and the others gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and brought them to the heavens, summoning the Earth Dragon.
"This is the dragon," Trunks said excitedly while looking at the dragon in the sky. It was the first time he had seen the dragon since he was born. "State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one." The dragon looked at the familiar faces and said,
"I want to resurrect the North Kai and the others who died because of Cell's self-destruction."
Son Gohan said,
Alright, but since Sun Wukong has already died once, he can only be resurrected with a separate wish.
Great. We can be resurrected too.
Upon hearing this, the North King immediately danced with Baburus and the others. Before they could jump a few more times, the halo above their heads disappeared.
Lord King, your halo has disappeared too. Really?
The North King felt quite happy after hearing this.
In a few days I will go find the West King and show off. Let them always laugh at me with this joke.
After hearing this, Sun Wukong chuckled lightly.
Then, Lord King, shall I take my leave?
The North King nodded with a smile. After a moment of joy, the North King looked at the damaged North King star inside. Then he began to fill in the craters on the King star.
On Earth in the heavenly realm. After Son Gohan made 2 wishes, he stopped making wishes and waited for Sun Wukong to return. Whoosh!
Suddenly a figure appeared in the heavenly realm. The figure was none other than Sun Wukong.
Wukong! Wukong! Dad!
Everyone showed joy upon seeing the resurrected Sun Wukong. Especially Chi-Chi, who had raised Son Gohan and Son Goten alone for 7 years, had endured a lot.
Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. Long time no see, is everyone doing well?
Yes.
Everyone nodded. Wukong.
At this moment, Shishi could no longer contain her emotions and tightly embraced Sun Wukong.
Shishi.
Sun Wukong felt a bit nervous being suddenly hugged by Shishi.
Krillin and the others couldn't help but laugh. After witnessing this, Son Gohan's eyes suddenly became a bit misty. If it weren't for his recklessness back then, Sun Wukong wouldn't have died. Dad!
Son Gohan called out to Sun Wukong.
Gohan!
Seeing this, Shishi immediately released her tight embrace.
Dad, is he Goten's father? Trunks asked. Vegeta nodded and walked over to Sun Wukong. Long time no see, Vegeta. Sun Wukong greeted Vegeta. Poof. Vegeta snorted. Kakarot, the power you and Goten used should not be Super Saiyan 2, right?
Yes, that's the Super Saiyan 3rd level, which surpasses Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 3rd level. The Dragon Ball Z warriors were astonished. They previously thought the power they were using was Super Saiyan 2, but unexpectedly it was actually Super Saiyan 3rd level.
After hearing this, Vegeta gritted his teeth.
If Sun Wukong's strength was just Super Saiyan 2, then the gap between them wouldn't be that significant. But if Sun Wukong's strength reached Super Saiyan 3rd level, the gap between them would be vast.
So who won between you and Goten? Goten. What?
Krillin and the others were shocked again upon hearing this. Sun Wukong was a martial arts genius. Even if Son Goten had cultivated to Super Saiyan 3rd level with Sun Wukong's rich battle experience, he shouldn't lose to Son Goten.
Could it be because of his super ability? Son Gohan said. Sun Wukong, super ability. Yes, Goten has a super ability that can immobilize people. Didn't he use it on you? No. Sun Wukong shook his head. Goten, are you hiding your true strength from me all this time? Trunks walked up to Son Goten and asked, No, why would you say that? Son Goten looked guilty.
Then if that's the case, tell me, how did you cultivate to become so strong?
I didn't. I just trained a bit more seriously. A bit more seriously? Trunks stared at him closely after hearing this.
In these past few months he had been training very hard every day, but he still hadn't reached even Super Saiyan 2, let alone Super Saiyan 3rd level.
Then you swear if you're lying to me we will no longer be friends. Okay.
I swear if I lie to you we will no longer be friends.
After hearing this, Trunks reluctantly believed him.
At this moment Vegeta suddenly challenged Sun Wukong.
Kakarot, it's been 7 years, how about we have a match?
Let me see your Super Saiyan 3rd level.
A match? Vegeta nodded.
But I just had a match with Goten and am already out of strength.
How about another day? Okay, then I'll come to find you for a match tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why, is there a problem? No.
Sun Wukong shook his head repeatedly.
If he didn't agree now, Vegeta would keep bothering him. Just then Sun Wukong's stomach growled. To celebrate Wukong's resurrection, how about we have a party at my house? Bulma suggested.
Krillin and the others looked at each other and nodded.
Then everyone left the heavenly realm and went to Bulma's house.
Bulma had a lot of delicious food sent over and started a celebration for Sun Wukong's resurrection. Sun Wukong indulged in the food, occasionally answering Krillin and the others' questions. When he had nearly finished eating, he suddenly looked at Son Gohan.
Gohan, I heard from Goten that you haven't been training these years.
After hearing this, Son Gohan nodded with a somewhat guilty expression.
That kid Gohan probably doesn't even have the strength he had back then when he defeated Cell. Vegeta remarked. Gohan, you can't do this.
Even if you're busy with studying, you still need to train. Look at Goten, his strength has already surpassed Dad's.
Son Gohan nodded.
The party went on for a long time, and it was only in the evening that everyone gradually left.
The next morning,
Vegeta arrived at Sun Wukong's house early in the morning to find him for a fight, but Sun Wukong had already gone to the North King.
Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists in anger.
If he still didn't realize that Sun Wukong was playing him, then he would truly be a fool.
On North King Star. Achoo.
While training, Sun Wukong suddenly sneezed. Then he looked at the repaired North King Star in front of him.
Lord King, you really repaired the planet quickly.
Upon hearing this, the North King gritted his teeth in anger.
Isn't this because of you? Because of me? Don't you think every time you destroy North King Star, who comes to repair it?
Sun Wukong looked embarrassed upon hearing this. In these 7 years on North King Star, he had almost destroyed it every day. Thus the North King was able to repair it quickly due to practice.
Afternoon.
Sun Wutian woke up from his nap and saw Trunks coming to play with him.
Trunks, why are you here?
Trunks replied with an unhappy expression.
Wutian, it seems like you don't really want me here. No, how could that be?
My dad doesn't force me to train all the time anymore. I only need to train for an hour or two each day.
Oh, that sounds good. Trunks, however, looked quite unhappy.
He was sent to train by Vegeta because of Sun Wutian, and now not being forced to train was also because of him.
What's wrong, Trunks? It's nothing. So Wutian, what should we do next? I don't know, why don't you decide? How about we go catch fish at the waterfall today? Then let's go catch fish. Trunks nodded.
Time flew by and more than a month had passed. Just like in the original story, Sun Wufan got admitted to Orange Star High School and became classmates with Biddy Lee.
In Baozi Mountain, the back mountain of Sun Wukong.
At this moment, Sun Wutian was standing on a patch of grass undergoing training.
Ah!
With a loud roar, Sun Wushan's hair turned bright red, his eyes enlarged, exhibiting pupils that transformed into black and red colors, while his entire body was enveloped in spiritual energy resembling the flames of the sun. This was the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Since the aura of Super Saiyan God is divine, Sun Wufan and the others on Earth did not sense Sun Wushan's transformed aura.
Sun Wutian glanced at his hair and raised his aura once more. Boom!
With an astonishing momentum, Sun Wushan's hair and eyebrows turned sky blue, his pupils deep blue, surrounded by blue spiritual energy and the unique divine aura resembling starlit particles with droplets flowing through the flames, moving at a pace much slower than that of humans and Super Saiyans, accompanied by faint sparks of electricity, forming a dual-layered flame that was sky blue on the outside and white on the inside.
This was indeed the power of Super Saiyan Blue. So this is the power of Super Saiyan Blue. Sun Wutian said, slightly clenching his fists.
Then he looked behind him. The power of Super Saiyan Blue was comparable to that of Super Saiyan 4.
If he had a tail, he could transform into Super Saiyan 4 using the method from Dragon Ball GT. In fact, Sun Wutian had a tail when he was young, but it was removed by Sun Wufan.
Since Saiyans transform into giant apes during a full moon, Sun Wufan was worried that Sun Wutian would lose control like he did. His current body was that of a child. If he could transform into Super Saiyan 4, he would be as tall as Sun Wukong and the others.
System, do you have a way to regrow my tail?
Replying to the master, the system does not have that function. You can use the Dragon Balls to regrow your tail.
The Dragon Balls.
But there is only one wish left, and if something suddenly happens on Earth, I will need to use the Dragon Balls.
Then master, you can only wait for your own tail to regrow. Sun Wutian nodded. Hey system, if I transform into a giant ape, I shouldn't lose control, right? According to your current bloodline, I think you might.
But master, you don't need to worry too much. Once you have mastered the power of Super Saiyan God, theoretically, even if you lose control, it should only be for a short while.
Is that so?
Sun Wutian immediately started training after hearing this. In the evening, Sun Wufan returned home wearing a green outfit and black pants with a red cape draped over his back and a helmet on his head.
This outfit was the Super Saiyan Superman costume that Bulma made to help Sun Wufan conceal his heroic deeds. So how do I look, Wutian?
After returning home, Sun Wufan showed off his outfit to Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian chuckled, awkwardly unsure of what to say.
Sun Wufan's outfit looked rather cringy. It's quite nice, Sun Wutian said insincerely. Sun Wufan smiled. I asked Aunt Bulma to make this outfit for me to conceal my identity. Conceal your identity? Sun Wutian pretended to be curious. Yes, I want to be a righteous hero, but I don't want others to know my identity and disturb my high school life, so I used this outfit to conceal my identity. I see. MHM. Sun Wufan nodded. And I even gave myself a catchy name. What name? Super Saiyan Superman. What do you think of this name, Wutian? It's okay. What do you mean it's okay? This is a name I thought about for a long time.
Sun Wutian chuckled in response.
Wutian, what are you laughing at?
Suddenly Sun Wufan's expression turned serious.
It's nothing.
Just then Sun Wukong, who had been training on North Kai's planet for a day, returned home.
Upon seeing Sun Wufan's outfit, he immediately looked speechless. Wufan, what is this outfit? Dad, this is the Super Saiyan Superman outfit that Aunt Bulma made for me. Super Saiyan Superman. What is that? Just a hero maintaining peace in West City.
Oh, but why are you dressed like this? I want to be an ordinary high school student, so I don't want others to know my true identity.
I see. Then Dad, what do you think of this outfit? It's quite nice,
Sun Wukong said insincerely. Hearing this, Sun Wufan felt a bit pleased. Then he went to find Shishi to ask what she thought of the outfit.
Shishi did not say anything insincere, only commenting that the outfit was average. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
In the evening, Sun Wufan returned home and told Shishi that he wanted to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament.
Participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Yes, Mom.
I heard that the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament has a prize of 10 million and even the second place has 5 million.
10 million.
Shishi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Over the years she had been living off Sun Wukong's prize money and the family didn't have much money left.
Such an opportunity to receive money, how could she let it go? Okay, I agree. Tomorrow you go to school and apply for a leave of absence with your teacher.
Wukong, Wutian, you both should participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament too.
Us? Well, Chi-Chi, I don't think Wutian and I need to write. Shishi glared at Sun Wukong.
Wukong, you have been in the other world all these years and have no idea how difficult it has been for me to take care of Wufan and Wutian, and we don't have much money left. If you both participate in the tournament, the championship and runner-up are almost guaranteed. That's 15 million total.
Wukong, if you don't agree, I won't cook for you anymore. Ah.
Under Shishi's threat, Sun Wukong had no choice but to agree.
The next morning,
Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian went to the back mountain to train when a jet flew over and landed in front of them. As the plane opened, a girl with twin ponytails wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts stepped out. Her hair was black, her eyebrows slender, and her irises a light blue.
She was none other than Bai Deely. Bai Deely, how did you know my home was here?
Sun Wukong looked at Bai Deely, who had come to visit, and said with a hint of surprise.
Bai Deely smiled and replied, didn't you write your home address at school? It's easy to find out. I see.
Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly.
Brother, who is she? She is my classmate Bai Deely.
You can call her Sister Bai Deely.
Sister Bai Deely. Bai Deely smiled and nodded. Bai Deely, why did you come to my house? Sun Wukong, didn't you promise me before that you would teach me how to fly? How could you forget?
Bai Deely said, looking displeased at Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Bai Deely's words, Sun Wukong immediately remembered.
No, I thought that was not urgent. Bai Deely huffed. Who said it wasn't urgent?
You must teach me before the World Martial Arts Tournament starts so that I can surprise my dad. Sun Wutian said, brother, I want to go play with Trunks today, so I'm leaving.
He did not want to be a third wheel. Hey Wutian.
Before Sun Wukong could finish, Sun Wutian had already used the instant transmission technique and flew into the sky. Bai Deely watched Sun Wutian soar into the sky, her determination to learn the flight technique solidified.
Noon.
Sun Wutian returned home for lunch and saw Bai Deely, who had stayed behind to eat.
Wutian, you're back. Bai Deely greeted him with a smile. Sun Wutian nodded and sat down. All right, let's eat, Kiki said.
Sun Wukong and the others immediately began to eat. Baidili tasted some of Kiki's cooking and praised her. Wukong, your mom's cooking is really delicious, even better than the food made by the chef at my house.
Chef? Is your family very wealthy to afford a chef? It's okay. How many houses does your family have in West City? Let me think, there should be dozens of them. Dozens. That means you are extremely rich. Wukong, when are you two getting married? Put.
Sun Wukong immediately sprayed the food in his mouth onto Sun Wukong's face upon hearing this.
Wukong. Sorry, Dad.
As Sun Wukong spoke, he grabbed a napkin from the table and wiped the rice off Sun Wukong's face. Baidili looked at Sun Wukong in a daze, wondering what was on his mind. Time flew by and soon a week had passed. After a week of instruction from Sun Wukong, Baidili finally learned the flight technique. At that moment she was flying in the sky above Baozi Mountain. Suddenly she flew in front of Sun Wukong and said, Sun Wukong, I have learned the flight technique. I will go back now, see you at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. Seeing this, Baidili immediately used the flight technique and left Baozi Mountain. Finally gone. Sun Wukong breathed a long sigh of relief. Then he called Sun Wutian over to help him train. Time flew by again and more than half a month had passed. Today was the day the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Krillin and the others heard that Sun Wukong would participate, so they also came to join the fun and participate in the competition. After all, with their strength it was impossible for them to win the championship. At this moment Sun Wukong had already met up with Bulma and the others outside the tournament. Vegeta crossed his arms, glaring fiercely at Sun Wukong.
Kakarot, I must settle the score with you in this match. Sun Wukong nodded. He knew that this battle with Vegeta was inevitable. While the two were chatting, Sun Wukong kept turning his head to look around. Wukong, are you looking for Baidili? Sun Wukong asked. Krillin said Baidili.
Yes, she is Wukong's classmate.
Just a classmate. Wukong. Krillin laughed. Of course, just a classmate, Uncle Krillin.
If she's just a classmate, why are you so excited?
No, I'm not excited. Sun Wukong explained. Wukong, my classmate.
Just then a familiar voice came. Sun Wukong turned around and saw Baidili, who had cut her hair short.
Baidili. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Upon seeing Baidili, Krillin couldn't help but tease Sun Wukong. Wukong, this girl looks good, you have good taste. Uncle Krillin.
Sun Wukong said angrily, looking at Krillin.
Alright, I was just joking, don't be mad, Wukong.
Then Uncle Krillin, please don't make such jokes again.
Okay, I got it.
Just then Baidili walked up to Sun Wukong.
Sun Wukong, who are they? They are my dad's friends. This is Uncle Krillin, this is Uncle Yamcha, and this is Uncle Tianjin. Baidili nodded slightly. Hello, I am Sun Wukong's classmate, my name is Baidili. Krillin and the others nodded slightly.
So Wukong, have you registered?
Baidili asked. Not yet. Just then a staff member holding a loudspeaker shouted at the crowd.
The registration for the youth division of the World Martial Arts Tournament is here, please come and register.
Sun Wukong exclaimed, youth division.
Yes, now the World Martial Arts Tournament has separate youth and adult divisions. Sun Wushan's age can only participate in the youth division.
I see. Sun Wukong said. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others couldn't help but laugh. The strongest Sun Wutian, due to his young age, could only compete in the youth division.
So Baidili, how much is the prize money for the youth division champion?
Kiki asked. It's also 10 million. Oh, if Goku, Wukong and Wutian take the top spots, that's 25 million. Vegeta looked displeased.
He acknowledged the strength of Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian, but for Sun Wukong, he had not trained for 7 years and he did not believe he could defeat Sun Wukong.
Then Wutian, Trunks, you two go register. Sun Wukong said. The two nodded.
Since there weren't many participants in the youth division, it didn't take long for Sun Wutian and the others to finish their registration. After the two registered, Sun Wukong and his companions also signed up. Since the junior division matches began first, Sun Wukong and his group proceeded directly to the World Martial Arts Tournament venue to watch Sun Goten's match. At that moment, Sun Goten stood idly on the tournament platform, gazing at the young boy standing before him. The boy stood bare-chested, arms poised in a white crane spreads its wings stance, a deliberate provocation.
If there are no objections from either competitor, shall we begin? Asked the referee.
Upon hearing this, the boy immediately stepped back into position. I now declare the first match of the junior division officially underway. Ha! With a thunderous shout, the boy lunged forward, driving his right fist towards Son Goten's face. But before his fist could even graze Son Goten's cheek, Son Goten's own right fist had already struck the boy squarely on the nose. With a piercing cry, the boy stiffened and collapsed backward onto the floor. Xiao Wu, cried the boy's mother. The referee, witnessing the fall, immediately began the 10 count. 10, 9, 8, 7, 0. Son Goten wins. Son Goten yawned, utterly unimpressed. He would never have entered such a tedious contest had it not been for the 1-in-a-million prize. Having secured victory, Son Goten leapt off the platform, yielding the stage to the next competitors. The matches progressed swiftly. Both Son Goten and Trunks advanced effortlessly to the finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the Junior Division Finals.
The victor will not only claim the 1-in-a-million prize, but also earn the honor of challenging the reigning world champion, Mr.
Satan. Mr. Satan.
The crowd erupted in exhilaration. Many were ardent devotees, thrilled at the prospect of witnessing their idol's legendary prowess firsthand. In a second-floor chamber of an ancient building overlooking the tournament arena, Mr. Satan reclined lazily in a chair, puffing on a cigarette. A staff member suddenly opened the door and entered. Startled, Mr. Satan hastily lowered his upraised foot.
What is it?
Nothing urgent, sir, merely informing you that the junior finals are about to commence.
Would you care to watch?
Mr. Satan smiled faintly. A children's match.
Hardly worth my time.
If that's all, please leave.
Very well, Mr. Satan.
The staff member departed at once.
As soon as the door clicked shut, Mr. Satan rose and strode to the window, his gaze fixed intently on the arena below. Son Goten and Trunks now stood face-to-face upon the platform.
Mr. Satan studied them closely, vaguely familiar, yet their identities eluded him. Contestants Son Goten and Trunks, if you have no further objections, the match begins now.
Both nodded silently.
Instantly they stamped their feet against the ground and blurred forward like gusts of wind, exchanging furious blows.
Shoo, crack. 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 They moved with blinding speed, trading relentless strikes.
From his vantage point in the second-floor lounge, Mr. Satan stared, stunned by their astonishing power. Even in the senior division, these two would surely rank among the top contenders. After a moment's astonishment, memory surfaced. He recalled Sun Wukong and Trunks battling Cell during the Cell Games. Could it be they're the children of those golden-haired warriors?
Mr. Satan swallowed hard.
He had witnessed Sun Wukong's battle with Cell and knew deep in his heart that it was Sun Wukong's team, not himself, who had truly eradicated the monster. Back then he'd fabricated that grand lie solely for fame and fortune.
If they truly are who I suspect, I stand no chance. Should he lose, his falsehood would shatter instantly, exposing him before the world as a fraud. Damn it, what am I to do?
On the arena floor, Trunks, overwhelmed by the chasm in their strength, could only parry Son Goten's onslaught. From the highest railing of the spectator stands, Vegeta turned away, unable to bear watching any longer.
Vegeta, aren't you staying to watch? Sun Wukong asked. No.
There's nothing worth seeing.
Besides Son Gohan, Videl frowned in bewilderment. Gohan, how can he say that? Their match is extraordinary. Gohan chuckled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Vegeta's disinterest stemmed from a simple truth: Trunks stood no chance against Son Goten.
Had Trunks held even a sliver of hope for victory, Vegeta would have watched to the end, and perhaps even gloated before Sun Wukong. Well, you'll see soon enough, Gohan replied evasively, choosing implication over candor, knowing full well that blunt honesty would offend both Bulma and Vegeta.
Soon. Gohan nodded. Videl turned her gaze back to the arena just as a thunderous impact echoed through the air.
With a crushing blow, Son Goten sent Trunks hurtling off the platform. Trunks is eliminated, Son Goten wins.
Congratulations to Son Goten, the champion of the junior division, announced the referee, voice booming across the arena.
The crowd roared in jubilant acclaim.
Videl's expression softened, suddenly understanding. Meanwhile, high above in the lounge, Mr.
Satan's dread deepened with Son Goten's triumph. Their match had ended too swiftly. He devised no strategy, no contingency. Just then a sharp knock echoed at the door.
Mr. Satan. Enter. Mr.
Satan replied, feigning calm. The staff member opened the door and stepped inside. The junior division champion has been crowned, sir, and now it is your turn to face him.
Yes, I know. Please leave for now. I'll be there shortly. Understood, Mr. Satan. The staff member withdrew without delay.
As the door closed, Mr. Satan sank into his chair, desperate to think, only to be jolted by the deafening chant rising outside. Satan.
Satan. The crowd's fervent adoration intensified his anxiety.
Yet with no retreat left, he steeled himself and stepped forward.
He strode toward the arena, each footfall heavy with dread.
That short path, once effortless, now stretched before him like an endless gauntlet.
After a while, Mr.
Satan arrived at the site of the martial arts tournament. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of a large crowd of spectators and reporters. It's the hero who saves our Earth, Mr.
Satan. Mr. Satan. 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 The audience shouted enthusiastically at Mr. Satan. Hello, everyone. Upon hearing this, Mr.
Satan immediately raised his arms and shouted,
Dad, he really is something. Diddy Lee was left speechless.
At this moment, a multitude of reporters rushed to Mr.
Satan to conduct interviews. Mr. Satan, do you have confidence in this competition? A gentle-looking female reporter asked. Of course. Do you have anything to say to the viewers at home?
On the competition platform, Sun Wutian, feeling a bit impatient, urged Mr.
Satan from the audience. Uncle, can you hurry up? Mr. Satan, startled by Sun Wutian's urging, replied, I'll be right there. He then spoke to the reporters next to him. Let's pause the interview for now, we'll continue after my competition. All right, Mr. Satan will be sure to capture your handsome figure during the match. Handsome figure. Mr.
Satan was taken aback. It was a miracle he wasn't beaten to a pulp by Sun Wutian, let alone looking handsome. At this time, a referee standing on the platform, feeling a bit impatient, asked Mr.
Satan, may we proceed with the match now? Oh, all right. Saying this, Mr. Satan walked heavily towards the competition stage. Wukong, let's go, it's not worth watching, we already know the outcome. Kellen said, watching Mr. Satan move slowly towards the competition stage. MHM. Sun Wukong nodded. Diddy Lee, standing beside Sun Wufan, was momentarily stunned. Aren't you going to watch this match?
This is the world champion, Mr.
Satan versus Sun Wutian, it could be an incredibly exciting battle. Kellen waved his hand dismissively. With that time, I'd rather find a place to take a nap. Diddy Lee immediately looked at Sun Wufan beside her.
Seeing this, Sun Wufan chuckled awkwardly, wishing he could give Kellen a good beating.
Just then, Mr. Satan finally arrived on the competition stage. Since Mr. Satan is already on stage, then the match. Wait.
Before the referee could finish speaking, Mr.
Satan suddenly interjected. What is it, Mr. Satan? The referee looked puzzled. Ahem. Mr. Satan cleared his throat.
Before the competition begins, I'd like to say a few words to that kid to relieve any mental burden.
Oh, all right, but you need to be quick as the audience has been waiting for a long time. Mr. Satan nodded and quickly approached Sun Wutian.
Kid, just think of the upcoming match as a casual play, just hit me lightly and don't take it too seriously.
Sun Wutian nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Mr. Satan returned to the referee and said, you can announce the start of the match now. The referee nodded. Then I now declare that the match between contestant Sun Wutian and Mr. Satan officially begins. Satan. Satan. The audience cheered loudly upon hearing this. Mr.
Satan immediately ran in front of Sun Wutian, pressing his face close to Sun Wutian's.
Kid, uncle lets you throw a punch, but you must hit lightly. Okay, uncle.
Sun Wutian replied with a smile. This was the first time in his life he had seen someone make such a request.
Bang.
Sun Wutian's right fist struck Mr.
Satan's face. Mr.
Satan's face instantly distorted from the impact, and his body, like the wind, slammed heavily into the wall behind him.
The venue fell into a stunned silence. Diddy Lee was even more shocked after witnessing this.
Her proud father was actually knocked out by a single punch from Sun Wutian.
On the ground, Mr. Satan, who had slammed his head against the wall, felt an intense headache.
That little brat, I clearly told him to hit lightly, yet he hit with such force.
Mr.
Satan complained in his heart about Sun Wutian. However, despite the pain in his body, he still pretended to be very relaxed in front of everyone.
At this moment, one of Mr.
Satan's fervent fans seemed to have realized something and shouted, "I understand, Mr.
Satan must have deliberately lost to that kid to encourage him." Hearing this, the surrounding audience unanimously agreed with his viewpoint.
"I said it, how could the world champion Mr.
Satan lose to a child?"
With the public opinion shifting overwhelmingly in favor, everyone felt touched by Mr.
Satan's actions.
Only Sun Wutian and his friends were left speechless. It must be said that their ability to fill in the gaps was truly impressive.
Mr.
Satan is out and contestant Sun Wutian wins.
Congratulations to contestant Sun Wutian for successfully challenging Mr. Satan.
Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian immediately jumped off the competition stage and ran to Trunks' side.
Trunks nodded.
"Wutian, now that you've won the championship, you have to treat us."
Sun Wutian nodded.
"Shall we go watch the fight of the older brothers now?"
Trunks nodded again. Great, Wutian has won the championship. In the audience, Chi-Chi was extremely happy as she spoke to Bulma. 1 million might not be a big deal for Bulma's family, but for Sun Wukong's family it was definitely a huge amount.
"With this 1 million bonus, I can hire a tutor for Wutian and even hire 3 or 4 at the same time without any problem."
Next, let's see what Wukong and the others are up to.
In the contestant rest area of the number 1 martial arts tournament, after watching their match, Sun Wukong, feeling a bit hungry, took Sun Wufan and the others to the rest area to grab something to eat. Upon arriving at the rest area, Sun Wukong saw Vegeta devouring food.
"Vegeta."
Sun Wukong greeted Vegeta with a smile.
Vegeta ignored him and continued eating his food.
Seeing this, Sun Wukong asked the staff for food, then sat beside Vegeta and began eating.
Seeing this, Sun Wufan brought Biddy over.
However, they didn't rush to eat the food on the table but waited for the staff to bring the food before they started.
"This is delicious, Dad. The food at the martial arts tournament has always been great. Always." Crash. Just as Sun Wufan was puzzled, Sun Wukong took away the food in front of Sun Wufan and ate it. "Dad, that was my food. Who told you not to eat? I thought you didn't like it." Kellen chuckled as he watched Sun Wukong and the others eat.
In the past, when he ate with Sun Wukong would also steal his food like today. After a long while, Sun Wukong finished his meal and led Sun Gohan and the others to the venue of the martial arts tournament. As they left the resting area, Sun Wukong noticed 2 men, one tall and one short. The tall man had red skin and appeared somewhat aged, with long white hair and wearing a red uniform. The short man was floating in midair with light purple skin and a punk hairstyle of white, dressed in a blue uniform. These two were Jebet and East Kaioshin. Upon seeing them, Sun Wukong immediately sensed that they were extraordinary.
"Hello, you must be Sun Wukong, right?" East Kaioshin greeted Sun Wukong with a smile. Sun Wukong nodded. "Yes, I am. May I ask who you are?"
East Kaioshin chuckled. "I cannot reveal my identity at the moment, but I believe we'll meet soon on the competition stage."
"Competition stage?" "Yes, we have also registered for this tournament." "I see. East Kaioshin nodded.
"Then see you at the competition." After East Kaioshin finished speaking, he took Jebet and walked towards the resting area. Piccolo, standing to the side, looked displeased. He felt an immense pressure emanating from East Kaioshin.
"What's wrong, Uncle Piccolo?" "It's nothing,"
Piccolo replied, following Sun Wukong and the others to the preliminary venue of the martial arts tournament. This preliminary round of the martial arts tournament wasn't about eliminating competitors through combat, but rather by using a punching machine. In simple terms, whoever scores the highest on the punching machine would advance to the top 16.
At this moment, Mr. Satan stood in front of the punching machine preparing to strike. Surrounding him were many reporters with cameras capturing the moment. Son Gohan, seeing those cameras, felt anxious about being exposed and his expression grew tense.
Piccolo seemed to notice Son Gohan's worries, his eyes widening as he released a powerful aura that caused all the reporters' cameras to explode.
What just happened? The reporters, witnessing their cameras suddenly explode, were all puzzled.
I destroyed their cameras and camcorders, so even if your clothes were to fall off, none of your schoolmates would know.
Thank you, Uncle Piccolo.
Son Gohan said, touched.
What's going on? What happened? Honestly, you media people are utterly useless. Mr.
Satan, seeing the reporter's cameras and camcorders broken, expressed his dissatisfaction and then readied himself to strike the punching machine.
With a loud bang, Mr.
Satan's right fist struck the punching machine with great force. The display on the machine immediately showed two numbers rapidly rising. The final number settled at 137.
137. Many onlookers who had come to watch couldn't help but shout out.
Several competitors were equally astonished upon witnessing this.
Mr. Satan, observing their surprised expressions, burst into laughter.
Then, with what he deemed the most stylish demeanor, he walked forward. Upon reaching an entrance of the tournament, he suddenly turned and addressed the competitors.
Everyone, do your best. I'm looking forward to meeting the one who can defeat me.
At this moment, the staff responsible for the preliminary round spoke to Sun Wukong and the others. Now please collect your number tags and line up one by one for the punching machine test. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others immediately went to draw their number tags. The number tags drawn by Sun Wukong and the others were relatively high.
Since Mr. Satan's strength was quite good, no one could break his record before Sun Wukong and the others had their turn.
After waiting for a while, it was Lazile's turn to step up to the punch.
Lazile, be gentle, don't break the machine. Klin whispered to Lazile. I know, can you please stop being so naggy? Lazile replied with a hint of impatience. Lazile approached the punching machine and struck it. Bang!
With a heavy sound, three numbers appeared on the machine and quickly rose, finally stopping at the value of 774.
774.
The staff member nearby was astonished upon seeing the number on the punching machine.
The surrounding crowd was left in a daze.
It should be noted that prior to this, the highest score on the punching machine was Mr.
Satan's 137 points. Mr.
Satan was a world champion and had once defeated Cell to save the world. Him being surpassed in score meant that she might have surpassed Mr.
Satan's strength.
This is the thought of ordinary people. After a moment of shock, the staff member slowly regained composure. This punching machine might have malfunctioned.
You'll have someone check it, and everyone should wait before trying again.
So it was a machine malfunction. I thought, how could her score surpass Mr.
Satan's?
Upon hearing this, the surrounding competitors breathed a sigh of relief. Klin saw this and once again addressed Lazile.
Lazile, I told you to be gentle.
I know, but this strength is really hard to control. At this moment, the staff member fixed the machine and smiled at Lazile. The punching machine is repaired, please hit it again.
Lazile nodded and with her right hand, like a dragonfly touching the water, punched the punching machine. Immediately the punching machine displayed three numbers: 203. 203.
The staff member's eyes widened. If the previous score was a machine issue this time,
it definitely couldn't be blamed on the machine.
At this moment, Klin stepped up and scored 192.
192. The staff member was numb.
Seeing this, Sun Wukong stepped forward and scored 186.
186.
The staff member, witnessing Mr.
Satan's scores being consecutively broken, felt utterly numb.
At this time, Piccolo stepped up and scored 210. The staff member doubted whether the machine was malfunctioning again, so he addressed the other staff members.
This punching machine might be broken. I think we should switch to a new one.
Just then Vegeta stepped up, swung his right fist hard and smashed the punching machine into pieces. The surrounding crowd and competitors were left dumbfounded. Some competitors were so frightened that they withdrew and did not participate in the tournament.
Son Gohan, seeing this, helplessly covered his face.
He originally wanted to keep a low profile in front of Videl, but with Vegeta's actions he definitely couldn't hide.
Bulma stared at the shattered remains of the punching machine, disbelief etched across her face.
A punching machine was no mere sandbag, her own father might not even have been able to demolish it.
At that thought, Bulma immediately turned to Gohan. Gohan, who broke this punching machine? Well. Gohan hesitated momentarily, at a loss for words. Yet even without his answer, Bulma could easily learn what had just transpired from others.
Upon discovering that Vegeta had shattered the machine, doubt crept into her mind regarding Gohan and his companions' true identities. Elsewhere, Goten and Trunks, barred from competing due to their age, idled outside awaiting the tournament's commencement.
Hey Goten, why don't we enter the tournament too?
Us.
Exactly.
You can let me stand on your shoulders while pretend to be adults and sneak in.
I think I'd rather pass. Why? They wouldn't stand a chance against me anyway. Trunks scowled, thoroughly unimpressed by Goten's effortless arrogance.
Don't get too cocky, Goten, I will grow stronger, surpassing you, your father, and everyone else.
Goten simply nodded.
Then let's go watch our older brothers' matches.
Yeah.
Trunks agreed, and the two promptly made their way into the spectator stands to await the opening bout. With the preliminary rounds concluded, Son Goku and his allies advanced smoothly into the round of 16. In the first match, Krillin stepped onto the ring and effortlessly defeated his opponent. In the second match, Goku himself entered the ring and likewise secured a swift, decisive victory. The third match pitted Piccolo against Shin the East Kaishin. Match 3 of the World Martial Arts Tournament begins now. Contestants Piccolo and Shin, please step onto the stage.
At once, Piccolo and Shin leapt onto the ring platform. Contestants Piccolo and Shin, if there are no further concerns, please begin the match.
Both fighters gave a silent nod. As the match commenced, Piccolo attempted to move, but inexplicably found his body paralyzed as though crushed beneath an invisible, overwhelming pressure.
The audience watching the two motionless figures grew restless and began urging them to fight. What's going on?
The match has started, why aren't they moving?
Piccolo. Krillin and the others gasped in astonishment.
On the ring platform, Piccolo stood drenched in cold sweat, eyes locked onto Shin. Shin meanwhile gazed back with serene, enigmatic smile. Thus they remained frozen in silent confrontation for an unnerving length of time. Even the referee standing below the ring could no longer contain his impatience.
Contestants Piccolo and Shin, would you please begin the match? Uncle Piccolo. Gohan murmured softly.
Piccolo glanced briefly at the referee before speaking.
I forfeit. Forfeit. The announcement stunned Krillin and the others into stunned silence. Yes. Piccolo affirmed with a firm nod. Contestant Piccolo forfeits, Shin is declared the winner. Without another word, Piccolo leapt down from the ring.
Uncle Piccolo, what on earth just happened?
Gohan asked urgently. We'll discuss this after you've finished your own match. Understood. Gohan nodded solemnly.
Below the ring platform, the crowd buzzed with confusion.
Trunks turned to Goten, brow furrowed. Goten, why did Uncle Piccolo forfeit?
No idea, Goten replied, shaking his head.
Could it be that Shin is far stronger and Piccolo realized he couldn't win? Possibly.
Too bad I'm not allowed to compete. I'd love to test my strength against him. As the two spoke, Bulma strode confidently onto the ring platform.
Hey Goten, that's your brother's girlfriend. Goten nodded. After Bulma ascended, a towering, bald, broad-shouldered man stepped onto the stage.
His name was Pospiek, a former opponent whom Mr. Satan had once defeated decisively.
So how strong is she? Do you think she can beat that hulking brute? Trunks asked.
She's reasonably skilled, but whether she can overcome him?
Uncertain. Is that so? On the ring platform, the referee was introducing Bulma to the audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, contestant Bulma is not only a competitor today but also the reigning champion of last year's junior division of the World Martial Arts Tournament and the daughter of Mr.
Satan. Bulma.
At that moment, a blond man rose from the spectator stands and called out loudly to her.
His name was Shap, a classmate and ardent admirer of Bulma's.
As he stood, her teachers and classmates seated beside him erupted into cheers.
Bulma waved back with a warm smile. The referee then announced, contestants Bulma and Pospiek, if there are no objections, let the match begin. Both fighters nodded.
The referee leapt down from the ring and Bulma let out a fierce battle cry, then shot forward like a gust of wind toward Pospiek. In an instant she closed the distance, launching a rapid barrage of powerful punches toward him.
Pospiek raised his arms to block while stumbling backward under the onslaught.
Suddenly Bulma delivered a devastating roundhouse kick, her right foot crashing hard into Pospiek's throat.
He collapsed heavily onto the floor.
Contestant Pospiek is down, 10-9-8. By the time the referee reached 6, Pospiek rose again, unfazed as if nothing had happened.
Gohan flinched in shock. Bulma's brow furrowed slightly, but resolve hardened in her gaze. She believed still that she would prevail. Contestant Pospiek is back on his feet, the match continues. Pospiek rotated his neck with a grin and met Bulma's gaze.
With a sharp cry she surged forward once more. Thud. A flying kick, her right leg striking Pospiec squarely. His massive frame staggered backwards several paces. The moment Bulma's foot touched ground, her fists and feet became a whirlwind of motion, blurring toward Pospiec. He clenched his fists tightly and charged to meet her.
Bulma sidestepped deftly, then unleashed a rapid flurry of blows, each strike driving Pospiec further back. Ha!
With another thunderous shout she struck again, her right foot snapping violently into Pospiec's throat. His neck bent grotesquely and he crumpled to the mat. Contestant Pospiec is down, 10-9-8. Huff. Huff. Bulma drew deep ragged breaths. By the time the referee counted down to 3, Pospiec rose once more, with his neck still askew.
Is this guy indestructible? Trunks muttered, unsettled.
At that moment Pospiec calmly straightened his neck with a sharp crack, then smiled warmly at Bulma. Bidily gritted her teeth and charged towards Spabiki once more. She stomped her left foot, followed by a flying kick with her right foot aimed at Spabiki. Having absorbed several of Bidily's flying kicks, Spabiki was already on guard. Thus when Bidily kicked this time he simply grabbed her right foot with his left hand.
What?
Bidily was startled to see her right foot captured. Spabiki chuckled lightly and forcefully slammed Bidily towards the ground with his left hand.
Bidily! Sun Wufan exclaimed in shock. At that moment Spabiki suddenly halted. Although Bidily didn't know what had happened, she managed to break free from Spabiki's grasp and landed on the ground. The East Kai looked over at the audience and spotted Sun Wutian directly opposing Spabiki with his super abilities. Sun Wutian initially did not want to intervene, but since Bidily was to be his future sister-in-law he decided to help her. Wutian!
At this moment Sun Wufan realized it was Sun Wuxian's action. Lord Kai, that little brat seems to have the ability to control others. What should we do?
I'll challenge him, the East Kai declared. Jebet nodded slightly. Afterward the East Kai immediately used his super ability on Sun Wutian, rendering him unable to move. I can't move, Sun Wutian said, and at that moment Spabiki on the arena regained his mobility. However, due to Sun Wuxian's earlier control, although Spabiki's body had recovered, he was swept to the ground by Bidily's attack. Ah! Just then the East Kai lost control over Sun Wutian due to the immense power he was wielding.
Lord Kai!
Jebet was startled. This is not good. Sun Wuxian's power is simply too strong for me to contain.
What should we do next, Lord Kai? It seems we have to change our original plan, said the East Kai as he took Jebet to find Sun Wukong and the others.
Have you given up? Sun Wutian sensed the East Kai's control had vanished and immediately used his super ability to immobilize Spabiki. On the arena, Bidily had already knocked Spabiki down to the ground. Spabiki is down now, counting down from 10-9-8. Spabiki!
At that moment a bald man with an M-shaped pattern on his head shouted at Spabiki.
The man's name was Yamu, a companion of Spabiki. 0. Spabiki is down and unable to stand. Bidily wins. Seeing this, Sun Wutian immediately released his control over Spabiki.
I refuse to accept this, she cheated.
Spabiki yelled angrily as he stood up from the ground. Hearing this, Sun Wufan jumped onto the arena to protect Bidily. Cheating! I think you are the one cheating. Yamu also jumped onto the arena. Spabiki let it go. Losing is losing. Spabiki, feeling unwilling, walked off the arena with Yamu. Wufan!
At that moment Shapu and the others in the audience recognized Sun Wufan, who was wearing a white headscarf and sunglasses.
Ah!
Sun Wufan was startled upon realizing he had been recognized. He had intentionally worn a Super Saiyan superhero outfit to disguise his identity.
However, since he had not worn a helmet for the match today, he was easily recognized.
Now that he had been discovered, he had no choice but to remove his sunglasses and wave at Shapu and the others with a smile.
It really is Wufan.
Shapu, who was initially uncertain if the person on the arena was Sun Wufan, was so shocked after seeing him remove his sunglasses and wave that he sat back down in his seat. He never expected that the bookworm Sun Wufan would turn out to be the Super Saiyan superhero.
I knew he was Wufan. Indeed. Alisa laughed. Shapu nodded.
Even if he did not believe it now, the truth was right in front of him.
On the arena, since the fourth match was between Sun Wufan and Jebet, Sun Wufan did not need to step down.
Bidily said, Wufan, the next match is yours, so you must give it your all.
Sun Wufan nodded. Seeing this, Bidily immediately jumped down from the arena. At this time Jebet walked up to the arena.
The two looked at each other and the atmosphere around them became somewhat tense.
Are you Jebet the contestant? The referee asked.
Generally before the match begins the referee would first confirm the identity of the contestants.
Yes. Jebet nodded. Then if there are no further issues, let's begin the match. Super Saiyan superhero and contestant Jebet. They both nodded. Seeing this, the referee immediately left the arena.
At this moment Jebet suddenly spoke to Sun Wufan.
Hello, your name is Sun Wufan, right?
I want to see your true power.
True power. Yes, because doing so will greatly help us.
But why should I help you?
Jebet glanced at the audience below after hearing this.
At that moment Piccolo suddenly transmitted his voice to Sun Wufan.
Wufan, just do as he says. Uncle Piccolo.
Sun Wufan hesitated, but looking at Piccolo, who was closer to him than his own father, chose to trust him.
I understand.
Sun Wufan said, clenching his hands tightly as an incredible aura erupted from him, swiftly rising.
Ah!
Along with a roar, the bricks on the arena floor were lifted into the air.
The audience in the stands all showed expressions of astonishment upon witnessing this.
At that moment Sun Wufan's hair and eyebrows turned golden, his pupils changed to light green, and his hair stood upright except for his bangs, accompanied by a golden aura rising around him. This was the Super Saiyan 2 transformation.
W. Wufan.
Biddy was astonished to see Sun Wufan's appearance.
He looked just like the Golden Warrior that had appeared in West City before. So, Wufan is the Golden Warrior. Shapu exclaimed in surprise.
Sun Wufan, being the Super Saiyan superhero, was already enough to astonish him. He never expected that Sun Wufan would also be the golden-haired warrior.
Is this a dream? If it is a dream, then let me wake up quickly. Shapu thought to himself, struggling to accept reality. On the sidelines, Mr.
Satan looked at Sun Wufan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and immediately recalled the golden-haired mutant who had defeated Cell 7 years ago.
Could it be? This kid is from that group 7 years ago. Mr.
Satan thought, breaking out in a cold sweat. In the distance, Babiki was holding the energy collector given to him by Babidi, aiming it at Sun Wufan to measure the energy he possessed.
How is it? Asked Yamu. Incredible. Such amazing energy,
replied Spavich, gazing at the rapidly spinning needle on the energy collector.
Incredible energy, it must be him. Yamu exclaimed excitedly.
On the competition stage, Jebet was also shocked by the sight of Sun Wukong.
What astonishing power! I can't believe he is immortal. As you wish, I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. What should we do next?
Is this how competitions work?
Sun Wukong asked.
Vegeta replied that bastard, when he defeated Cell he was far stronger than this. He must have slacked off in training due to the peace.
No, even so his power exceeds my imagination. Can we really stop that kind of power?
Said the East Supreme Kai. Sun Wukong said stop. Just then Spavich and Yamu suddenly charged onto the competition stage. Sun Wukong turned his body and saw the two rushing towards him. Sun Wukong gripped his hands slightly, preparing to take them down, but suddenly found his body unable to move.
What?
Sun Wukong was startled. In the next moment Sun Wukong was tightly embraced by Spavich.
Yamu took this opportunity to insert the needle of the energy collector into Sun Wukong's body, absorbing his energy.
Sun Wukong immediately let out a scream.
Wukong!
Biddy was startled and wanted to rush onto the stage to stop it, but was held back by Sun Wukong.
Uncle, what are you doing? Isn't Wukong your son? Trust me, Wukong will be fine. But I understand how you feel, but I assure you Wukong will be absolutely fine.
Biddy, upon hearing this, still felt some worry but chose to trust Sun Wukong.
Spavich and Yamu, what are you doing? You can't just suddenly come onto the stage like this, it's against the rules. I can disqualify you, shouted the referee from the sidelines. The two ignored him. Though the referee tried his best to stop them, he was just an ordinary person, so he could only use words and not fists.
At this moment Sun Wukong's energy was being absorbed too much, causing him to revert to his normal state.
Trunks, sitting in the audience, immediately turned to Goten beside him. Goten, your brother is no longer a Super Saiyan. Aren't you going to help him? It's fine, Dad, and the others are there. Brother should be okay. Trunks nodded. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong's face became extremely pale. Wukong!
Shishi shouted desperately towards the stage, worried for Sun Wukong's safety. At that moment Sun Wukong's energy was fully drained. Alright, Spobich's energy has been completely absorbed.
Let's go. Spobich nodded and released Sun Wukong from his embrace. Bang!
Sun Wukong fell to the ground devoid of color. The two turned their bodies and flew towards the sky. The referee, seeing this, hurriedly called for medical personnel but was stopped by Jebet, who raised his hand. He is fine, just a bit physically exhausted. The referee responded, physically exhausted.
Yes, I can restore his strength very soon. But,
Jebet said, crouching down and placing his hands on Sun Wukong's chest to restore his energy. Jebet sensed that there was still power left within Sun Wukong, and he was once again astonished by him. At that moment Sun Wukong's strength was restored and he stood up from the ground.
Sun Wukong is up. Wukong.
Biddy and the others immediately relaxed upon seeing this.
What is going on? Sun Wukong asked.
Jebet glanced at the sidelines where Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already left the venue of the world's martial arts tournament with the East Supreme Kai.
Where are you going, Goku and Vegeta? Bulma and Shishi shouted at the two.
But due to the distance, Sun Wukong and the others did not hear them.
Dad and the others are leaving Goten, Trunks said. Son Goten smiled and nodded. Trunks, shall we follow them? Yes. Trunks nodded. Bang. After speaking, the two immediately used their flight technique and flew into the sky. Goten, Trunks, where are you going? Shishi and Bulma shouted at the two.
Upon hearing this, the two immediately accelerated forward. Sun Wukong, if you want to know everything, just follow me. After Jebet finished speaking, he immediately jumped off the competition stage. Sun Wukong saw this and followed him down from the stage. On the other side, after the East Supreme Kai took Sun Wukong and the others away from the venue, he revealed his true identity.
Krillin asked Supreme Kai. Goku, what is a Supreme Kai? I'm not too sure either. I only know of the Lord Supreme Kai and the Grand Supreme Kai. We Supreme Kais are greater than the Grand Supreme Kai. The East Supreme Kai said. Greater than the Grand Supreme Kai. So you must be more powerful than the Grand Supreme Kai. The East Supreme Kai nodded slightly.
Then why did you let Spobich and the others absorb Wukong's energy?
Krillin asked. The East Supreme Kai glanced back.
At this moment, two figures were flying towards them rapidly. These two were Son Goten and Trunks.
Soon the two flew to Sun Wukong's side. Goten, Trunks. Dad, Uncle Wukong. Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded. The reason I let Spobich absorb Wukong's energy is that we are looking for someone. The East Supreme Kai said. Sun Wukong asked someone.
Yes, the one controlling them, a wicked sorcerer named Babidi.
Babidi.
Yes, a long time ago, when the humans on your planet had just begun to walk on two legs, there were 4 Supreme Kais and the Grand Supreme Kai in the universe. Everything was peaceful, but suddenly one day an evil sorcerer named Babidi created a monster called Majin Buu.
Krillin asked Majin Buu.
Yes, after Babidi created Majin Buu, he controlled Majin Buu to wreak havoc on planets, and a large number of planets were destroyed in a short time by Majin Buu. The bravest South Supreme Kai learned of this and fought Majin Buu, but ended up being absorbed by him. The West Supreme Kai and the North Supreme Kai also fought Majin Buu and were killed by him. Finally, the Grand Supreme Kai fought Majin Buu and was also absorbed by him, while I was lucky to survive because I did not participate in the battle. The East Supreme Kai's voice trembled. If it weren't for his weak strength back then, he would not have had to watch his companions die before his eyes.
Majin Buu. Trunks' face instantly lit up with excitement. Goten, did you hear that? A Majin. Yeah. Goten nodded. Piccolo rolled his eyes in utter exasperation. What was so thrilling about a Majin?
He himself was the Demon King.
Then what happened next? Goku asked.
Later, Babidi sealed away Majin Buu because he proved too powerful and thus too dangerous to control. I seized the opportunity while Babidi was sealing Buu, tracked him to his lair and killed him. I thought it was over until something terrifying occurred recently.
Terrifying? Piccolo echoed. Yes.
The East Kaioshin nodded gravely.
Bibidi's son has been born. His name is Babidi. Like his father, he is an evil sorcerer, and he possesses the very magic required to unseal Majin Buu. I had those two humans absorb Gohan's energy precisely to trace them back to Babidi. Piccolo, I see now.
Then listen well, under no circumstances must you let Spopovich or Yamu detect your presence. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the others immediately turned their gaze toward Goten and Trunks. The two of them were by far the likeliest to blow their cover.
Uncle Piccolo, why are you all staring at us? Trunks asked. We're tracking Spopovich and Yamu right now, you must not give us away. Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo, we'll stay completely undetected.
Piccolo glanced at Trunks, his greatest concern rested squarely upon him and Goten.
Kaioshin-sama, is Majin Buu truly that formidable?
Extremely. Just how strong is he? Let me put it this way, a single finger from our former Kaioshin could obliterate Frisia, but even he could not defeat Majin Buu.
I see. Indeed.
Shortly thereafter, after a brief pursuit, Goku and the others sensed Gohan and Jiru approaching, drawn by their ki.
Gohan. Piccolo greeted him. Gohan gave a quiet nod. You've already heard about Majin Buu, haven't you? Gohan nodded again. Jiru told me everything.
At that very moment, Spopovich and Yamu abruptly descended toward the ground ahead.
Goku, they've begun descending. Shall we follow?
Right.
Goku affirmed, and without hesitation they all plunged downward in pursuit.
Whoosh. Thud. Spopovich and Yamu landed in a secluded valley encircled by mountains, and before them stood a white structure marked with a bold letter M. Goku and the others swiftly alighted behind a small hill just behind the pair.
Moments later, Spopovich and Yamu approached the white structure. Its door slid open, and out stepped a short yellow-skinned man, followed closely by a towering crimson-skinned figure. These two were none other than Babidi and Dabura. Majin King Dabura.
The East Kaioshin recoiled in shock, his composure utterly shattered.
What's wrong, Kaioshin-sama? Gohan asked.
I never imagined Babidi would summon Dabura, the Majin King himself. That changes everything.
This has grown perilously complicated. The Majin realm. Precisely. It is a parallel world to Earth, and Dabura reigns supreme within it as its undisputed sovereign.
The East Kaioshin spoke with grave solemnity. As he finished, Spopovich and Yamu presented the stolen energy to Babidi.
Lord Babidi, earlier you promised us a reward if we gathered enough energy for you. Spopovich beamed eagerly, awaiting his prize.
Indeed, I did promise a reward, Babidi replied with a sly smile.
And what might that reward be?
Babidi chuckled, and then uttered a chilling incantation. As the spell left his lips, Spopovich's body swelled grotesquely, then collapsed into a pool of viscous black blood.
Yamu, frozen beside him, instantly lost control of his bladder. Would you like a reward? No reward, Lord Babidi. I want nothing. Babidi sneered, and with another whisper reduced Yamu to the same dark, lifeless sludge.
Krillin, hidden behind the hill, flinched violently, not from fear of their raw power but from the sheer unnerving stealth of Babidi's slaughter. This is Babidi's dark sorcery, but it only affects those whose hearts harbor malice. You need not fear it. The East Kaioshin explained calmly.
Krillin exhaled in visible relief.
Worthless fools, they were being trailed and didn't even know it, yet dared demand rewards from me.
Babidi gazed disdainfully at the pools of black blood. Dabura gave a slow, silent nod.
From their distant vantage, Goku and the others remained blissfully unaware they'd already been discovered. Still, the ones who followed us possess considerable strength.
If captured, they may yield the very energy needed to resurrect Majin Buu. Do you have a plan?
I intend to lure them aboard my spacecraft, then seize them there.
Are you certain you can succeed?
Of course. I am the Majin King, mere mortals pose no challenge whatsoever.
Then I entrust this entirely to you. Dabura inclined his head slightly.
Babidi turned sharply and strode toward his spacecraft.
Krillin, Babidi's gone inside.
The East Kaioshin nodded.
Let's withdraw first and formulate our next move. Shall we depart, Kaioshin-sama? Gohan asked.
Yes. Everything has spiraled beyond my calculations, we must reassess and re-strategize.
At that instant, Dabura launched himself skyward, flying straight toward Goku's group. Piccolo, bad, he's spotted us. Then we have no choice but to fight. Goku declared, and charged forward without hesitation. Wait, Goku.
The East Kaioshin tried to intervene, but Gohan and the others surged forward alongside him. With no alternative, the East Kaioshin sighed, and accompanied by Jiru joined the charge. Dabura's lips curled into a cold, contemptuous smirk as the warriors emerged. Suddenly he spat, two viscous globs hurtling toward Krillin and Piccolo. they gasped, too startled to dodge in time. The moment the saliva struck them, their bodies hardened instantly into stone.
Uncle Piccolo! Gohan cried out in horror. Goku! Gohan! Dabura's saliva petrifies flesh, do not let it touch you. The East Kaioshin warned urgently. Damn it! Gohan clenched his teeth. Dabura threw back his head and laughed, then whirled to return to his ship only to freeze mid-turn paralyzed. My body won't move. At that moment Sun Wukong and the others also noticed Dabura's abnormal state. Could it be? East Kaioshin seemed to recall something and turned his gaze toward Goten. Brother, I've taken control of him, why don't you eliminate him now? That way Uncle Krillin and the others might recover. Goten smiled as he spoke to Gohan. Dabura dared to posture before him, Wukong would see him crushed. No, Gohan. Though Dabura is temporarily subdued, he may break free from Goten's grasp at any moment. Just as I said, look Gohan. Dabura won't be restrained so easily. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Dabura violently broke free from Goten's hold. Ha! With a thunderous transformation, Goten ascended into a Super Saiyan and seized control of Dabura once more. Trunks, Kamehameha. Glancing at the timid East Kaioshin, Goten inwardly sighed in exasperation. Right. Trunks replied swiftly, drawing his hands back into position. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. Damn it. Furious, Dabura clenched his teeth as he watched the Kamehameha energy coalesce, yet no matter how fiercely he strained, he remained utterly immobilized in Goten's grip. Po. At that very instant, Trunks unleashed the Kamehameha upon Dabura. Boom. A colossal explosion erupted, Dabura was obliterated. The moment Dabura perished, Piccolo and Krillin instantly regained their forms. Uncle Piccolo! Uncle Krillin! Gohan cried out joyfully. Piccolo nodded solemnly. Gohan, weren't we turned to stone just moments ago? Gohan affirmed with a nod. It was only thanks to Goten and Trunks defeating Dabura that you two were restored. Standing nearby, East Kaioshin stared in utter disbelief at Goten and the others. The sovereign of the demon realm vanquished in an instant by Goten and Trunks. Were this tale to spread, few would believe it. Vegeta, observing East Kaioshin's wide-eyed astonishment, sneered with undisguised contempt. His confidence in the so-called Majin Buu, previously touted by East Kaioshin, began to wane. Inside Babbidi's starship, Babidi gazed wordlessly into his crystal ball, watching Dabura's annihilation unfold. Before boarding the vessel, Dabura had boasted confidently a handful of humans. Hardly worth my notice. Yet within moments, he lay extinguished by Goten and his allies. That reversal of fortune arrived faster than light itself. Though Babidi see that inwardly survival remained his sole imperative. With Dabura gone, East Kaioshin would surely lead Goku and the others straight into the ship, and Babbidi's end would follow without delay. No, I refuse to tread the same path as my father. Babbidi's gaze fell upon the Majin Buu cocoon beside him. Originally he had planned to gather sufficient energy to awaken Majin Buu, but circumstances now rendered that impossible. Outside Babbidi's starship, empowered by Dabura's defeat, East Kaioshin led Goku and the others boldly into Babbidi's vessel. Ascending via its internal elevator, they swiftly reached the first level. Your Holiness, this level appears completely empty, Goku observed, scanning the chamber. I'm uncertain myself, but we must remain vigilant. At that moment a man emerged, his skin jet black, clad in gleaming white armor. His name was Pui Pui, a warrior Babidi had subjugated across the cosmos. Who are you? Goku asked. I am Pui Pui, servant of Lord Babidi. Pui Pui. Goku burst into laughter. What an extraordinary name. Pui Pui flushed with fury. How dare Goku mock his very name? Goku, let's dispatch him quickly and seek Babidi, East Kaioshin urged. Goku nodded silently. You dare scorn me? Pui Pui snarled, then shot forward like a gale. In an instant he closed the distance and hurled a furious right fist at Goku, only for Goku to raise his left hand and catch it effortlessly. Startled, Pui Pui immediately lashed out with a kick, only for Goku to release his grip and deliver a crushing blow to his face just before impact. Aff! With a blood-curdling shriek, Pui Pui staggered backward several paces. Curse you, he roared, and charged again. But before he could reach Goku, a devastating strike slammed into his abdomen. Pui Pui blinked only to find Goku standing before him. Then he collapsed. Goku pivoted smoothly and rejoined Gohan and the others. Goku, shall we proceed to the next level? East Kaishin asked. Goku nodded. East Kaishin led the group onward, and soon they stood upon the second level. Like the first, the second level stood eerily vacant. Strange, why is there no one here either? Goku murmured. Poof. Vegeta scoffed. Likely Babidi has no true underlings at all. Kakarot, once Babidi falls you and I fight. Goku offered no reply, knowing full well Vegeta stood no chance against him. Then, without warning, a monstrous figure appeared emerald-hued with the elongated limbs and sharp mandibles of a mantis. This creature was Yakan, a being Babidi had enslaved among the stars. The demon beast. Yakan. East Kaishin gasped, stunned by the sudden apparition. Demon beast Yakan. East Kaishin nodded gravely. Yakan is a terror whispered across the cosmos, tread carefully Goku. Goku nodded once more. Vegeta however wore only disdain. Kakarot, you handled the last one. This one's mine. Fine. Goku agreed. Vegeta stepped forward slowly, while Yakan bared his fangs and launched himself like a spring hurtling toward Vegeta. Yakan struck only for Vegeta to sidestep with contemptuous ease, then drive a brutal kick into Yakan's side. 2. Yakan crashed hard against the far wall. Damn you, he snarled, and rose instantly from the rubble. In a blur, Vegeta reappeared before Yakan and drove a devastating right fist deep into his chest. Crunch! A guttural cry tore from Yakan's throat as he spat forth a torrent of bitter bile. Damn it! Yiga glared at Vegeta with immense anger. At that moment Vegeta aimed his right hand at Yiga's chest and unleashed a golden energy wave. Bang! A golden aura pierced through Yiga's body. Yiga let out a loud scream and instantly lost all breath, collapsing to the ground. Vegeta snorted coldly and walked over to stand beside Sun Wukong and the others. East Kaishin asked, shall we head to the third level? Son Gohan nodded. Babidi's control room. Babidi watched Yiga fall in less than a minute and began to curse him inwardly. However, the one he hated most was still Spabovich and the others who had brought Sun Wukong and his group here. After cursing for a while, Babidi used a spell to break the seal of Majin Buu's giant egg. The giant egg of Majin Buu didn't necessarily need to be filled with energy to break the seal. Babidi simply wanted Majin Buu to revive with full energy. He wasn't sure if Majin Buu could successfully revive without gathering enough energy. As the seal was lifted, the giant egg of Majin Buu suddenly cracked open, splitting into two halves. A pink aura flew out of the egg and soared towards the ceiling. Majin Buu, where is my Majin Buu? Seeing that there was nothing inside the giant egg, Babidi instantly sank into despair and slumped to the ground. Had he known, he would have insisted on waiting for the giant egg to be filled with energy before reviving Majin Buu. After a few seconds, Babidi suddenly saw a large mass of pink energy condensing on the ceiling, forming a humanoid figure. After a while, a man appeared on the ceiling with pink skin, half naked on top, wearing white pants and dark brown shoes with wristbands on both arms and a robust build. This man was none other than Majin Buu. Bang! Majin Buu fell from the ceiling, deliberately stomping heavily on the ground, causing the entire control room to shake violently. Babidi, who had just gotten up, was knocked back to the ground by the violent tremor, landing on his backside. Ouch! Babidi cried out in pain, quickly scrambling to his feet and looking at Majin Buu. Are you Majin Buu? Oh ho ho! Majin Buu did not respond to Babidi but instead shouted excitedly in his heart. Damn it! Babidi gritted his teeth in fury upon seeing this. Majin Buu, if you dare disobey me, I will seal you away again. I've read my father's notes and know how to seal you back. Hearing this, Majin Buu immediately stopped roaring, his expression turning extremely respectful. Master Babidi, what are your orders? Seeing this, Babidi nodded in satisfaction. Now we're talking. Let's go eliminate our archenemy, the East Kaishin. Archenemy. Although Majin Buu's consciousness was just awakening, he did not remember having any archenemies. Either his opponents died at his hands or were absorbed by him. Babidi nodded and took Majin Buu out of the control room. On the third level of Babidi's spaceship, Sun Wukong and the others had already defeated all the soldiers stationed on the third level. Suddenly, Sun Wukong and the others felt an incredibly powerful and evil aura. What? Such a powerful aura? Krillin trembled. Upon hearing this, the East Kaishin's expression turned extremely grim. This aura. Before the East Kaioshin could finish speaking, Babidi appeared with Majin Buu. Son Gohan, exclaimed Babidi. Babidi smiled and nodded. And who is that next to you? Majin Buu. The East Kaioshin replied. Wah! What? Jebet was shocked. Majin Buu had actually revived without gathering enough energy. Babidi smiled. Are you surprised, East Kaioshin? What is going on, Babidi? The East Kaioshin asked. Babidi smiled again. Under normal circumstances, Majin Buu should revive when filled with energy. However, given my current situation, I couldn't revive him with full energy, so I took a gamble and revived Majin Buu without him being fully energized. Though my Majin Buu revived without gathering enough energy, I believe he will be sufficient to deal with you. Isn't that right, Majin Buu? Majin Buu nodded. Damn it. The East Kaioshin ground his teeth in anger. Had he known things would turn out this way, he should have given Babidi more leeway. At this moment, Babidi suddenly used magic to transform the surrounding environment into a mountainous terrain. What? What is this place? Krillin exclaimed. This is Babidi's magic. He can change the environment around him at will. The East Kaioshin said. Magic. Yes. The East Kaioshin nodded. Babidi smiled. Kaioshin, this is the grave I've chosen for you all. How do you like it? Hearing this, the East Kaioshin gritted his teeth tightly. Wukong, you guys hurry and escape. Anyone who can get away, get away. Son Wukong responded, escape. Yes, don't you feel the powerful aura of Majin Buu? Master Kaioshin, Majin Buu's aura is strong, but I believe he can be defeated. Really, Wukong? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. At that moment, Vegeta, who was quite interested in Majin Buu, stepped forward. Kakarot, I will handle this Majin Buu myself. The East Kaioshin said. Vegeta, are you saying you want to take him on alone? Vegeta nodded. No, Vegeta, Majin Buu's strength is definitely not as simple as you think. I suggest you join Wukong and the others, that would be more reliable. The East Kaioshin advised. Hearing this, Vegeta ignored him and walked straight towards Majin Buu. Babidi smiled. Majin Buu, since he wants to be the first to die, then grant him that wish. Majin Buu nodded. Just then Vegeta suddenly stopped, clenching his hands tightly. Ah! With a tremendous roar, Vegeta's hair and eyebrows turned golden, his eyes became light green, his hair stood up straight, and sparks of electricity surrounded his body. This was none other than Super Saiyan 2. Majin Buu looked on in astonishment at Vegeta. It was the first time he had seen Vegeta transform like this. Ha! Just then Vegeta shouted, darting towards Majin Buu like a bolt of lightning, and struck at Majin Buu with powerful fists. Bang! 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 Under Vegeta's fierce assault, countless fist marks appeared on Majin Buu's body. Majin Buu stumbled backward. Majin Buu! Babidi exclaimed in shock. Vegeta snorted coldly and struck Majin Buu's face with a powerful punch. Bang! With a heavy sound, Majin Buu's face was deformed. At that moment, Vegeta delivered a high kick to Majin Buu's head, causing him to fall to the ground. Majin Buu! Babidi gasped. The Majin Buu he had hoped for was unexpectedly so weak before Vegeta. Ha! Vegeta shouted loudly, gathering a golden energy wave in his hands and launching it at Majin Buu. Boom! With a loud explosion, a large hole was blasted in Majin Buu's body. Great! Dad has defeated Majin Buu! Trunks exclaimed joyfully. Son Wukong and the others remained silent upon hearing this. Although Majin Buu's head was blown apart by Vegeta, his aura showed no signs of weakening. Goten, what's happening to them? Why isn't anyone happy that Dad defeated Majin Buu? Trunks, didn't you notice that Majin Buu's aura hasn't weakened at all? Aura. Trunks sensed Majin Buu's aura and confirmed that it indeed showed no signs of weakening. Just as Trunks wondered why Majin Buu's aura didn't diminish, the fallen Majin Buu suddenly stood up, growing a new head. Immediately Majin Buu took a deep breath, causing the fist marks from Vegeta's strikes to vanish. Majin Buu! Seeing Majin Buu unharmed, Babidi became excited. If Majin Buu easily perished, it would spell the end for him. I'm angry! Majin Buu roared, white energy erupting from the hole on his head. He then charged at Vegeta at incredible speed. Bang! With a violent sound, Majin Buu's right fist struck Vegeta's face hard, causing him to fall backward.
Majin Buu released his clenched right fist, grabbed Vegeta's head with both hands and forcefully kneed Vegeta's forehead with his right knee.
Bang!
Majin Buu's knee forcefully struck Vegeta's forehead, eliciting a piercing scream from him.
Following that, Majin Buu released Vegeta's head and unleashed a flurry of punches towards his face. Bang! 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 Under Majin Buu's relentless onslaught, Vegeta let out a brutal scream. Dad!
Trunks shouted angrily, wanting to rush forward to help, but was held back by Piccolo beside him.
Trunks, you need to stay calm. Your dad will be fine. But. There's no but. At that moment, a loud growl emanated from Majin Buu's stomach.
He looked at Vegeta, whom he had been pummeling, and suddenly shot a beam of transformation from his antenna at Vegeta.
Vegeta screamed as he was transformed into a chocolate the size of a person. Vegeta! Dad! Everyone was shocked. Babidi, seeing their astonished expressions, felt quite pleased and said, "This is the fate of those who offend me, Babidi. Today all of you will become Majin Buu's food."
The East Kaioshin clenched his teeth upon hearing this.
Ah!
Just then Son Goten suddenly let out a loud roar, transforming into a Super Saiyan third stage.
Super Saiyan third stage.
Sun Wukong was astonished. He never expected Son Goten to transform into a Super Saiyan third stage at such a moment.
Goten! What?
Such a powerful aura, this energy is far stronger than Vegeta's.
The East Kaioshin said with a serious expression.
Though he knew that Son Goten was powerful, this was the first time he felt the aura of Son Goten transforming into a Super Saiyan third stage up close. Originally wanting to eat Vegeta, Majin Buu was now drawn by Son Goten's overwhelming aura. Son Goten looked at everyone and raised his hands, controlling Majin Buu.
Trunks, hurry and save your dad. Okay. Trunks nodded and quickly dashed in front of Majin Buu, picking up the chocolate-shaped Vegeta from the ground. Dad! Trunks whispered as he carried Vegeta away. Majin Buu, what's wrong with you? Babidi asked, seeing Majin Buu motionless. Majin Buu did not respond.
Instead, he suddenly exploded with an incredibly powerful aura, breaking free from Son Goten's control.
Krillin, you guys need to leave quickly. I'll handle him. Okay, but you must be careful. Son Goten nodded. Seeing this, Krillin immediately flew back with Piccolo and the others. East Kaioshin said, Gohan, shall we leave too? Gohan looked at Son Goten, feeling somewhat uneasy.
Although Son Goten was stronger than him, he was still only 7 years old and lacked battle experience.
Gohan, you and the East Kaioshin should go. I will protect Goten. Alright, but you must be careful. Sun Wukong nodded.
Babidi, seeing Sun Wukong and the others trying to escape, immediately ordered Majin Buu.
Majin Buu, don't let them escape.
Majin Buu nodded and charged at Sun Wukong and the others. Son Goten's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared before Majin Buu, delivering a powerful kick to Majin Buu's head.
Bang!
With a violent sound, Majin Buu's body shot backwards like a missile, crashing heavily into the mountain behind him. The mountain immediately erupted with a cloud of dust.
Son Gohan and the others seized the opportunity to leave the battlefield. Whoosh!
After kicking Majin Buu away, Son Goten immediately fired an energy blast at Babidi.
What?
Babidi was startled and hurriedly used magic to activate a protective shield. However, the energy blast was too powerful. Even with the shield, Babidi was killed by Son Goten's energy blast.
Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Babidi and learning dark magic.
At this moment, a pink energy wave shot out from the dust. Son Goten immediately dodged to the side.
A figure suddenly appeared behind Son Goten. It was Majin Buu. Whoosh! Just as Majin Buu was about to attack, Son Goten instantaneously moved behind him. Instantaneous movement. Sun Wukong was shocked.
He hadn't taught Son Goten instantaneous movement. How could he use it? Just as Sun Wukong was puzzled, Son Goten grabbed Majin Buu's antenna with his right hand, and his left fist struck towards Majin Buu's face like a flash of lightning.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Due to the elastic nature of Majin Buu's body, when Son Goten struck with his left fist, Majin Buu's body bounced up and down like a rubber ball.
Whoosh!
After beating Majin Buu for a while, Son Goten flung him away with his right hand, gathering a massive amount of energy waves in both hands to attack Majin Buu.
Whoosh! Boom! 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 With the sound of enormous explosions, Majin Buu's body was blown into pieces.
Son Goten halted his energy wave attack, quietly waiting for Majin Buu's body to regenerate.
After a while Majin Buu's body restored itself.
Majin Buu looked incredibly furious as he gazed at Son Goten.
Ha! With a loud shout Majin Buu dashed towards Son Goten like a bolt of lightning, launching a powerful attack with both fists. Son Goten clenched his fists tightly and attacked Majin Buu in return. Bang! 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 With the sound of intense fighting, their fists clashed together like lightning strikes. The ground around them trembled violently as they fought fiercely. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others had not gone too far after leaving but instead settled on a mountain, observing the battle from a distance. If they had stayed there, they would surely have interfered with Son Goten's battle. Piccolo, how's the situation? Krillin asked Piccolo, unable to see Son Goten's fight clearly. I don't know. Piccolo shook his head. Although his strength was greater than Krillin's, he couldn't discern the battle between the two. Then Uncle Piccolo, what should my dad do? Trunks asked from behind the two.
Piccolo, it seems like the Dragon Balls have one wish left. Should we use it to restore Vegeta?
No, we can't.
The Dragon Balls only have one wish left, and if Goten and the others can't defeat Majin Buu, they might need the power of the Dragon Balls.
Dragon Balls?
The East Kaioshin looked puzzled. The Dragon Balls are 7 orbs that can grant any wish.
Son Gohan explained.
Really? I can't believe such magical things exist in this world.
Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, shall we leave Earth together and go to the Kaioshin realm? Kaioshin realm? Lord Kaioshin.
Jebat was startled. He couldn't believe he was about to take Son Gohan, a mortal, to the Kaioshin realm.
The Kaioshin realm is where I reside.
Then Lord Kaioshin, can I go with Gohan?
Piccolo asked.
The East Kaioshin nodded.
Lord Kaioshin, why do you want to take me to the Kaioshin realm? Son Gohan inquired.
To help you increase your strength to defeat Majin Buu.
Increase my strength?
Yes, just follow us and you'll understand. The East Kaioshin said, immediately instructing Jebat to use instant transmission to take Son Gohan and Piccolo to the Kaioshin realm.
Whoosh! Boom! Back on Son Goten's side, after a fierce battle with Majin Buu, he once again blew his body into pieces.
However, due to Majin Buu's incredible regeneration abilities, his body quickly restored itself again.
Ding!
Congratulations, Master, for defeating Majin Buu, gaining the ability to survive in cosmic space. Super regeneration. As long as one cell remains, he can continuously revive body liquefaction, telekinesis, transformation beams.
Is that it? Yes, Master, this is based on the system's analysis.
Just then Son Goku suddenly flew over to Son Goten's side.
Goten, let me try fighting this guy.
Son Goten nodded.
Seeing this, Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, unleashing an astonishing aura that rapidly ascended. Ah! With a tremendous roar, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2.
Immediately he continued to raise his energy. Since Son Goku had only recently mastered Super Saiyan 3, he couldn't fully control the energy he was emitting, causing his aura to spread across the entire Earth. The ground of the entire Earth trembled under the influence of Son Goku's energy, leading to earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and various other natural disasters. Because Son Goku's energy was so powerful, even Son Gohan and the others who had already reached the Kaioshin realm could feel it.
Dad!
I can't believe the energy of a mortal can reach the Kaioshin realm from Earth.
Jebat exclaimed in shock. What's going on? Didn't Goten and Majin Buu just fight?
How is Dad emitting such a powerful energy now?
I'm not quite sure, but I can still feel Goten's energy. I think someone else is fighting now. But that's not important. What's crucial now is to pull out the Kaioshin sword. Kaioshin sword.
Yes, it is said that pulling out the Kaioshin sword grants the power of the universe's strongest.
So as long as you pull it out, you will gain the power of the universe's strongest. Boom! Back on Earth.
With a violent tremor of the ground, Son Goku successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3.
Sorry to keep you waiting, I just mastered this transformation not long ago.
Upon hearing this, Majin Buu clenched his fists tightly and charged at Son Goku like a dart. Son Goku smiled and charged towards Majin Buu as well. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived in front of each other, fists against fists, feet against feet.
Bang!
Both of their right fists struck each other's faces simultaneously, causing their heads to tilt back. Then they quickly retracted their right fists and their fists clashed together like a storm once more.
Bang!
Just like that, after fighting for a while, Son Goku delivered a sideways kick with his right leg, sending Majin Buu flying away.
Majin Buu quickly stabilized himself on the ground after clenching his fists.
At that moment Son Goku swiftly flew in front of Majin Buu and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen.
Bang!
With a violent sound, Majin Buu was kicked like a projectile, crashing into a mountain behind him.
The mountain was immediately engulfed in a cloud of dust.
Seizing the opportunity, Son Goku quickly brought his hands together behind him.
Came. Hame. Ha! A deep blue energy wave coalesced from Son Goku's hands and shot towards Majin Buu. Soon the Kamehameha wave struck Majin Buu and exploded on the ground. Boom!
With a tremendous explosion, Majin Buu and the mountain behind him were obliterated by the Kamehameha. Once the smoke cleared, numerous fragments of Majin Buu's body were scattered across the ground. Sun Wukong gazed at the scattered body parts of the Demon Buu on the ground, his expression immediately turning serious.
Is even the Kamehameha ineffective?
As soon as he finished speaking, the body of Demon Buu instantly restored itself.
I am angry.
The Demon Buu shouted furiously, his arm suddenly elongating towards Sun Wukong's shoulder. Sun Wukong was taken aback just as he was about to brush away Demon Buu's arm. The Demon Buu stretched his arm forward, instantly appearing in front of Sun Wukong, forcefully colliding his forehead against Sun Wukong's. Sun Wukong let out a loud scream, his head snapping back. Seizing the moment, Demon Buu swept his right leg towards Sun Wukong with the force of a gale.
Bang! Sun Wukong's body was knocked to the ground.
The Demon Buu charged in front of Sun Wukong, his fists attacking like a storm. Sun Wukong was startled and quickly raised his hands to block the Demon Buu's assault.
Bang bang bang!
Under the relentless attacks of Demon Buu, the ground was kicked up into a cloud of dust. Suddenly Sun Wukong slid forward, his right foot landing heavily on Demon Buu's body, kicking him into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong quickly got up from the ground, panting heavily.
What? What is happening? My energy at Lord Kai's place shouldn't have depleted this quickly. Is it because of the resurrection?
As Sun Wukong muttered to himself, Demon Buu had already stabilized himself in midair, launching numerous pink energy waves towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, unleashing a barrage of golden energy waves toward Demon Buu.
Whoosh! Boo! 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 With each massive explosion, their energy waves collided and erupted.
For a moment, the sky and ground were filled with explosions, smoke, and flames. In the Kaioshin realm, Son Gohan was brought to a stone pillar in the middle of a pond by East Kaioshin. There was a sword embedded in the stone pillar with only the hilt visible. This sword was the Kaioshin sword.
Gohan, this sword is the Kaioshin sword. If you can pull it out, you might just defeat Demon Buu. All right.
After hearing this, Son Gohan took a deep breath, reached for the sword hilt, and pulled with all his might.
Gohan! Piccolo, standing on the distant grass, hoped that Son Gohan would successfully pull out the sword.
However, standing next to Piccolo, Jebet was skeptical that Son Gohan could pull out the sword. After a while of pulling, Son Gohan found the Kaioshin sword too difficult to extract. Not only did he fail to pull it out, but his hands also became red and swollen from the effort.
Huff huff. Son Gohan looked at his swollen hands and immediately tended to them. Jebet couldn't help but laugh.
The Kaioshin sword is so difficult to pull that even Lord Kaioshin struggles with it.
You a mere mortal. Jebet.
East Kaioshin scolded him immediately upon seeing Jebet about to ridicule Son Gohan.
Jebet promptly shut his mouth.
Although he did not hold mortals in high regard, he was still very obedient to East Kaioshin.
Son Gohan did not mind this and suddenly clenched his fists tightly. Ah! With a powerful roar, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Jebet was taken aback.
Although he did not think much of mortals, he knew the strength of a Super Saiyan.
Thus his expression began to tense up. Ah!
At this moment, Son Gohan grasped the hilt of the Kaioshin sword again, emanating a massive amount of golden aura as he pulled upward forcefully.
Bang!
Son Gohan's feet stomped heavily into the ground, causing the entire stone pillar to tremble violently under his immense power. The pond beneath the stone pillar surged violently due to the impact. At that moment, the Kaioshin sword was pulled out slightly. East Kaioshin's face immediately lit up with joy upon witnessing this.
Ah!
Suddenly Son Gohan let out a loud roar, using all his strength to pull the Kaioshin sword from the stone pillar, sending it flying into the air. The upper part of the stone pillar collapsed slightly due to the sword's extraction. Son Gohan panted heavily as he brought the sword over to Piccolo.
How is it, Gohan? Do you feel your power increasing? East Kaioshin asked.
Not really, but I definitely feel that this sword is quite heavy.
I see. East Kaioshin's expression fell upon hearing this.
If the Kaioshin sword couldn't help Son Gohan enhance his power, then they would have no chance against Demon View. But Lord Kaioshin, don't be too disheartened.
Perhaps if I can master using this sword well, I can defeat Demon View.
Son Gohan comforted.
Really?
Then you should practice with this sword diligently. East Kaioshin's hope was rekindled at his words. Son Gohan nodded and returned to his normal state. Due to the sword's weight, when he transformed back, he lost his grip and dropped the sword heavily onto the ground.
Jebet saw Son Gohan couldn't even hold the sword and felt speechless. Is this sword really that heavy? You can't even hold it. Then since that's the case, you help me pick it up. Son Gohan said. Alright, I'll pick it up.
Jebet was still skeptical about how heavy a sword could be. As Jebet squatted down, he exerted all his strength to lift the sword. However, the sword was so heavy that his hands turned red and swollen and his face turned beet red without success.
Moreover, due to his exhaustion, Jebet let go of the sword and fell heavily to the ground. If it weren't for his red skin, his face would be extremely embarrassed right now.
He felt a sharp pain from the fall.
Piccolo couldn't help but feel pleased and let out a cold snort.
Jebet had always looked down on mortals because he was a subordinate of Kaioshin, feeling a strong sense of superiority. Had it not been for East Kaioshin's presence, he might have slapped him a few times.
How's that? Son Gohan chuckled. Ahem. Jebet coughed and quickly got up from the ground.
This sword is indeed quite heavy, but I believe if you train well enough to use it effortlessly, you will defeat Demon View. Son Gohan, upon hearing this, struggled to lift the Kaioshin sword from the ground. Lord Kaioshin, how is the situation on Earth?
I don't know, but Son Wukong's energy is weakening. Weakening? Yes, I think he won't last much longer, so you must get stronger quickly. Son Gohan nodded.
On Earth, Son Wukong could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan 3rd level due to the exhausting demands and had reverted back to his Super Saiyan state.
Wukong.
Krillin watched as Son Wukong's body reverted to its Super Saiyan state, his fists clenching instantly. At that very moment, Goten tightened his fists. Suddenly an overwhelming aura erupted from his entire being.
Countless grains of sand lifted into the air, suspended midair under the sheer pressure of his energy. Goten.
Son Wukong gasped in shock. In that instant, Goten's body blazed with a blinding white radiance. A colossal pillar of pure white light surged upward from his form, piercing the heavens. Fierce scales burst forth from the luminous column, spiraling outward in all directions.
Gradually, Goten's aura shifted from brilliant white back to crimson.
As the white light receded from his frame, Goten's hair flared into vivid scarlet, his eyes widened, pupils sharpening into distinct defined shapes, black irises ringed by crimson sclerae, while his entire body shimmered beneath a blazing mantle of spiritual energy, fierce and radiant as solar flames. This was the Super Saiyan God.
Since mortals cannot perceive divine energy, neither Son Wukong nor the others sensed Goten's aura at all. Goten, what is this transformation? Why can't I sense your energy? Son Wukong asked.
This is the Super Saiyan God, the divine ascension of the Super Saiyan lineage.
The Super Saiyans, divine ascension. Mortals are incapable of sensing divine energy. Is that so?
Then is the Super Saiyan God stronger than the 3rd stage Super Saiyan?
Yes. Goten nodded. Realm of the Kaioshin.
East Kaioshin, being a deity himself, perceived Goten's divine aura. Yet he did not recognize it as Goten's.
East Kaioshin, what is happening? A formidable divine aura has suddenly emerged on Earth. A divine aura.
Precisely, a deity's essence.
Mortals simply cannot detect it. A divine essence.
Lord Kaioshin, surely there are no deities in this universe unknown to you.
Indeed. East Kaioshin nodded gravely.
Take Dendereth's newly appointed guardian. He would never have known Earth even possessed a guardian had he not traveled there himself. Then Lord Kaioshin, how fare Son Wukong and the others now?
I can still sense Son Wukong's energy, but Goten's. Goten. What's happened to him? Gohan, practicing sword forms nearby, overheard their exchange and rushed over, voice trembling with urgency. Gohan, remain calm, I merely cannot sense Goten's energy. Hearing this, Gohan clenched his jaw tightly. Back on Earth.
After finishing his explanation, Goten turned his gaze toward Majin Buu, whose face burned with seething fury as he glared at the two Saiyans. He had never before encountered adversaries as formidable as Son Wukong and Goten.
Curses.
Buu gritted his teeth, and in a flash shot forward like a taut wire, launching himself at Goten.
Goten stood utterly still, motionless. Just as Bu closed in inches from impact, Goten vanished, reappearing instantly behind him.
Before Bu could react, Goten delivered a crushing kick with his right leg, striking the back of Bu's skull with devastating force. Bu rocketed forward like a projectile, slamming headlong into a distant mountain.
Boom!
A deafening explosion tore through the air, the mountain's face shattered inward, carving a massive crater. Dust and debris erupted violently across the ground.
Goten raised his right hand, energy coalesced instantly, then erupted in rapid succession as searing blasts hurled toward Bu. Sure 3. Thud. Krakum. Krakum. Krakum.
Wave after wave of cataclysmic detonations consumed Bu and the mountain alike. Within moments, both dissolved into swirling clouds of ash and dust. Goten ceased his assault. Moments later, as the dust settled, thick pink vapors began coalescing high above the battlefield. The vapors swiftly coalesced into Bu's familiar form, yet his body was charred black, scorched by the relentless barrage of divine energy. Only after a brief pause did the blackened layer slew away.
KHH.
Bu stared at Goten, white vapor billowing violently from the holes atop his head.
He was truly, utterly enraged. Boom! In a blink, Bu shot forward again, materializing before Goten and unleashing a furious double fist strike. Goten sidestepped effortlessly, dodging left then right. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Sun Wukong exclaimed, stunned.
Though their exchange had been brief, Sun Wukong discerned clearly and irrevocably that Goten's power vastly surpassed Bu's. Even as Sun Wukong marveled, Goten clenched his fists and struck Bu's face with lightning speed and brutal precision.
Thud, thud, thud.
Under Goten's relentless assault, Bu staggered backward, shrieking in agony with each blow. Suddenly, Goten seized Bu's antennae, spun him violently in midair, and hurled him skyward like a comet.
Sure 3.
Bu soared thousands of meters into the stratosphere.
Curses! Bu roared in fury, halting his ascent mid-flight.
At that instant, a golden beam lanced up from the earth, striking him dead and detonating in a blinding celestial explosion.
Bu's body disintegrated completely under the blast's fury.
When the smoke cleared moments later, he reformed, whole once more.
Goten gazed upon Bu's rebirth, momentarily uncertain should he destroy him or attempt to subdue him.
According to the Dragon Ball Chronicles, Majin Bu existed in two forms: Bu himself and his innate malevolent consciousness. All beings harbor darkness within, just as King Piccolo had once been the Guardian's own expelled shadow. Bu was notoriously resistant to control, indeed Bibidi had sealed him away precisely because he could not command him.
Ha!
As Goten pondered, Bu shot forward once more, only for Goten to vanish and reappear behind him in an instant.
Transformation beam. Goten raised his right hand, a soft pink ray lanced forth, transmuting Bu instantly into a smooth, glossy chocolate sphere. What?
North Kaioshin, watching from his planet, recoiled in utter disbelief. Goten had transformed Majin Bu, the very foe who had bested Sun Wukong, into a mere confection.
Majin Bu, turned into a chocolate ball by Goten. Krillin and the others stared speechless with astonishment. Wonderful!
Sun Wukong beamed with delight. Meanwhile, Goten cradled the chocolate sphere gently in his palm and soared toward Krillin and the others. With a whoosh, Sun Wutian landed in front of Trunks.
Trunks exclaimed, Wutian.
Sun Wutian nodded and shot out a pink beam with his left hand, transforming the chocolate Vegeta back to normal.
Dad!
Seeing Vegeta revert back, Trunks rushed forward overjoyed and hugged him.
Trunks, what just happened? Where is Majin Bu? Dad, you were turned into a chocolate. Chocolate! Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt an immediate surge of anger.
As the Prince of the Saiyans, being turned into chocolate was a tremendous humiliation.
So what about Majin Bu?
He has been turned into a chocolate ball by Wutian.
Chocolate ball?
Vegeta, upon hearing this, turned to Sun Wutian, who was in the Super Saiyan God state, and clenched his teeth. What kind of transformation is this, Sun Wutian?
This is called Super Saiyan God, the divine transformation of a Super Saiyan. The divine transformation of a Super Saiyan. Yes. Sun Wutian nodded. So what about Majin Bu?
Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian raised his right fist, loosening it to reveal a brown chocolate ball.
This chocolate ball is Majin Bu. Wutian, give me that chocolate ball.
I can, but Uncle Vegeta, you must not destroy it or he will turn back into Majin Bu.
Not destroy. Are you saying he isn't dead? Sun Wutian nodded. He has only been temporarily transformed into a chocolate ball by me. After some time he will revert.
If you destroy him, he will recover early.
Damn it! Vegeta clenched his teeth in anger.
He wished he could tear Majin Buu apart, but he knew that with his current strength he couldn't defeat Majin Buu.
Then give him to me, I want to destroy him. Vegeta thought for a moment and said. Okay.
Sun Wutian immediately handed the chocolate ball to Vegeta.
Vegeta, what are you going to do? Krillin asked. Vegeta ignored Krillin, instead throwing the chocolate ball to the ground and stomping on it with all his might. Can't he stomp on the chocolate ball if he can't destroy it? Dad, I'll help you stomp.
Seeing this, Trunks immediately stepped forward to help stomp on the already flattened chocolate ball. Krillin and the others were stunned.
Is this still the aloof Vegeta?
The ground echoed with loud thuds and clouds of dust as the two stomped.
Alright, Trunks, stop stomping. After venting his anger, Vegeta quickly calmed down. Okay, Dad.
Sun Wutian glanced at the chocolate ball flattened like paper on the ground, inwardly sighing at its excellent softness, thinking how it could withstand the stomping.
Then, Trunks, can you return the chocolate ball to Wutian?
Trunks nodded and handed Sun Wutian a thin paper of an unknown shape. As Sun Wutian took the thin paper and reshaped it into a ball in his hand, he asked, by the way, Wutian, how did you learn Majin Buu's techniques?
I don't know, I just looked at his technique once and understood it.
Sun Wutian replied.
Just by looking once. Vegeta, upon hearing this, felt half convinced. Even a genius like him couldn't learn an opponent's technique just by taking a glance. Unless Sun Wutian already knew the technique. Then Wutian, how did you know to turn me back?
Sun Wutian had seen Majin Buu use the transformation beam. His exceptional talent allowed him to learn Majin Buu's techniques, which was somewhat understandable. However, he hadn't seen Majin Buu use the technique to revert himself, so it didn't make sense.
Uncle Vegeta, if I said, this is something I comprehended after learning Majin Buu's techniques, would you believe it? I don't believe it. Vegeta shook his head. Oh, then you just don't believe it. Sun Wutian laughed.
Regardless of whether Vegeta believed it or not, the fact remained that he had turned Vegeta back.
Wutian, you just said Majin Buu can revert back, right? Sun Wutian nodded.
This technique is Majin Buu's. He might have a way to undo it, but it takes some time.
Then if that's the case, why not just eliminate him directly? Majin Buu possesses a strong regenerative ability. If I don't completely destroy his cells, he will resurrect again. By the way, what about my brother?
He was taken to the Kaioshin realm to train by Lord Kaioshin.
Kaioshin realm? Yes. Krillin nodded. Is that so? Then if that's the case, he'll go there too. You too? Krillin was puzzled. Yes.
As Sun Wutian said this, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead and instantly teleported to the Kaioshin realm.
Instant transmission. Krillin was taken aback. Goku, when did you teach him instant transmission? I never taught him instant transmission, and I don't know how he learned it. Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly upon hearing this.
Could it be that Sun Wutian truly has exceptional talent?
In the Kaioshin realm.
At this moment, Sun Wufan was wielding the Kaioshin sword on a patch of grass when a figure suddenly appeared beside East Kaioshin.
It was Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian. East Kaioshin was startled. Piccolo and the others were also astonished, especially Jebet.
A mere mortal can actually come to the Kaioshin realm.
Sun Wutian nodded. Wutian, how come your aura has turned into a divine aura? This is the divine transformation of a Super Saiyan. The divine transformation of a Super Saiyan.
Yes, it is Super Saiyan God.
So Wutian, that was instant transmission earlier, right? Sun Wutian nodded again. So what about Majin Buu?
Why did his aura suddenly disappear? Sun Wutian relaxed his tightly clenched fist and replied, he has now been turned into a chocolate ball by me.
Are you saying? This chocolate ball is Majin Buu? East Kaioshin exclaimed in shock. Yes. Sun Wutian nodded. Then if that's the case, why don't you just eliminate him?
It's not that I don't want to eliminate him, but if I destroy this chocolate ball, Majin Buu's body will revert back to its original form.
Again. Revert back. East Kaioshin was astonished. What should we do? Lord Kaioshin, could you lend me the Kaioshin realm? The Jiawangshen realm.
The East Jiawangshen startled. Though he had held the title for so long, it was the first time anyone had asked to borrow the Jiawangshen realm from him.
Sun Wutian nodded. Yes. I have been fighting Mo Runbuo for a long time.
If I fail to defeat him, I fear he will self-destruct and annihilate the earth.
Hearing that, Sun Wufan immediately recalled Shalu's self-detonation. He remembered that if not for his own past recklessness, Sun Wukong might not have perished in Shalu's explosion. A pang of shame rose within him. Why had he not been as cautious as Sun Wutian back then? Self-detonation. The East Jiewangshan started again. What if he self-destructs inside the Jiewangshan realm? It's alright, your realm has few inhabitants. At worst I can ask Shenlong to restore the Jiewangshan realm. Hearing this, the East Jiewangshan clenched his teeth. Very well. I understand. I will lend you the Jiewangshan realm. As a Jiewangshan, he knew how to weigh what truly mattered. Lord Jiewangshan. Jiebite cried in surprise. He had not expected the East Jiewangshan to accede to Sun Wushan's request. It's nothing, Jiebite. If the Jiewangshan realm is destroyed, we can recreate it. Compared with all the people on Earth, it matters little. Jiebite nodded. All right, Lord Jiewangshan, please hurry to Earth. Imo Rinbuo should be recovering soon. Very well. The East Jiewangshan nodded. Sun Wufan said, Wutian, I have grown stronger. I will stay and fight alongside you. No need, brother. I can handle him on my own. Wutian. All right, Wufan, I think we should leave this to Wutian. The East Jiewangshan urged them on. Yes, Wufan. Dieka, seeing this, also joined in persuading them. Then. Very well. After speaking, Sun Wufan immediately departed the Jiewangshan realm with the others. Sun Wufan glanced at the chocolate ball in his hand, tossed it to the ground, and reverted. Seeing his body restored, Imo Renbuo turned his gaze to Sun Wutian at once. Why did you turn me back? I want you to mend your ways. Mend my ways. Yes. If you promise to stop destroying things, I'll give you many delicious candies and cookies. At those words, Imo Renbuo's stomach gave a loud rumble. Since being unsealed, he had not yet eaten anything. Well. Sun Wutian smiled. Then give me the candies and cookies. Saying that, he produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground. A great heap of sweets and biscuits sprang onto the ground. He had purchased them with money earned from selling wild game from the mountains. Imo Renbuo, seeing the candy and cookies, immediately salivated with greedy delight. Of course I will, as long as you promise to reform. Hearing this, Imo Renbuo tore open wrappers and began to devour them. Before long, all of the candy and cookies Sun Wutian had produced were gone. Is there more? Imo Renbuo asked. Sun Wutian smiled awkwardly. None left. Although he had sold some mountain game for money, funds were limited. But if you promise to reform, I can go and fetch more. Imo Renbuo said, fixing Sun Wutian with a deep look. All right, I promise. Besides, you were so strong I couldn't defeat you anyway. Sun Wutian nodded. Wait here, I'll go get more food for you right now. With that, Sun Wutian teleported back to the surface of the earth. Wutian. The East Jiewangshan and the others showed a flash of surprise when they saw him return. Wutian, how is Imo Renbuo? Dieka asked. He promised to reform. Reform. Wutian, you must not trust Imo Renbuo, he is a monster created by Bibidi, the East Jiewangshan urged vehemently. I know, but we currently have no way to destroy him, do we? Why not have him stay in the Jiewangshan realm for now? But will he obey quietly? The East Jiewangshan asked. He will, as long as we give him a great many candies and cookies. Candies and cookies. Yes. We'll have to ask Aunt Buma for that matter. Sun Wutian looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong said, I'll go find Buma and have her prepare a large supply of candies and cookies. Sun Wutian nodded in agreement. Then, Lord Jiewangshan, will you remain on Earth for a while? I suppose you don't want to live on the same planet as Imo Renbuo, right? Very well. The East Jiewangshan nodded. Uncle Yamucha, could you go to the Jiewangshan realm and keep Imo Renbuo company for a while? Keep Imo Renbuo company. Yamucha stammered, frightened. Sun Wutian really did want him to play the role of companion to Imo Renbuo. Sun Wutian nodded. But what if he kills me? He has promised to reform. If he does kill you, we can use the Longju to revive you. Then why not send Kellen? Uncle Kellen has a family to care for, and besides, aren't you single too? Ah. Hearing this, Yamucha felt as if a knife had been thrust into his chest. Then. What about Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi? Aren't they single as well? They must train.
At that, Yamcha felt as if another blade had driven into his heart.
Kellen, standing aside, could not help but laugh. Yamcha, I think you should be the one to keep Imorenbuo company.
Yamcha snorted in cold disdain.
Don't be smug, Kellen, he'll find someone eventually. Is that so? Kellen smiled faintly.
Then Uncle Yamcha, are you willing to go to the Jiawangshan realm to keep Imorenbuo company?
Willing.
Hardly, but for everyone's sake I'll sacrifice myself this once.
Sun Wutian nodded, then looked at the Jiawangshan sword in Sun Wufan's hand. Brother, what is this sword? This is the Jiawangshan sword.
The Jiawangshan sword?
Yes.
Lord Jiawangshan said that whoever can wield this sword with ease might be able to defeat Imorenbuo.
Is that so? Can I see the sword?
All right, but be careful, the sword is very heavy.
Sun Wutian nodded.
Seeing this, Sun Wufan immediately handed the Jiawangshan sword to him. Sun Wutian lifted it with one hand, his right hand a flash of lightning as he thrust forward repeatedly.
The East Jiawangshan and Jiabite were amazed.
They knew Sun Wutian was powerful, but witnessing how swiftly he wielded the Jiawangshan sword still surprised them. At that moment, Sun Wutian ceased his practice and returned the sword to Sun Wufan. Brother, you should practice with this sword diligently, perhaps you truly can defeat Imorenbuo. Hearing this, Sun Wufan felt a peculiar sensation. The words sounded like an elder speaking to a youth, yet it seemed he should be the elder. Sun Wufan's odd impression stemmed chiefly from the simple fact that Sun Wutian was stronger than he was.
All right. Then Uncle Yamcha, shall I take you to the Kaioshin realm? Right now. Shouldn't we wait for Goku? No need, well, go straight there. Well. All right then.
Seeing this, Goten instantly teleported, carrying Yamcha to the Kaioshin realm.
At that moment, Majin Buu sat idly atop a massive boulder. Upon spotting Goten's return, his face lit up with delight and he dashed over eagerly. Goten.
Goten nodded in greeting.
Goten, who's this? This is Uncle Yamcha. Uncle Yamcha. Hearing this, Yamcha smiled warmly. You're older than me, you don't need to call me uncle like Goten does. Just call me Yamcha. Yamcha. Yes. Yamcha nodded. Goten, where's the food? My father's gone to fetch it. Well, need to wait just a moment. Oh.
Majin Buu replied, his tone tinged with quiet disappointment.
Then Uncle Yamcha, would you play with me for a while? Me?
Yamcha pointed at himself.
Yes. Well. All right. Glancing at Majin Buu, Yamcha still felt uneasy about playing with him.
Suddenly an idea struck him. He pulled out a stack of comic books and glossy fashion magazines from his jacket and held them before Majin Buu. Majin Buu, take a look at these.
What are these? These are comics, and these are fashion magazines featuring beautiful women. They're absolutely captivating.
Majin Buu glanced at the covers, then chose a comic and began flipping through it.
Ha ha ha.
After reading for a short while, Majin Buu burst into hearty laughter.
Relieved, Yamcha let out a quiet sigh. Goten settled onto the grass nearby. The seventh universe.
Meanwhile, a tall, slender woman with bluish-green skin, long snow-white hair tied high in a ponytail flew across the seventh universe at superluminal speed, accompanied by a stout, short-tailed man who bore a striking resemblance to a plumper version of Beerus. These two were Kampa and Vados of the sixth universe. They had entered the seventh universe seeking the Super Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Vados decelerated sharply and halted mid-flight.
What are you doing, Vados? Kampa asked, puzzled by her abrupt stop.
Vados raised her staff with her right hand, the crystal orb atop it shimmering instantly to reveal Goten's image.
What is it, Vados?
Nothing, Lord Kampa, I merely sensed an extraordinarily potent divine aura and grew curious.
An extraordinarily potent divine aura? Is it a destroyer's aura? No.
Vados shook her head.
It is a divine aura unlike any I have ever sensed before. Could he be a candidate chosen by Beerus for the destroyer position?
Uncertain, but since he resides in the Kaioshin realm, he may well be the next Kaioshin.
Kaioshin. Then he hasn't noticed us yet, has he? Kampa asked, voice faint with trepidation.
They had slipped into the seventh universe precisely because Beerus remained deep in slumber, allowing them to collect the Super Dragon Balls unnoticed.
If Beerus awoke and discovered Kampa had taken the seventh universe's Super Dragon Balls, retribution would be swift and certain. Uncertain Vados replied with a gentle smile. Lord Kampa, are you afraid he'll inform Lord Beerus of your presence here in the 7th universe? Kampa scoffed coldly. If I feared him I wouldn't have come here at all. Oh. Then shall we resume our search for the Super Dragon Balls? Ahem. Kampa cleared his throat. You mentioned his divine aura is exceptionally strong, shall we go meet him? Meet him. Precisely, to confirm whether he is indeed a destroyer candidate of the 7th universe. Vados smiled faintly. Lord Kampa, you're still afraid. I'm not. I'm simply intrigued by his power. Kampa insisted stubbornly. Vados raised her staff and tapped once into the cosmic void, their forms vanishing in a flash of superluminal motion as she carried Kampa onward. The Kaioshin realm. Goten sat cross-legged upon a sun-dappled meadow gazing upward into the star-strewn expanse. Owing to the realm's unique celestial positioning, numerous radiant planets orbited gracefully around the Kaioshin Tower. I wish I had a planet of my own. Goten murmured softly to himself. At that very instant a figure materialized silently before him. It was Son Goku. Dad. Goku nodded. Goten, I've brought the candy and cookies. Then give them to Majin Buu. As Goku spoke he opened a capsule and tossed it onto the ground. Boom. A puff of white smoke billowed forth, and upon its dispersal 5 or 6 tables laden with candy, cookies and cakes appeared. Candy. Cookies. Majin Buu dropped his comic instantly and sprinted over. Food after all held far greater allure than ink and paper tales. Clump. 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 In moments he stood before Goku and the others, devouring the sweets ravenously. Goku chuckled. Goten, this fellow has quite the appetite. Goten nodded in agreement. Just then Goten sensed an overwhelming aura surging toward them, an expression of grave intensity instantly hardening his features. Such an immense divine aura. Could it be Beerus? No, that's impossible. He won't awaken for another 5 years. Goten pondered inwardly. What's wrong, Goten? Noticing his son's sudden pallor, Goku asked. A tremendously powerful energy, it's drawing near to us right now. A tremendously powerful energy, yet why can't I sense it? It's divine energy. Divine. Is it stronger than yours? Yes. Goten nodded. Before the words had fully left his lips, a pillar of blinding white light descended before them. As the radiance faded, 2 figures emerged clearly within its glow. They were Kampa and Vados. Kampa. Goten thought, startled. Who are you? Goku asked. Greetings. I am Vados, attendant to Lord Kampa, destroyer of the 6th universe. The one standing beside me is Lord Kampa himself, destroyer of the 6th universe. The 6th universe. Goku looked bewildered. Indeed. There are 12 universes in total, yours is the 7th universe. Vados said, glancing slowly around. By the way, where is your universe's Kaioshin? The Kaioshin is currently on Earth. Goku replied. Earth. Yes. Goku nodded. Kampa surveyed the 4 of them keenly. Vados, which one emitted that overwhelmingly potent divine aura you mentioned? Since Goten had reverted to his base form, Kampa could no longer detect the divine aura emanating from him. It's the smallest one among them. Bulma chuckled. The smallest. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately turned his gaze toward Goten. Could it be him? Yes. Bulma nodded. Young lad, what is your name? I'm Goten. Then. Do you know Beerus? No, I don't. Goten shook his head. You don't. Hasn't the Supreme Kai told you about Beerus? Actually, I only met the Supreme Kai today. Today. Hearing this, Beerus instantly glanced at Bulma. Bulma, didn't you say he's the next Supreme Kai? Lord Beerus, I said, possibly. Then what about that divine aura? Lord Beerus, you'll have to ask him directly. Ah. Beerus turned his gaze toward Goten. Goten, what's the source of your divine aura? That's my divine transformation, I call it Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Yes. Goten nodded. Could you transform for me just once? Of course. As Goten spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, his entire body erupting with an overwhelming, rapidly ascending aura. Ha!
With a thunderous shout, Goten transformed into Super Saiyan God. So this is Super Saiyan God. Beerus smiled faintly. Suddenly he noticed Majin Buu, who had been quietly devouring candy and cake, and strode over.
Hey you! Don't you see me? I see you. So what? So what? Do you even know who I am? I am the god of destruction. Do you doubt I could erase you in an instant? Upon hearing this, Majin Buu's expression instantly hardened with gravity.
Seeing this, Goten hurriedly stepped in to prevent conflict.
Lord Beerus, he's never been schooled, he knows nothing of etiquette or hierarchy.
Please, as a being of great stature, overlook his ignorance.
Hoof. Beerus snorted coldly. Very well, I'll let it pass if he hands over all that food. This. Goten hesitated inwardly.
Majin Buu had only just been subdued. Provoking him now would surely trigger immediate rebellion. Yet refusing Beerus's demand risked igniting open confrontation with the god of destruction. Or he could simply abandon Majin Buu altogether. Though the power of Super Saiyan God was formidable, it still fell far short of a god of destruction's might.
Lord Beerus, might I offer you something else instead? No. I want the cake, only the cake. Hearing this, Majin Buu swiftly extended his tongue and licked every last crumb of uneaten cake. You wretch! Enraged, Beerus clenched his fists and in an instant materialized before Majin Buu, delivering a devastating punch that sent him soaring high into the sky. Lord Beerus! Bulma gasped in shock. She hadn't expected him to strike so suddenly. Goten, witnessing this, immediately turned to his father's son Goku beside him. Dad, take Uncle Yamcha back to Earth and fetch Aunt Bulma's finest delicacies. Delicacies. Yes, otherwise the sacred world of the Kai may not survive the next few moments. Understood. Without hesitation, Goku activated instant transmission, teleporting Yamcha straight back to Earth. Whoosh! Boom! 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 High above, Beerus stood in the sky, striking Majin Buu repeatedly with one hand. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Beerus drove his right fist into Majin Buu's face, hurling him violently down to the ground. A massive plume of dust erupted from the impact. When the haze finally settled, a colossal crater yawned across the earth. Majin Buu lay sprawled inside the crater, battered and disheveled. Gar! Gritting his teeth, he surged back to his feet, white vapor billowing thickly from the hole atop his head. 2. Like a streak of lightning, Majin Buu shot forward, straight at Beerus, who remained utterly still, rooted to the spot. In an instant, Majin Buu closed the distance, launching furious punches forward. Yet each blow slipped effortlessly past Beerus, evaded with serene precision. Suddenly, Beerus twisted into a sly, sinister grin, and with a casual soccer-style kick slammed his right foot hard into Majin Buu's abdomen. Crunch! With a violent crack, Majin Buu rocketed backward like a fired projectile. In a flash, Beerus vanished, reappearing instantly behind Majin Buu, and unleashed a searing blast of destructive energy. Kaboom! A cataclysmic detonation engulfed Majin Buu, thick roiling smoke swallowing his form completely. Beerus reappeared beside Bulma in a blink. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, Majin Buu staggered upright, bruised, breathless, gasping raggedly. Since you lack even basic decorum, I shall spare you today, but should this happen again, no promise remains. Beerus's voice cut like frost. Majin Buu clenched his jaw, white vapor surging more fiercely from his crown. Arg! Suddenly he shrieked in agony, clutching his head with both hands. Beerus, what's happening to him? I don't know. Bulma shook her head. Come out, now. After another burst of anguish, Majin Buu vomited forth a swirling mass of black energy. The dark mist coalesced instantly into a gaunt jet-black version of Majin Buu, his skin shadowed his aura thick with malevolence. This was evil Majin Buu. Beerus, he split into two. Looks like a division. Division. Yes. That slender one radiates pure darkness and corruption. Is that so? Then perhaps the real spectacle is only beginning. Beerus smiled faintly. It certainly appears that way. At that very moment, the two Buus locked eyes, each burning with the singular ruthless will to eradicate the other and reign alone as the one true Majin Buu. Who are you? I am Majin Buu. I am Majin Buu. With those words, both lunged forward, blurring like twin bolts of lightning. In an instant they collided, fists and feet flashing like lightning, locked in furious whirling combat. Dust and debris exploded outward in all directions. Crash! Evil Majin Buu landed a crushing blow, sending Majin Buu hurtling through the air.
Majin Buu clenched his fists mid-flight, halting his momentum with sudden taut control. In the next heartbeat, evil Majin Buu appeared before him, swinging his right leg in a brutal arc, and kicked Majin Buu clean off his feet. Boom! Majin Buu shot backward like a meteor, slamming headlong into the mountainside behind him. A storm of dust and rubble erupted on impact. Evil Majin Buu clasped his hands behind his back, then fired a brilliant pink energy wave straight at Majin Buu. Roar! Kablooey! A colossal explosion obliterated the mountain. Majin Buu's body left charred black by the blast's searing fury. Beerus, I hadn't anticipated this leaner one would be so formidable. Bulma smiled wryly. It's much like your relationship with Lord Beerus himself. I'm stronger than Beerus, thank you very much. Beerus retorted, voice laced with indignation. A soft whoosh pierced the air. Evil Majin Buu fired a pink energy beam from his antennae toward Majin Buu. In response, Majin Buu raised his own antennae and launched an identical pink beam. Boom! Their beams collided midair with perfect equilibrium until evil Majin Buu roared, surging his power forward and forcing Majin Buu backward with overwhelming force. ZZZT. A flash of crackling electricity surged, and Majin Buu instantly transformed into a cookie. He's turned into a cookie, gasped Kaiosatsu, stunned. Vados nodded calmly, just as Goten blurred into motion, vanishing and reappearing instantly before evil Majin Buu, then delivering a thunderous kick that sent him flying. Thud! Evil Majin Buu hurtled over a kilometer through the air. Without pause, Goten extended his right hand and fired a pink beam, restoring Majin Buu to his original form. Evil Majin Buu clenched his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes as he glared at Goten. How intriguing, chuckled Kaiosatsu. Boom! In an instant, evil Majin Buu shot forward like a taut wire, blazing toward Goten at blinding speed. Goten vanished, reappearing beneath evil Majin Buu in a heartbeat, then struck upward with twin fists lightning fast, driving them hard into evil Majin Buu's abdomen. Thud! 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 Each blow tore a shriek from evil Majin Buu's throat. Then, thud! Goten's right fist slammed into evil Majin Buu's jaw, launching him high into the sky. In one fluid motion, Goten gathered immense energy, drew his hands back sharply, and cried out, Ka-A-M-E-H-A-M-E-H-A-A. A deep cerulean energy wave coalesced in his palms, then surged upward, streaking toward the airborne evil Majin Buu. Instantly, a colossal azure sphere erupted before evil Majin Buu, its gravitational force hurling him violently into the void of space. Nu! Evil Majin Buu screamed, arms straining desperately against the Kamehameha's crushing pressure, yet against such absolute power even his utmost effort proved utterly futile. Krakum! A cataclysmic explosion ripped across the heavens, the sky blazing with incandescent cerulean light, blinding and absolute. Then, a titanic vortex erupted, spiraling outward across the skies and engulfing the entire realm of the Supreme Kai. Ahak! Evil Majin Buu's final scream was swallowed whole as his body disintegrated within the maelstrom. Majin Buu, I hope your next life is one of virtue, Goten murmured, gazing upon the fading silhouette of his vanquished foe. Moments later, as the thick smoke dispersed, evil Majin Buu's aura vanished entirely. And Majin Buu, just like that. He's truly gone. On the Northern Kai's planet, the Northern Kai stared in utter disbelief. Goku and Goten had once failed repeatedly to destroy Majin Buu, yet now Goten had eradicated another incarnation in a single decisive strike. Was this version simply weaker in regeneration, or had Goten deliberately held back? Kaiosatsu smiled and stepped forward toward Goten. Goten, you're remarkably strong. Care for a sparring match? A match with you? Don't worry, I won't use my full strength. Very well. Goten immediately leapt backward, stance tightening. Shall we begin? Kaiosatsu beckoned with a playful wave. Agreed. Goten replied, and in a flash became a crimson streak hurtling toward Kaiosatsu. In the blink of an eye he reached Kaiosatsu, fists driving forward with explosive force. Yet Kaiosatsu shifted effortlessly, left-right, evading each blow with serene grace. Ha! Goten bellowed, and unleashed a full-force right hook. Kaiosatsu raised his left hand and caught it barehanded. Goten gritted his teeth and snapped out a sweeping right kick, only for Kaiosatsu to lift his own right leg and meet it head-on. A sharp crack echoed, sparks flaring where their legs collided. Kaiosatsu glanced at Goten, then calmly released his grip. Goten sprang back, fists clenching tightly, muscles coiling with restrained power. Ha! With a thunderous cry, Goten's hair and eyebrows blazed sapphire, his irises deepening to oceanic blue, while celestial motes shimmering like starlight swirled around him, wreathed in azure spiritual energy. His aura rippled with slow liquid grace, dripping with faint droplets of condensed energy far more deliberate than a mortal's or even a Super Saiyan's.
Delicate arcs of electricity flickered across its dual-layered radiance, outer cerulean, inner luminous white. This was the Super Saiyan Blue transformation.
What is this? This is Super Saiyan Blue, the ultimate evolution of the Super Saiyan achieved by anchoring the divine essence of a Super Saiyan god as one's permanent state.
Oh, I see. Sounds rather intricate. But stronger than your last form, yes. Indeed. Goten gave a firm nod.
Then shall we continue?
By all means.
Goten blurred once more, this time a streak of radiant cobalt surging toward Kaiotsu. In a heartbeat he closed the distance, fists striking forward with devastating intent.
Kaiotsu, unprepared for such a quantum leap in speed, was forced to raise both arms to block. Thud. 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 Each impact drove Kaiotsu backward step by step.
Damn it, he snarled, then erupted with a shockwave of raw power, blasting Goten violently away. Goten clenched his fists, stabilizing himself instantly on the ground, just as Kaiotsu fired a destructive energy blast from his right hand. Goten thrust both hands forward, catching the blast, but was still shoved backward hundreds of meters, his boots carving furrows across the earth.
It's scorching hot.
Goten cried, then hurled the energy upward.
Krakoom.
It detonated high above, shattering the sky with deafening force.
Not bad. Kaiotsu grinned, and in the next breath materialized before Goten, fists hammering forward with lethal precision. Too swift to track, Kaiotsu's fists slammed into Goten's face before his body could even react.
Goten screamed, his face and torso battered mercilessly, until with a fierce grimace he twisted aside from Kaiotsu's right hook and drove his forehead straight into Kaiotsu's.
Thud. The impact sent Kaiotsu staggering backward.
Ugh, damn it, he growled, rubbing his forehead with a wince.
In an instant he vanished, reappeared, and smashed a crushing right fist across Goten's face, sending him flying. Goten clenched his fists, halting his flight with astonishing control. On Earth, the East Kaioshin had just sensed another evil presence of Majin Buu. Kaioshin, what exactly is happening in the Kaioshin realm? How can there be two Majin Buu signatures? I don't know. The East Kaioshin shook his head. However, it seems that Goten is currently fighting that god of destruction that Goku mentioned. Back when the 5 Kaioshins were still around, he was only responsible for managing the East Galaxy. It was only after Majin Buu eliminated the Grand Kaioshin that he became the only Kaioshin of Universe 7. Is that so? Gohan, a bit worried for Goten's safety, asked, is that god of destruction very strong? Very strong. This is the first time I've felt such a powerful divine presence. Gohan inquired, will Goten be in danger? This? I don't know either. In the Kaioshin realm, Goten and Kampa had already moved from the ground to midair. At this moment both were gathering energy waves in their hands to attack each other. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Goten's energy wave collided with Kampa's destructive energy, resulting in massive explosions. For a moment the sky was filled with explosions and the fiery light they produced. Suddenly Kampa halted his destructive energy attack and instantaneously appeared in front of Goten. What? Goten was taken aback. The next second Kampa's right fist swung heavily towards Goten. Goten raised his arms forward, using the force of Kampa's attack to retreat. Oh. Kampa was surprised. He didn't expect the young Goten to possess such strong combat talent. This made Kampa suddenly feel playful. He. Kampa grinned wickedly, a mass of destructive energy suddenly appearing around his body. With so much destructive energy, let's see how you handle it. Hearing this, Goten brought his hands together. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave gathered from Goten's hands. Kampa waved his right index finger and all the destructive energy around him immediately surged towards Goten. Wave. Goten shouted, launching the Kamehameha. As the Kamehameha was unleashed, it swept through the incoming destructive energy, causing it to explode spectacularly in a series of thunderous blasts. Kampa narrowed his eyes, transforming into a purple light that charged towards Goten. In the blink of an eye, Kampa reached Goten, throwing a powerful punch forward. Goten swiftly dodged to the side. Kampa, surprised, attacked Goten once more. Ha! Goten shouted loudly, suddenly emitting a massive amount of blue energy, and retaliated with a punch towards Kampa. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With the sound of a raging storm, the two fought with their fists and feet locked in combat.
The sky was filled with fierce winds created by their battle. These winds were generated from the powerful punches and momentum of the two during their fight.
On Earth in West City at Bulma's house, Goku and Yamcha were preparing to return to the Kaioshin realm with a large amount of food as instructed by Goten.
Standing nearby for a while, Vegeta suddenly said to Goku, Kakarot, I want to go to the Kaioshin realm with you.
You too, Vegeta? Vegeta nodded. I want to meet the god of destruction you just mentioned. Alright then.
As Goku spoke, he used instant transmission to take the two of them to the Kaioshin realm.
Whoosh! Goku and the others appeared next to Majin Buu.
Seeing the Majin Buu who turned him into chocolate, Vegeta immediately felt displeased. However, he was soon drawn to the battle between Goten and Kampa.
Kakarot, the one fighting Goten, must be the god of destruction, right? That's right. Goku nodded. Vegeta pondered upon hearing this. When he was very young, he had once seen Beerus. Though Kampa looked somewhat similar to Beerus, he was definitely not Beerus. Moreover, Goku also mentioned that his name was Kampa. Could it be that they are brothers? Bang! Just as Vegeta was thinking, Goten and Kampa held hands tightly, straining against each other in the air. Yah! With a loud shout, Goten emitted a massive amount of blue energy. Kampa snorted coldly, releasing a large amount of purple energy.
The energies of both immediately clashed like raging flames in the sky.
Bang! After a stalemate, Kampa used both hands to push Goten away. Goten gasped for breath and glanced at Goku on the ground. Lord Kampa, I'm a bit tired. How about we call it a day? Not going to fight anymore.
Goten, being just a child, felt it was okay to act a bit spoiled towards Kampa.
Yeah, I'm a bit hungry now. Goten smiled.
Seeing that Goten was still a child, Kampa didn't want to bully him, so he restrained his energy.
Alright then, but you must not tell Beerus about our meeting today. And keep it a secret from the others. Kampa glanced at Goku and the others. Goten nodded and returned to his normal state. Goku asked, not fighting anymore.
After saying this, the two immediately descended towards the ground, landing next to Goku and Beerus.
Dad, did you bring Earth's delicacies? Goku nodded and tossed a capsule onto the ground. Boom!
With a puff of white smoke, tables piled high with delicious food appeared.
Kampa looked at the appetizing food and couldn't help but feel interested in what Goku had brought. Majin Buu also showed interest in the food Goku brought. Goten, what are these? Can I try some? Majin Buu asked, drooling.
You can, but you must not fight with Lord Kampa for food.
Okay. Majin Buu nodded obediently. Poof. Kampa snorted. I never said I wanted your food. Lord Kampa isn't eating.
If that's the case, I'll just have to invite Sister Beerus to taste it.
Sister. Beerus smiled upon hearing this. Even angels like humans hope to be called young by others. Of course, Beerus' age was far older than that of the Saiyan ancestors. As Goten spoke, he immediately handed a slice of pizza from the table to Beerus. Sister Beerus, this is pizza from Earth. Would you like to try it? Okay. Beerus nodded with a smile. Then Bados took the pizza from Sun Wuxian's hand and started to eat it. Mum. After taking a bite of the pizza, an expression of immense surprise immediately appeared on Bados' face. What's wrong, Bados? Lord Kampa, this food called pizza is simply too delicious. Is that so? Kampa feigned calmness.
Bados nodded and quickly finished the pizza in her hand.
Seeing this, Sun Wuxian brought more earth delicacies for Bados.
After tasting other foods, Bados repeatedly showed signs of surprise on her face.
Kampa, witnessing this, could no longer suppress his cravings. Bados, are these foods really that delicious? Indeed, Lord Kampa, every dish that Sun Wuxian brought from Earth is exceptionally tasty. Kampa looked at Sun Wuxian, momentarily unsure of how to express himself because he had just said that he wouldn't eat Sun Wuxian's food.
Sun Wuxian seemed to see through Kampa's thoughts and smiled as he offered a piece of pizza to Kampa.
Lord Kampa, you should try this pizza, it's incredibly delicious. Ahem. Kampa cleared his throat.
Since you've said that, I suppose I shall give it a try. Saying this, Kampa picked up the pizza that Sun Wuxian had handed him and began to eat.
After taking a bite of the pizza, an expression of utter astonishment appeared on Kampa's face. He then began to eat it voraciously.
Soon Kampa finished a slice of pizza. He no longer held back and began to savor the various delicacies laid out on the table. Majin Buu, seeing Kampa competing with him for food, immediately quickened his pace of eating.
Sun Wutian had said he couldn't compete with Kampa for food, but he didn't say he couldn't eat faster. Damn it. Kampa, seeing Majin Buu competing with him for food, unwilling to back down, also sped up his eating. Soon the food brought by Sun Wukong was finished by Sun Wukong, Kampa, Battles, and Majin Buu. Kampa, feeling a bit unsatisfied, looked at Sun Wutian and asked, Sun Wutian, did you bring all this food from Earth? Sun Wutian nodded.
Hearing this, Kampa immediately turned to Battles.
Battles, find out where our universe SIXS Earth is. Yes, Lord Kampa. Universe SIXS Earth. Does that mean your universe also has an Earth? Sun Wukong asked. Because Universe 6 and Universe 7 are twin universes, the planets in Universe 7 should also exist in Universe 6. Battles explained.
So does Universe 6 also have scions?
Sun Wukong inquired.
Of course, but their strength is not as formidable as yours. As Battles spoke, a dead planet appeared on the crystal ball of her staff.
What's going on? Sun Wutian, is your Earth in the northern galaxy?
Yes, Sister Battles, what's wrong?
Nothing, it seems our universe SIXS Earth is a dead planet. A dead planet? Kampa gasped.
If the Earth in their universe was a dead planet, he wouldn't be able to taste as delicious food as that found on Universe 7's Earth. I will rewind time to see what caused our universe's Earth to become a dead planet. As Battles spoke, the Earth on the crystal ball of her staff immediately reverted to before it became a dead planet. Then as time moved back, the humans of Universe SIXS Earth became a dead planet due to war. So that's how it is our universe's Earth became a dead planet, because of human wars.
War. Does that mean the Earth in our universe couldn't produce Earthlings capable of making delicious food like those on Universe 7? Battles nodded.
After hearing this, Kampa stroked his chin with his right hand, feeling even more eager to collect the Super Dragon Balls.
Battles, it's getting late, we should be heading back. All right, Lord Kampa.
Battles nodded, bidding farewell to Sun Wutian.
Well then, Sun Wutian, we'll be leaving now until we meet again. Until we meet again.
Seeing this, Battles pointed her staff downwards and a rainbow light immediately appeared beneath the two, carrying them away from the Kaishan realm.
Sun Wutian sighed in relief. So Dad, should we return to Earth now? What about Majin Buu? Sun Wukong asked. He'll come back with us.
Then you all put your hands on my back.
Sun Wutian nodded. Seeing this, Sun Wukong used instant transmission to bring Sun Wutian back to Earth. Whoosh!
They appeared before the East Kaishan.
Majin Buu.
The East Kaishan was immediately startled to see Majin Buu, who had been brought back. Lord Kaishan, don't be afraid, Majin Buu has reformed.
Isn't that right, Majin Buu? Majin Buu nodded. Wutian, you can't trust him so easily, he is Majin Buu.
Due to his fear of Majin Buu, the East Kaishan was still somewhat skeptical that Majin Buu could reform so quickly. Lord Kaishan, you really don't have to worry, he has truly reformed. After hearing this, the East Kaishan remained unconvinced. However, facing Majin Buu, he felt utterly powerless, so even if he didn't believe, he could only choose to accept this reality. So Wutian, what was the story with the two traces of Majin Buu's energy earlier?
That was Majin Buu's evil thoughts. Evil thoughts. Yes, I've already eliminated them. Then, what about the Kaishan realm now? It was damaged a bit, but it's fine. Is that so?
Then in that case, Jebet and I will head back first. Lord Kaishan, what about this Kaishan sword?
Sun Wufan asked.
Since you pulled this sword out, then I'll give it to you, besides we can't carry it anyway.
Sun Wufan nodded. Well then, everyone, until we meet again. Until we meet again.
Seeing this, Jebet used instant transmission to take the East Kaishan back to the Kaishan realm. Back in the Kaishan realm, the East Kaishan immediately saw the numerous pits and bumps on the ground.
Kaishan realm. Jebet exclaimed. Earth.
Sun Wukong, seeing the East Kaishan and the others, immediately turned to Majin Buu and asked, So Wutian, where do you plan to settle Majin Buu? Majin Buu is a big eater, and with Sun Wukong's family's finances it would certainly be quite difficult to handle. Moreover, Chi-Chi would definitely not agree to let Majin Buu live with them.
Uncle Yamcha. Sun Wutian looked at Yamcha. Upon hearing this, Yamcha quickly waved his hands. Wutian, my financial capacity is limited, he can stay with me, but as for food, I can't manage that. I see.
Sun Wutian looked at Piccolo. Then Uncle Piccolo, can Majin Buu stay in your other world for a while? The other world doesn't belong to me but to Dandy, let me ask him.
All right. Sun Wutian nodded. Piccolo, seeing this, immediately used telepathy to contact Dandy.
Dandy agreed to let Majin Buu stay with you.
Really? That's wonderful. Majin Buu looked at Sun Wutian with a puzzled expression.
Yes, you can stay here for now, and tomorrow I will take you to a nice place.
Okay. Majin Buu nodded. So Goku, if there's nothing else, shall we head back? Yamcha said. Alright, let's gather again next time. Sun Wukong nodded.
By the way, we left the World Martial Arts Tournament and I wonder how the competition is going.
Klin said.
He had come to participate in the tournament with Lazili, and aside from wanting to join the competition, he also hoped to win the prize money. Then he planned to leave Kame House, buy a house, and move to West City.
I think it should have ended by now, right? Sun Wukong said.
Sun Wutian smiled and said Uncle Klin and Lazili might have already won the championship of this tournament.
The championship. Klin, this time you really hit the jackpot. Yamcha wrapped his right arm around Klin's shoulders and said. Hit the jackpot. Klin looked at Yamcha, unsure if he meant he was marrying Lazili or if Lazili won the tournament. But regardless of what Yamcha meant, it was indeed a gain for him. That's right, the prize money from the tournament must have gone to your family's candidate. Klin nodded. So Dad, can I take Majin Buu to the other world? Sure, why don't I take you there? All right. Sun Wutian nodded.
Seeing this, Sun Wukong instantly transported the two of them to the other world.
Wukong. Dandy greeted Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. Dandy, Piccolo has already told you, right? He did. Majin Buu will stay with me for now.
Majin Buu, if you stay here you must obediently listen to Dandy. Sun Wutian advised Majin Buu.
Okay. Majin Buu nodded. Dad, can we go back now? Sun Wukong nodded. After that, the two immediately left the other world. The next morning,
after having breakfast, Sun Wutian arrived in the other world and took Majin Buu to Mr.
Satan's house. Aren't you the champion of the youth group from yesterday? Sun Wutian nodded. So why are you here? Mr. Satan, I came today to ask you for a favor. A favor?
Yes, his name is Majin Buu, he's my friend and I want him to stay with you.
Stay with me? Yes. No way, I don't want him here. What did you say? Majin Buu raised his fist angrily upon hearing this.
Of course, Majin Buu didn't really intend to attack, he just wanted to scare him.
Mr.
Satan, seeing this, immediately started trembling in fear.
Sun Wutian smiled and said, Mr.
Satan, actually the one who defeated Cell 7 years ago wasn't you but my dad and the others, right?
You? How do you know? Did your dad tell you? Mr. Satan was taken aback. Sun Wutian nodded. But, Mr.
Satan, you don't have to worry, I won't let this matter leak as long as you agree to let Majin Buu stay with you.
Well, Mr. Satan hesitated.
Majin Buu's strength is greater than Aunt Lazila's, he can protect you and can pretend to be your disciple to help you in competitions.
Really? Mr.
Satan was somewhat tempted upon hearing this. Yesterday's match with Lazili, although she lost to him, she extorted 30 million from him. Originally Lazili would have only received 10 million for winning the championship. With this extortion along with the runner-up prize, Lazili directly made an extra 25 million.
It must be said Lazili is indeed very shrewd.
As long as you treat Majin Buu well, he will definitely help you.
You agree, right, Majin Buu? Majin Buu nodded. Alright, but the matter you just mentioned must be kept a secret. Of course. Then Majin Buu, you can stay here for now. If you want to eat anything, just tell Mr. Satan directly. When I have time, I will come to see you. Okay. Majin Buu nodded. After seeing this, Sun Wutian immediately left Mr. Satan's house.
After Sun Wutian left Mr.
Satan immediately turned to Majin Buu.
You're called Majin Buu, right?
Majin Buu nodded.
Can you fly like them?
I can.
Can you teach me how to fly in the sky?
Of course, but I'm a bit hungry right now. What do you want to eat? I can have it brought here right away. I want candy cake and all sorts of delicious food. Alright, no problem.
On the other side. After Sun Wutian left, he first went to the World Martial Arts Tournament venue to claim the 10 million prize and then went to Trunks' house.
Wutian.
Trunks was very happy to greet Sun Wutian upon seeing him.
Sun Wutian smiled and nodded. So Wutian, did you get the prize money? You said you would treat us.
I did get it. But my mom said I can only spend up to 10,000.
Ah, that's so little.
Yeah, our family is nothing like yours. I don't even know how many companies you have.
Don't say that, Wutian. 10,000 may be a little, but you can still buy quite a bit of good food. Sun Wutian nodded.
In the 6th universe, the god of destruction's realm.
After trying Earth's delicacies yesterday, Kampa couldn't forget the food from Earth.
However, the journey to the 7th universe is long and he still hopes that Beerus can find the 7 Super Dragon Balls. That way he can make a wish like the Super Shenron for a planet just like Earth in the 7th universe.
I wonder if Beerus has found the Super Dragon Balls of the 6th universe. If he has, I can go to the 7th universe again.
The Super Dragon Balls are scattered across the 6th and 7th universes.
Kampa has now found 2 Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe. Normally there may still be 1 or 2 Super Dragon Balls left in the 6th universe. So if Beerus collects all the Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe, Kampa can go with Beerus to the 7th universe to search for the Super Dragon Balls again. Time flies and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. On Earth at Baozi Mountain, Sun Wutian and Trunks were currently training on the back mountain of Sun Wukong's home. Wutian, tell me honestly, how did you achieve the Super Saiyan God transformation? I didn't do anything special.
I simply trained diligently.
Perhaps I'm just naturally gifted.
Poof.
Trunks snorted coldly.
Don't get too cocky, Wutian. I'll surpass you one day and attain the Super Saiyan God form myself.
Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong Wutian offered a faint tranquil smile. Trunks' current power level stood only at Super Saiyan 1 and 3 cultivation realms beneath his own.
By the time Trunks mastered the Super Saiyan God form, Wutian would likely have already ascended to Super Saiyan 6 or even 7.
In the netherworld, the Hall of Yama.
Yama, the king of hell, sat immersed in reviewing spirit records, deciding whether each soul would ascend to heaven or descend into hell.
Send him to heaven. Condemn him to hell. Condemn him to hell. Amidst Yama's relentless workload, a junior demon led a newly arrived spirit before the sovereign throne. Your Majesty Yama, this is a newly arrived spirit, how shall we assign his duties? Yama glanced casually at the newcomer and replied.
Assign him to oversee the soul cleansing machine.
Understood, Your Majesty.
The junior demon bowed and promptly escorted the novice spirit toward the machine's chamber.
All souls sentenced to hell must first undergo purification within the soul cleansing machine before being delivered to their eternal domain. This is the soul cleansing machine. Your primary duty is to replace the collection canisters before they overflow. The junior demon instructed the newcomer. The novice spirit, however, wore headphones and was lost in music, utterly oblivious. Did you hear me?
The junior demon yanked off the headphones and shouted.
Why, wise? I heard.
The junior demon scoffed. Also, the pressure in that canister is nearly at critical capacity.
Replace it immediately.
Yes, sir.
The novice spirit nodded silently. And don't slack off on duty, otherwise I'll report you to His Majesty Yama and he'll dock your wages. The novice spirit remained mute.
With that, the junior demon turned sharply and ascended the stone steps. As soon as his back was turned, the novice stuck out his tongue.
Suddenly the junior demon whirled around once more. Don't forget to replace that canister.
Yes, sir.
The novice nodded earnestly. Satisfied, the junior demon continued climbing upward. No sooner had he vanished from sight than the novice slipped his headphones back on.
Bopping rhythmically to the music, the novice spirit danced absent-mindedly, completely forgetting the canister. As he lost himself in the beat, the canister's pressure surged to its limit and began swelling outward with ominous tension.
Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the vessel, releasing torrents of volatile gas.
Ignited by the blast's flame, the gas instantly ignited the soul cleansing machine, triggering a secondary catastrophic detonation. Startled by the blast, the novice ripped off his headphones, only to find himself engulfed in a churning sea of toxic vapor.
Oh no, my wages are gone.
He seized a nearby fire extinguisher and rushed to quell the inferno, desperate to atone for his negligence. Just then the junior demon burst into the chamber, surveying the thick, suffocating haze, and erupted in fury. You insolent wretch, I warned you repeatedly to replace that canister, yet you treated my words as idle wind.
The novice spirit trembled inwardly, consumed by remorse.
Not only would he forfeit his wages, he'd now be forced to compensate the netherworld a staggering sum.
Boom!
As these thoughts raced through his mind, another explosion erupted beside him, hurling a torrent of gas directly onto his body. Within seconds his entire frame was smothered in the noxious fumes. Under their influence his form warped and swelled, transforming into a colossal spherical yellow beast. The creature bore short protruding horns atop its head, pointed ears, stubby limbs, arms slightly longer than its legs, a light purple pair of trousers matching wrist guards, and an enormous thick tail coiling behind it.
The junior demon has transformed.
The junior demon recoiled in horror and fled.
Evil wave.
In that instant the yellow behemoth raised its hands, and a shimmering barrier erupted, surging across the entire netherworld.
On Earth, Wutian and Trunks sparred fiercely, when suddenly both sensed a sudden surge of overwhelming energy across the planet. Wutian, did you feel that? A host of immensely powerful energies just erupted across Earth. Wutian nodded gravely. Shall we investigate? Agreed.
Without hesitation they shot westward, toward West City.
West City. Gohan, attending Orange Star High School, felt Frisia's aura flare and bolted from class.
Above him legions of deceased warriors floated through the sky, halos gleaming atop their heads. Some were soldiers from Frisia's army, others were foes Gohan and his father had vanquished long ago.
Though Gohan knew not what had transpired, he recognized them all as malevolent spirits, posing grave danger to the city. He resolved to eradicate them. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball Z warriors scattered across Earth likewise sensed Frisia's energy and converged upon West City without delay. Krillin, Goku, what's happening? Why are so many spirits appearing on Earth?
I'm not sure, I'll consult Lord Kai. Goku closed his eyes and initiated telepathic communion with North Kai.
Lord Kai, what is occurring? Why have Frisia and his followers manifested as spirits on Earth?
This catastrophe stems from a junior demon's failure to replace the canister of the soul cleansing machine in time. Its explosion saturated him with volatile gas, mutating him into the monstrous evil wave.
Evil wave. Precisely. He summoned these spirits, and now Lord Yama and his court are trapped within Evil Wave's barrier. I see. Then Lord Kai, is there any way to dispel these spirits? None whatsoever. Your only recourse is to defeat them in battle. Understood.
Krillin, we must destroy every last one of them.
Agreed. Krillin nodded firmly.
Upon the rooftop of a West City skyscraper,
Wutian and Trunks confronted Frisia and the elite Ginyu Force. Who are you? You bear an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku.
Frisia exclaimed, startled.
He is my father. My name is Son Wukong Wutian. Son Wukong Wutian.
Frisia studied Trunks closely and recoiled. This youth mirrored future Trunks, the very warrior who had once cleaved his body into fragments.
And you, who are you? Frisia demanded. Trunks. Then who is your father?
Vegeta. Vegeta, the traitor.
Do you know my father?
Of course.
He once served under me.
Served?
Trunks frowned in confusion.
Frisia chuckled softly.
Did your father never speak of me? My name is Frisia. Ah, you're that villain Frisia. Vegeta had never mentioned Frisia, but Bulma had recounted the tyrant's atrocities to Trunks.
After all, serving Frisia was hardly a point of pride.
Hoof. Frisia sneered. Ginyu Force, eliminate them. At once, Lord Frisia. Gi's and the others lunged forward without hesitation. Ha!
Trunks roared, darting forward with blinding speed, his fist piercing straight through Gi's torso.
Thud.
Since Gi's existed only as a spirit, Trunks' strike caused his form to dissipate like smoke.
Guldo and the others recoiled in shock, but pressed their assault nonetheless. Trunks sidestepped, deftly delivering precise blows, one punch, one kick, erasing each foe. Damn it!
Frisia snarled and charged Trunks, only for a shadow to flash between them.
A single kick severed his body cleanly in two. It was Wutian.
Staring at his bisected form, Frisia's face paled, then like geese he dissolved into wisps of spectral mist.
Frisia's remaining legion panicked and fled en masse. Don't run! Trunks gave chase instantly. Wutian followed close behind.
After a long time, Sun Wukong and his companions managed to eliminate most of the ghosts and found the Dragon Balls, hoping to restore everything through the power of the dragon. Sun Wukong Dragon, can you make all the ghosts on Earth return to the underworld? I can't do that. The ghosts of the underworld are under the control of King Yen and I have no way to interfere with matters of the underworld.
I see, then we won't make any wishes for now. The dragon nodded, transforming back into the 7 dragon balls and scattering across the earth. So Wukong, what should we do next? Krillin asked.
I'm not quite sure about that.
How about we go find King Kai?
Sun Goten suggested.
King Kai.
Yes, since this situation arose because of that evil energy wave, we should go to the underworld and defeat it.
That makes sense, so Goten, hold on to my shoulder.
Okay. Sun Goten nodded. Seeing this, Sun Wukong instantly teleported them to King Kai's realm.
Wukong. King East looked at the suddenly appearing Sun Wukong with amazement.
Sun Wukong nodded. King Kai, you should already know about the situation in the underworld, right?
I do know, but that monster's power is overwhelming and I'm at a loss.
Then King Kai, can you send us to the underworld?
To the underworld?
King Kai said that the monster transformed into the evil energy wave due to a small ghost coming into contact with explosive gas, so we want to defeat it and restore the underworld.
I see, then Jebbet, you take them to the evil energy wave. Yes, King Kai. Jebbet nodded.
Thank you so much, King Kai.
It's nothing, it's what I should do. Then shall we go?
Jebbet looked at Sun Wukong and his son.
All right. Sun Wukong nodded. Seeing this, Jebbet teleported them into the barrier of the evil energy wave. Evil energy wave. Evil energy wave.
At this moment, the evil energy wave, resembling a small monster, was dancing within the barrier.
Wukong, I can only take you this far, the rest is up to you. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. Seeing this, Jebbet immediately used instant transmission to leave. Goten, how about I fight the evil energy wave first?
Sure. Sun Goten nodded. Seeing this, Sun Wukong charged towards the evil energy wave.
Soon Sun Wukong arrived in front of the evil energy wave and struck forward with both fists. The evil energy wave swiftly dodged, circling behind Sun Wukong and delivering a powerful kick to his backside. With a loud crash, Sun Wukong's body shot like a ray, crashing heavily into the barrier in front of him.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sun Wukong raised his hand to touch his head, quickly standing up from the ground and turning to look at the evil energy wave. His expression turned serious as he raised both hands, tightly clenching them.
Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan.
Oh! The evil energy wave revealed a hint of surprise upon seeing this. Then it unleashed a golden energy wave towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dashed forward, evading the attack.
Boom!
With an explosive sound, the energy wave detonated on the ground. Sun Wukong shouted, charging towards the evil energy wave, and struck with his right fist at full force.
Bang!
The evil energy wave was hit and staggered back a few steps.
Evil energy wave! Evil energy wave!
It looked at Sun Wukong and turned the scattered candy pieces on the ground into many small evil energy waves.
Evil energy wave! Evil energy wave!
The small evil energy waves under the control of the evil energy wave hopped towards Sun Wukong.
Clones!
Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately gathered energy waves in both hands and fired at the small evil energy waves.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
With a series of massive explosions, the clones of the evil energy wave were quickly eliminated. Sun Wukong smiled, looking at the evil energy wave with a hint of pride. The evil energy wave, seeing the proud Sun Wukong, extended its arms to strike at him. Sun Wukong was startled and quickly jumped up from the ground. At this moment, the holes in mouth on the evil energy wave simultaneously unleashed energy waves towards Sun Wukong.
Dozens of energy waves were quickly fired into the air, attacking Sun Wukong. He raised his arms forward to shield himself against the energy waves. Boom! 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 The energy waves struck Sun Wukong's arms, exploding. Huge clouds of smoke quickly enveloped Sun Wukong's body. Ha!
Sun Wukong shouted, suddenly unleashing an incredibly powerful aura that rebounded the incoming energy waves. Then he charged towards the evil energy wave on the ground.
Just then, the evil energy wave slammed its right fist downward, creating a ripple in the void that transmitted its fist above Sun Wukong.
Sun Wukong was startled before he could dodge the evil energy wave's right fist, heavily smashed him down to the ground. The ground was instantly stirred up with a cloud of dust.
Energy distortion space.
Sun Goten squinted his eyes upon seeing this. This technique of the evil energy wave was similar to one used by Oniraza from Universe 3 of Dragon Ball Super.
Damn it!
At this moment Sun Wukong shouted in anger and quickly crawled up from the ground, charging towards the evil energy wave. The evil energy wave swiftly punched to the sides, and the ability of energy distortion space immediately transported its attack in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was startled and hurriedly dodged to the sides. At this moment the evil energy wave wildly struck at the surrounding space. The attacks from the evil energy wave emerged from all directions, striking towards Sun Wukong. Though Sun Wukong was powerful, he still struggled to evade so many simultaneous attacks.
Bang!
With a loud crash and a scream, Sun Wukong was heavily struck on the back. Following that, other attacks from the evil energy wave hit Sun Wukong, making him cry out in pain.
Bang!
The evil energy wave clasped its hands together and heavily knocked Sun Wukong down to the ground.
Sigh.
Sun Goten couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. It is well known that Sun Wukong has a bad habit of not wanting to use his full power from the outset. At that moment Sun Wukong crawled up from the ground and quickly brought his hands together.
Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave gathered in his hands.
At that moment the evil energy wave raised its right hand, and suddenly Sun Wukong's figure appeared in its grasp.
Wave. Sun Wukong, still unaware that he was in the grasp of the evil energy wave, unleashed the Kamehameha. Just as the Kamehameha was fired, Sun Wukong's body was teleported in front of the Kamehameha. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Sun Wukong was left charred from his own Kamehameha. Can you perform magic?
Sun Wukong looked at the evil energy wave, somewhat dazed. Having spoken, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly turned grave and solemn.
He clenched his fists tightly, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from his body, rapidly ascending into the heavens. Ah!
With a thunderous guttural roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade.
Xianianbo, you are truly formidable to force me to unveil this form. Xianianbo. Xianianbo.
Hearing this, Xianianbo continued hopping cheerfully towards Sun Wukong.
Ya!
Sun Wukong let out a mighty shout, and in the blink of an eye shot beneath Xianianbo, delivering a devastating uppercut that sent his foe hurtling high into the sky.
Then Sun Wukong soared upward, his twin fists flashing like lightning as they struck Xianianbo squarely in the abdomen. Zizi. Boom. Boom. Boom.
As Sun Wukong's body radiated immense energy, crackling arcs of lightning coiled around him, so each blow he landed upon Xianianbo carried searing bolts that struck deep into his flesh. Under Sun Wukong's relentless assault, Xianianbo was repeatedly blasted skyward. Just then Sun Wukong shot upward past him, raised both hands, and condensed 2 golden energy waves, hurling them with precision at Xianianbo's midsection.
Boom! The energy waves struck Xianianbo's abdomen and detonated violently upon impact.
After the explosion, Xianianbo's shattered form floated limply in midair, like mud soaked by rain, before slowly reconstituting into a sinister orange-skinned man with a grotesque malevolent visage. He bore pointed ears, black pupils ringed by yolk-yellow irises, wore light purple armor that left his abdomen bare, sprouted a pair of bestial horns from his brow, stood tall and powerfully built, trailed a long lizard-like demonic tail, and wore white bracers on both wrists and shins.
This was Xianianbo's second form.
Sun Wukong recoiled in astonishment.
With a chilling, mocking laugh, Xianianbo vanished from his spot and reappeared instantly before Sun Wukong. Incredible speed.
Sun Wukong clenched his fists and lunged forward, but Xianianbo raised his arms and caught the incoming punch effortlessly.
Sun Wukong thrust his leg forward in a fierce kick, sending Xianianbo flying backward. At that very moment, a pitch-black Dragon Ball materialized and fused itself onto Xianianbo's body. Beside the battlefield, Son Gohan's face tightened with shock. The Dark Dragon Ball.
In his previous life he had read the Dragon Ball manga arc set in the Dark Demon Realm. In that tale, the Demon Realm's sovereign god Mechikabura sought to restore his youth and former might, so he commanded the realm's deities to awaken the Dark Dragon Balls.
Thereafter, those Dark Dragon Balls scattered across countless timelines and dimensions, of which one had bonded with Xianianbo. Ah!
As Son Gohan pondered this, Xianianbo let out a feral scream, the yellow of his eyes swallowed whole by darkness, as if seized by utter madness. Sun Wukong lifted his right leg and drove it forward with crushing force.
Boom! A deafening impact hurled Xianianbo through the air.
Yet he halted his flight in an instant and charged back toward Sun Wukong, blurring into motion so swift that in the blink of an eye he stood before him, fists and feet striking like lightning. Sun Wukong raised his fists to meet the onslaught.
Boom! 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 Their blows collided like gales, fierce, unrelenting, and thunderous.
But empowered by the Dark Dragon Ball's dominion, Xianianbo's strength surged beyond measure, and after a brief brutal exchange he overpowered Sun Wukong, slamming him hard onto the ground.
Witnessing this, Son Gohan instantly ascended into a Super Saiyan God and rocketed towards Xianianbo. Boom! He closed the distance in a flash, driving a devastating knee strike straight into Xianianbo's chest, launching him backward. Gritting his teeth, Xianianbo swiftly regained his footing and lunged once more.
Son Gohan flickered aside, reappearing behind him in an instant, and gathered a radiant golden energy wave in his right hand, hurling it at Xianianbo's back.
Kaboom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, obliterating Xianianbo entirely.
The Dark Dragon Ball dislodged from his body tumbled lifelessly to the earth.
Ding!
Congratulations, Master, you have defeated Xianianbo and unlocked the ability to traverse the realms of Yin and Yang, distort spatial energy and command life and death, exerting absolute authority over the laws governing both realms, resurrecting the dead at will, summoning spirits and corpses alike to wreak chaos upon Earth, including Frisia's legion. You have also gained the power to erect impenetrable barriers and perform molecular dissociation and teleportation. As an additional reward, you receive the Angelic Scepter, containing dimensional traversal cubes.
The Angelic Scepter. Yes, Master.
Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately retrieved the 3-star Dark Dragon Ball from the ground. At that very moment, ripples shimmered across the void beside him.
A gaunt white-haired man emerged, wielding a colossal scythe and swathed in layers of white cloth.
His name was Shuram, a demon god of the Dark Demon Realm.
Shuram's arrival heralded the appearance of numerous masked warriors, elite soldiers under the command of Mechikabura, sovereign god of the Dark Demon Realm.
Many among them were Saiyans.
Surrender the Dark Dragon Ball.
Shuram glared at Son Gohan, who held the orb aloft, issuing his threat with cold menace.
Son Gohan smiled faintly.
If you dare try taking it from my hands.
Damn you!
Enraged, Shuram raised his scythe and charged headlong at Son Gohan.
Ha!
Son Gohan roared, and in a streak of crimson light he surged forward to meet Shuram. In moments, Shuram reached him, swinging his scythe in swift lethal arcs.
Son Gohan evaded deftly while countering with precise strikes. Boom!
A thunderous roundhouse kick slammed into Shuram's side, sending him staggering backward.
Snarling, Shuram lunged again. Son Gohan danced aside, leaping, weaving and sidestepping with effortless grace, dodging every blow without effort.
Seeing this, Shuram's fury boiled over, and he attacked with renewed ferocity. Son Gohan exhaled sharply, then swept his leg low in a whirlwind crescent kick, toppling Shuram flat onto the ground. Then with blinding speed, Son Gohan gathered a brilliant golden energy wave in his right hand and unleashed it.
Kaboom! The blast struck Shuram square. Thick acrid smoke billowed outward, engulfing Shuram's fallen form. My Lord Shuram! The masked warriors cried out in alarm. They possessed little true strength, merely cannon fodder summoned for spectacle.
Should Shuram fall, their only recourse would be flight.
Ding!
Congratulations, Master, you have vanquished Shuram and acquired the power to transcend time and space, and the Abyssal Force.
The Abyssal Force.
A divine power reserved for demon gods, capable of amplifying your innate abilities to unfathomable heights. At that moment, a figure clad in a black martial arts uniform draped in a red coat appeared, Sun Wukong. This Sun Wukong hails from the Xeno dimension, and he is currently a member of the Temporal Patrol, primarily tasked with assisting the King of Time in correcting historical errors. Upon emerging the Temporal Patrol, Sun Wukong immediately focused on the masked army and Sherlum.
Although Sherlum was hit by Sun Wukong's energy wave, he was not eliminated. Temporal Patrol.
Upon seeing the Temporal Patrol's Sun Wukong, Sherlum realized that he would not be able to obtain the Dark Dragon Ball today and thus chose to retreat with the masked army.
Have they escaped?
The Temporal Patrol's Sun Wukong said as he looked at Sun Wutian, who was holding the Dark Dragon Ball. As he flew in front of Sun Wutian, he greeted him.
Wutian. Sun Wutian nodded. Who are you?
I am Sun Wukong from another dimension.
Another dimension?
Then who were those people just now?
Those people are from the Dark Demon Realm. Wutian, could you please give me the Dark Dragon Ball you are holding? I can, but I have a condition. What condition? I want to have a battle with you. Regardless of the outcome, I will give you the Dark Dragon Ball. A battle.
The Temporal Patrol's Sun Wukong glanced at Sun Wutian. Although Sun Wutian appeared young, he had defeated the demon Shilem, indicating he possessed some strength.
All right.
After a moment of contemplation, the Temporal Patrol's Sun Wukong agreed.
Hearing this, Sun Wutian stepped back and assumed a fighting stance. The Temporal Patrol's Sun Wukong's expression turned serious as he tightened his fists. Ha! With a loud shout he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Such immense energy!
Sun Wukong exclaimed as he felt the energy radiating from the temporal patrol. Sun Wukong, his face instantly revealing a hint of astonishment.
Seeing this, Sun Wutian clenched his fists tightly and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What transformation is this? Why can't I sense your energy at all? This is called Super Saiyan Blue, a transformation based on the Super Saiyan God.
Super Saiyan God?
Yes, because mortals cannot sense the aura of gods, you cannot feel my energy. I see, then shall we begin? Sun Wutian nodded.
The temporal patrol Sun Wukong, seeing this, shouted loudly and transformed into a red light charging towards Sun Wutian.
Sun Wutian shouted loudly and transformed into a blue light meeting him heed. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! Bang!
In the blink of an eye the two clashed midair, engaged in fierce combat. Due to their incredible speed from a distance, it appeared as if countless ripples were forming in the sky. After exchanging blows for a while, the temporal patrol Sun Wukong landed a powerful right punch on Sun Wuxian's face, sending him crashing down to the ground. The ground was instantly kicked up, sending a large cloud of dust into the air. Once the dust settled, Sun Wutian stomped his feet on the ground and charged towards the temporal patrol Sun Wukong.
The temporal patrol Sun Wukong's figure flickered, and in an instant he appeared behind Sun Wutian, delivering a powerful kick towards his body. Bang!
The temporal patrol Sun Wukong's right foot struck heavily against Sun Wuxian's back, causing him to shoot forward like a projectile and crash violently against the barrier. The barrier shattered in a large section due to Sun Wuxian's fierce impact.
Damn it! Sun Wutian gritted his teeth and quickly got back up from the ground, tightly clenching his fists. Ah!
Sun Wutian shouted loudly, and his entire body suddenly radiated a massive amount of red energy.
Could this move be? Sun Wukong was shocked.
The technique that Sun Wutian was using was indeed his King Kai Fist. However, using the King Kai Fist puts a heavy burden on the body, and Sun Wutian was using it while in the Super Saiyan Blue state.
The King Kai Fist. As another Sun Wukong, the temporal patrol Sun Wukong naturally recognized this technique. Yet he still found it hard to believe that Sun Wutian could use the King Kai Fist while in the Super Saiyan Blue state. This was because using the King Kai Fist in Super Saiyan form imposes an extraordinary burden, and one misstep could even be life-threatening. However, what they did not know was that Sun Wutian now possessed the physique of Majin Buu, granting him extraordinary recovery abilities, so he had no need to worry about such things. At that moment, Sun Wutian completely fused the energy of Super Saiyan Blue with that of the King Kai Fist. Alongside his blue energy, a red aura began to manifest. Did I succeed?
Sun Wukong was astonished. Sun Wutian glanced at the temporal patrol Sun Wukong and clenched his fists tightly.
Tenfold King Kai Fist.
As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wutian transformed into a streak of red light charging towards the temporal patrol Sun Wukong.
The temporal patrol Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his expression turning tense.
Sun Wuxian's speed was so quick that he arrived in front of the temporal patrol Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye. As the temporal patrol Sun Wukong saw the incoming tenfold King Kai Fist, he immediately raised his arms to withstand the blow.
Bang!
With a thunderous crash, the temporal patrol Sun Wukong flew backward like a projectile. Sun Wutian shouted loudly and quickly moved behind the temporal patrol Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful forward punch. The temporal patrol Sun Wukong swiftly dodged to the right, evading Sun Wuxian's attack.
Sun Wutian was startled and prepared to kick forward.
The temporal patrol Sun Wukong suddenly vanished and reappeared in front of Sun Wutian.
Wutian, the tenfold King Kai Fist should be your limit, right? I don't know, but I think I can go further. Go further.
Are you planning to use the 20-fold King Kai Fist?
Sun Wutian nodded. Wutian, how old are you this year? 7. The
temporal patrol Sun Wukong was stunned.
At 7 he couldn't even defeat Master Roshi.
Yet this dimension Sun Wutian already possessed the strength of Super Saiyan 4.
The gap between people was indeed too vast. Ah!
Just as the temporal patrol Sun Wukong was pondering, Sun Wutian clenched his fists tightly again, raising his energy once more. Seeing this, the expression on the temporal patrol Sun Wukong became extremely serious. Soon Sun Wutian had elevated the King Kai Fist to 20 times.
20-fold King Kai Fist.
Sun Wutian shouted loudly, and his speed was significantly faster than before as he charged towards the temporal patrol Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong from the Time Patrol was somewhat on guard, the speed of the 20-fold Kaioken was simply too fast for him to react, and he was hit in the abdomen by Sun Goten's 20-fold Kaioken. Ah! With a loud scream, Sun Wukong's body flew backward like a ray of light. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Goten quickly brought his hands together and shouted Kamehameha. A deep blue energy gathered in Sun Goten's hands and shot towards Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's face changed dramatically and he quickly raised his arms to block the Kamehameha. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the Kamehameha struck Sun Wukong and exploded in the sky. After the Kamehameha exploded, an incredibly large storm formed in the sky, sweeping outwards. Immediately a thick cloud of smoke appeared covering Sun Wukong's body. After a while, as the smoke in the sky dissipated, Sun Wukong gasped for breath, standing in midair. Seeing that Sun Wukong had not been defeated, Sun Goten's expression became somewhat serious. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Goten on the ground, equally grave. Although he had just withstood Sun Goten's 20-fold Kaioken, his body was significantly injured. If Sun Goten used the 20-fold Kaioken 2 or 3 more times, he would not be able to endure. Ah! Just as Sun Wukong was thinking this, Sun Goten shouted loudly and his body once again emitted the aura of the Kaioken. Having long achieved Super Saiyan 4, normally Sun Goten would find it very difficult to defeat him. However, Sun Goten had the body of Majin Buu and infinite stamina, allowing him to wear down his opponent's strength through attrition. Seeing that Sun Goten was about to use the Kaioken again, a hint of surprise appeared on Sun Wukong's face. Though powerful, the Kaioken placed a tremendous burden on the body and consumed a lot of energy. Using it once had already surprised him. He never expected that Sun Goten would continue to use it. I want to see how many times you can use it. 20-fold Kaioken. At this moment, Sun Goten shouted and transformed into a flash of light, rushing towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shouted loudly and charged towards Sun Goten as well. Bang! With a thunderous crash, their right fists collided with tremendous force, sending both of them staggering back. Sun Goten was startled. Then he used the 20-fold Kaioken again and charged at Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With a series of earth-shattering sounds, their bodies became 2 red flashes, continuously battling in the sky. Thus, after a while of fighting, Sun Wukong began to struggle to keep up as Sun Goten continuously used the 20-fold Kaioken. Bang! With a violent sound, Sun Wukong's body was kicked down to the ground like a ray of light. The ground was immediately raised in a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Sun Wukong from the Time Patrol and obtaining a Super Saiyan 5 advancement card, learning the Dragon Fist. Additional reward of the ability to turn back time for 3 minutes. At that moment, a system voice rang in Sun Goten's ear. Super Saiyan 5 advancement card. Sun Goten exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Master, would you like to use this advancement card? Use it. All right, Master. As soon as the words were spoken, a brownish-yellow tail immediately grew out from behind Sun Goten. Then an incredibly powerful force suddenly surged within Sun Goten's body. At that moment, Sun Wukong stood up from the ground. I lost, Goten. Sun Goten nodded and threw a senzu bean to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong caught the senzu bean and swallowed it. Seeing this, Sun Goten threw the Dark Dragon Ball in his hand to Sun Wukong. Thank you, Goten, well meet again. Well meet again. After saying this, Sun Wukong immediately flew forward. Seeing this, Sun Goten quickly took out 2 senzu beans, one for Sun Wukong and one for himself. Goten, where did you get these senzu beans? I got them from Lord Karen. Lord Karen. Sun Goten nodded and looked around at the barrier. Then he raised his right hand and dispelled the barrier around them. The barrier. The barrier has disappeared. Then shall we go back, Dad? Sun Wukong nodded and with an instant transmission took Sun Goten back to Earth. With the barrier gone, King Yama regained control of the underworld and the souls summoned to Earth were called back by King Yama. After the souls disappeared, Sun Wukong and the others gathered the 7 Dragon Balls again, reviving the innocent humans who had died because of the souls. The Time Nest is the residence of the Time Kaioken, responsible for managing time and space, located in a void beyond all time and space. The Time Nest is vast, containing courtyards, training rooms, swimming pools, offices and more. After obtaining the 3-star Dark Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong from the Time Patrol returned to the Time Nest. In the office of the Time Nest, there was a little girl with pink skin, short orange-pink hair and wearing a sleeveless Kaioken uniform, sitting at a desk and quickly flipping through a book. This little girl is the current Time Kaioken Kaien. Kaioken, I'm back. Sun Wukong from the Time Patrol walked into the office and loudly called out to Kaien. Kaiyan glanced at him and said, Wukong, do you know the intentions of the Dark Demon Realm? Sun Wukong nodded and took out the Dark Dragon Ball in his hand.
I think their goal must be the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls.
As long as you gather 7 Dragon Balls, any wish can be granted. I think they want to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill their wishes. Are you saying that this ball can grant any wish?
Yes, Kaiyan.
Then in that case we absolutely cannot let the people from the Dark Demon Realm succeed.
Sun Wukong nodded. By the way, Kaiyan, I just encountered Goten in an unusual timeline.
There are many parallel timelines in time, nothing strange about it.
No, Kaiyan, I encountered Goten when he was only 7 years old and he actually defeated me.
You mean the Goten from the parallel timeline defeated you?
Yes, Kaiyan.
Though it's impressive that 7-year-old Trunks can defeat you, our utmost priority remains the Dark Makai crisis. As for this Trunks you mentioned, I'll investigate him at my leisure. Goku of the Time Patrol nodded solemnly. Time slipped by, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Earth Mount Paozu.
After several days of rigorous cultivation, Gohan had mastered the Supreme Kai sword with effortless grace. And Trunks, my power has grown significantly, would you care to spar with me? Are you planning to fight me with the Supreme Kai sword? Gohan brandished the blade as he addressed Trunks. Of course not, I'd stand even less chance against you if I wielded it, but brother, even without the sword you still couldn't beat me.
Gohan fell silent, gazing at Trunks' guileless expression, wondering whether that remark had been deliberate or merely innocent candor.
Fine, just know I won't use the Supreme Kai sword. Without hesitation, Gohan set the sword aside and prepared to engage Trunks in battle. At that very moment a radiant arc of prismatic light descended from the heavens, striking the ground before Trunks and Gohan. As the luminous veil dissipated, 2 figures emerged. They were none other than Beerus and Vados. Lord Beerus and Trunks greeted him respectfully.
Beerus smiled and nodded warmly. We meet again, Trunks. Trunks inclined his head in acknowledgement. Gohan, Lord Beerus.
Could he be the destroyer you spoke of? Yes. Trunks, who is this? He's my elder brother Gohan. Lord Beerus, it's an honor.
Gohan bowed respectfully.
Beerus gave a quiet nod, then turned his gaze toward the Supreme Kai sword resting beside Gohan. Isn't this the Supreme Kai sword? How did it come into your possession? I pulled it from its sheath, so the Supreme Kai bestowed it upon me. I sense something sealed within this blade.
Sealed?
What lies within? Beerus glanced toward Trunks and asked, Trunks, might you guide us to sample Earth's cuisine?
Sample Earth's cuisine? Indeed, we're unfamiliar with this world and have no idea where its finest delicacies may be found. But I'm just a child, I'll take you to Bulma's house instead and let Aunt Bulma show you around. Bulma, she's Earth's wealthiest resident, anything you wish to eat she can procure instantly, in that case Vados let's accompany Trunks to Bulma's residence. Understood, Lord Beerus. Trunks stepped promptly to Beerus' side.
Won't you join us? Vados turned to Gohan, who stood motionless. No, I'll stay behind. Very well. Trunks grasped my shoulder, Trunks immediately placed his hand upon Vados' shoulder.
Vados tapped her staff upon the ground.
Now shimmering rainbow light erupted beneath their feet, lifting all 3 into the sky and vanishing in an instant.
West City, Bulma's residence.
Bulma reclined lazily in her courtyard, leafing idly through the latest magazine, when suddenly a cascade of prismatic light pierced the heavens and struck her backyard. As the radiance faded, 3 figures materialized, their arrival heralded by Trunks, Beerus, and Vados.
Bulma sprang upright from her lounge chair the moment she spotted Trunks. Trunks offered a warm smile. Bulma, and who are they? This is Lord Beerus, destroyer of the 6th universe, and this is Vados, his attendant. Lord Beerus, yes. Trunks nodded. Then why have they come? Bulma, they're eager to savor Earth's culinary treasures, and they hope you'll guide them. Savor Earth's cuisine? Exactly, if you're too busy we'd be happy to have meals delivered directly. I see, then what would you like to try? Bulma turned to them expectantly.
Beerus, pizza, sushi, roast duck, hold on, I'll jot those down first.
Beerus nodded patiently.
Moments later Bulma placed a call arranging for each dish to be delivered without delay. Please make yourselves comfortable in the courtyard, we'll have your feast here shortly. Beerus nodded once more and took a seat at the garden table alongside Vados.
Bulma joined them, settling gracefully into a chair. Lord Beerus, what exactly is a destroyer? A destroyer is a divine entity entrusted with the annihilation of planets. Vados replied with a gentle smile. Annihilate planets. Indeed, but rest assured Lord Beerus oversees the 6th universe, not the 7th. The 6th universe? Correct, there are 12 universes in total. Yours resides within the 7th. Does the 7th universe also possess its own destroyer? Yes, though Lord Bills currently slumbers and Vados nodded. And divine beings possess immense lifespans, and thus sometimes enter prolonged periods of hibernation. I see. So do destroyers obliterate every planet indiscriminately and not at all only worlds deemed unworthy of preservation face destruction? Unworthy and Vados nodded again. And soon after the ordered delicacies arrived artfully arranged upon the garden table. There, you requested it and now it's served, and Beerus swallowed, hard eyes gleaming. And then we shall partake without further ceremony. Bulma gave a gracious nod. And clatter clatter clatter. And Beerus seized the dishes without hesitation and began devouring them with ravenous delight. Trunks, won't your father join us? And Bulma glanced toward Trunks seated quietly nearby. And he says he's training. Very well, and time passed. Beerus finished every morsel, then let out a thunderous satisfied belch. And what a magnificent feast. Magnificent indeed, you've ordered 3 full courses. And Beerus flushed crimson. And Vados' reference to 3 times meant precisely that 3 separate orders. Bulma's first order had been insufficient, prompting a second. Yet even the second proved inadequate, necessitating a third. 3 orders. It's simply because I was unusually hungry today, and besides I intended to take some home. Yes, given the vast distance between universes, packing provisions spares you unnecessary trips, and that's true, but Lord Beerus, given your current girth, perhaps a regimen of moderation wouldn't go amiss. Yes, I hear you, and Beerus replied, waving a dismissive hand. Bulma, can we pack the remaining food to take back? Bardos asked Bulma. Of course. I will get the bags for you right now. Lord Xiangpa, the food has been packed. Shall we head back? Xiangpa nodded and stood up from his chair. So Bulma, are we going back? All right. Bulma nodded. Seeing this, Bardos pointed his staff towards the ground and departed from Earth with Xiangpa. And Bulma, I should be heading back too. Son Goten bid farewell to Bulma. Goten, aren't you going to play with Trunks a bit longer? No, and Bulma. All right then. After saying this, Son Goten immediately left Bulma's house. In the Dark Demon Realm, an old man with pale blue skin and a head full of white hair stood in a place where 7 Dark Dragon Balls were placed. This man is the ruler of the Dark Demon Realm, Mechikabura. After a fierce battle with the Time Patrol, the Dark Demon Realm ultimately defeated them and acquired the 7 Dark Dragon Balls. Let's begin. Mechikabura said to a slender woman beside him. The woman's name is Tawa, the female demon god of the Dark Demon Realm. Yes, Lord Mechikabura. Tawa responded, using her magic language to summon the Dark Shinran. As she recited the summoning incantation, a long dark dragon quickly appeared in the sky. This dragon is the Dark Shinran. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one. Lord Mechikabura. Tawa looked towards Mechikabura at that moment. Just then a figure suddenly appeared in the Dark Dragon Ball. It was Son Goten. Who is it? Tawa's expression turned extremely wary as she looked at the suddenly appeared Son Goten. Son Goten chuckled lightly, gathering a golden energy wave in his right hand, striking towards the Dark Shinran. Not good. Tawa exclaimed, realizing it was too late to stop him. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Dark Shinran was blown apart. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating the Dark Shinran and obtaining its power. Damn it! Mechikabura was instantly filled with rage upon seeing the Dark Dragon Balls he had painstakingly obtained destroyed by Son Goten. Tawa, kill him. Yes, Lord Mechikabura. Tawa set her body, darting like lightning towards Son Goten. Son Goten clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura as he quickly ascended. Ah! With a loud roar, Son Goten's body transformed to adult size, covered in red fur except for his head, hands, feet, and chest. He had long black hair, golden eyes with red rings, wore no shirt, and donned yellow pants with black shoes. This was Super Saiyan 4. Tawa's expression changed to one of shock upon witnessing Son Goten's transformation, yet she still charged at him. Son Goten chuckled lightly and dodged to the side. Lady Tawa. The artificial human Mira created by Tawa immediately joined the attack on Son Goten. Damn it! Tawa shouted angrily, raising her wand and attacking Son Goten frantically. Son Goten moved with lightning speed in the sky, evading her attacks. Whoosh! Boom! 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 With a series of massive explosions, the energy waves shot by Tawa's wand detonated in the sky. Seeing that Tawa couldn't hit Son Goten, Mechikabura immediately directed the other 5 demon gods. Salusa, puting, all of you go and eliminate that guy. Yes, Lord Mechikabura.
The 5 of them immediately charged towards Sun Goten together.
6 against 1, huh?
Sun Goten remarked as he unleashed a flurry of punches at his surroundings. Immediately ripples formed, transmitting Sun Goten's attacks right in front of Salusa and the others. This was the energy distortion ability of the evil thought wave. Gyuribi, Puting and Depura were caught off guard by Sun Goten's sudden attack and were struck, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. Meanwhile, Salusa and Shurilam, who managed to dodge Sun Goten's attack, charged angrily towards him.
Sun Goten stood motionless in place.
Soon the two rushed in front of Sun Goten, with one raising a wand and the other a scythe, attacking him.
Sun Goten transformed into particles and circled behind the two. Their attacks missed.
Seizing the opportunity, Sun Goten kicked Salusa hard in the waist with his right foot.
Bang! Boom!
With a loud explosion, Salusa's body crashed to the ground like a ray, raising a huge cloud of dust. Shurilam gritted his teeth, raising his giant scythe and attacking Sun Goten. Sun Goten lifted his right hand and caught Shurilam's scythe.
Shurilam was taken aback.
Sun Goten raised his left foot and landed a heavy kick on Shurilam.
Shurilam screamed loudly and flew backward like a ray.
Sun Goten glanced at the scythe in his hand and stored it in the system's inventory.
Shurilam's scythe is gone. The fallen Puting was startled.
Gyuribi nodded and picked up the large iron hammer in his hand, getting back up from the ground. Seeing this, Sun Goten clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that rapidly ascended.
Boom! The dark demon realm shook violently under the influence of Sun Goten's aura. What? Mechikabura exclaimed in shock. Ah!
Just then Sun Goten's body hair turned silver, his silver hair grew to his waist, his eyes turned purple, his skin became flushed, and he radiated a massive amount of lightning.
This was Super Saiyan 5.
Sun Goten's Super Saiyan 4 could handle them, but he didn't want to drag it out, so he opted to transform into Super Saiyan 5 to defeat them.
Salusa and the others looked at Sun Goten, now transformed into Super Saiyan 5, their expressions turning extremely grave. Although they didn't know the power of Super Saiyan 5, they could sense its overwhelming aura.
Gulebi gritted his teeth and charged towards Sun Wutian first.
Sun Wutian moved, appearing before Gulebi in an instant, kicking towards his chest. Boom!
With a loud explosion, Gulebi's body shot backward like a ray of light, crashing heavily against the mountain behind him.
Tawa and the others, witnessing this, immediately rushed towards Sun Wutian.
Sun Wutian moved again, appearing behind Salusa in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful knee strike that sent him flying.
Then he quickly appeared before Zyuliamu, Puting and Dapula, knocking each of them away with a punch or a kick.
Tawa, seeing the three being knocked away, was taken aback but still raised her wand to fire an energy wave at Sun Wutian. Just as Tawa lifted her wand, Sun Wutian suddenly appeared, snatching the wand from her hand.
My wand! Tawa shouted in dismay as she watched her wand being taken away.
Sun Wutian, however, ignored her and stored the wand in his system inventory.
Then he gathered a golden energy wave in his right hand and launched an attack towards Tawa. Boom!
With a tremendous explosion, Tawa was struck by the energy wave and thick smoke billowed in the sky from the explosion.
Lord Tawa!
Mira shouted loudly, charging at Sun Wutian at full speed. Sun Wutian flickered, appearing behind Mira in an instant, gathering a golden energy wave in his right hand to strike her.
Boom! With a huge explosion, Mira was eliminated. Ding!
Congratulations, Master, for defeating Tawa, you have learned. Congratulations, Master, for defeating Mira, you have learned.
Who exactly are you? Mechikabura asked Sun Wutian, her face filled with anger. I am Sun Wutian.
Sun Wutian, does that mean you are a member of the Time Patrol?
No, but I know people from the Time Patrol. Is that so? Mechikabura said, raising her wand, a powerful dark force appearing on it, which she infused into the body of the demon Dapula. Ah! Dapula screamed loudly, an astonishing aura emanating from his body. Sun Wutian stood calmly in midair.
Although Dapula's aura had increased somewhat, it was still far from being comparable to Sun Wutian. In a dark ancient castle in the southern part of the demon realm. At this moment there was a man with light yellow skin, pointed ears, fiery red long hair and dressed in blue, sitting on a stone chair. This man was named Demigula. In ancient times he was the most powerful demon lord in the heavenly realm, who along with two other heavenly demon lords, Puting and Gulebi, betrayed the heavenly realm and allied with the dark magic realm king Mechikabura, receiving the power of a demon god and becoming one of the creators of the dark magic realm. Later he and Mechikabura were defeated by Cain and sealed in the timespace rift. After Mechikabura and the others escaped from the timespace rift, he also managed to escape.
However, after escaping, he did not join Mika Kapura and the others to unseal the dark magic realm, but chose to return to the demon realm with his subordinates Xiao Meiyu and Luabila, waiting for the right moment to act.
Originally, he was worried that after being defeated, Mika Kapura would come to deal with him after regaining his youth, but fortunately Sun Wuxian's appearance disrupted Mika Kapura's plan. However, Sun Wutian was powerful, and if he were a member of the Time Patrol, then dealing with the Time Patrol would become quite tricky for him.
In the dark magic realm. Ha!
After gaining the power of darkness, Dapula immediately raised his wand and charged at Sun Wutian.
Sun Wutian flickered, appearing behind Dapula in an instant, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Bang! Boom! With a loud bang, Dapula's body fell to the ground like a ray of light. The ground was immediately kicked up, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Ding!
Congratulations, Master, for defeating the demon god Dapula. You have learned.
Damn it! Mika Kapura gritted his teeth in anger upon seeing this. If it weren't for being sealed for too long and having little dark power left, he would have personally confronted Sun Wutian in battle. But now, even if he acted personally, he might not be a match for Sun Wutian. Just as Mika Kapura was thinking this, Sun Wutian had already charged at the other demon gods. Ding!
Congratulations, Master, for defeating Salusa. You have learned. Congratulations, Master, for defeating Du Lady. You have learned. Under Sun Wuxian's absolute power, Salusa and the others were quickly defeated.
Only you are left, Sun Wutian said coldly as he looked at Mika Kapura. Mika Kapura looked at Salusa and the others lying on the ground, raising his wand, a black vortex immediately appearing beside them. Dark Devour! Salusa exclaimed, his face changing dramatically as he looked at the suddenly appearing black vortex in the sky.
Dark Devour is one of Mika Kapura's strongest skills, allowing him to use powerful dark energy to devour everything and convert it into his own strength.
Mika Kapura once used this move to devour the history of a whole time and space. By using this move, Mika Kapura clearly wanted to devour them to gain the strength they possessed. Mika Kapura, you bastard, we have helped you wholeheartedly and you actually want to devour us. Zayulyamu shouted angrily at Mika Kapura. Mika Kapura snorted coldly. This world is one where the weak are prey to the strong. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too weak. Are you going to turn on each other? Sun Wutian said, immediately charging at Mika Kapura. Because Sun Wutian was incredibly fast, before Mika Kapura could react, Sun Wutian punched him away. Boom! With a loud explosion, Mika Kapura's body flew like a ray of light, crashing heavily against the mountain behind him, lifting a large cloud of dust. Sun Wutian clapped his hands forward, unleashing a barrage of energy waves aimed at Mika Kapura. Boom! 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 As the massive explosions echoed, Mika Kapura was struck by the energy waves, letting out a series of agonizing screams. At that moment, Mika Kapura's Dark Devour consumed Salusa and the others, transforming them into power for Mika Kapura. After absorbing the strength of Salusa and the others, Mika Kapura's aura became significantly stronger, yet it still fell far short of his peak power. Moreover, although he had gained the power of Salusa and the others, his body remained in a state of decline. After enhancing his power, Mika Kapura immediately raised his wand and unleashed several energy waves at Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian raised his right hand, deflecting all the energy waves fired at him by Mika Kapura. A series of colossal explosions erupted across the sky, unleashing shockwaves of raw energy. Whoosh! Mecha Capra vanished in a blur and reappeared instantly before Goten, thrusting his dark staff forward with lethal force. Goten flickered out of sight, reappearing behind Mecha Capra in the same breath. Startled, Mecha Capra whirled around just in time to see a fist hurtling toward his face. Mecha Capra's body shot backward like a bolt of light propelled by the sheer impact. Seizing the opening, Goten swiftly drew his hands together behind his back. Kamehameha! A deep cerulean energy wave coalesced in Goten's palms and surged forth toward Mecha Capra. His eyes widened in alarm. Dodging was already impossible. Boom! A deafening detonation echoed as the Kamehameha struck Mecha Capra Hedon, hurling his body violently backward through the air. Then another cataclysmic explosion tore across the heavens. A titanic maelstrom burst forth, spiraling outward in all directions like a vortex of pure devastation. Goten gathered his ki and erected a shimmering semi-transparent barrier to shield himself from the gale-force winds. Moments later, as the chaos subsided, a chime resonated in his mind, a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have defeated Mecha Capra and mastered Dark Body Defense, Dark Energy Blast, and Dark Absorption. At once Goten turned his gaze forward. As the thick smoke gradually dispersed, Mecha Capra's battered form emerged. He gasped raggedly, his robes torn at multiple places, his appearance utterly disheveled. An immortal body.
Having consumed fragments of countless histories, Mechacapra's physiology may well have transcended mortality itself.
Mechacapra uttered no reply.
Instead, he raised his staff and fired a searing blast of energy.
Goten sidestepped effortlessly, graceful as a whisper. At that very instant, Time Patrol Goku arrived with Kane and the others. "Goten!" Time Patrol Goku called out. Goten nodded and instantly reverted to his base form. "Since you're here, I'll leave this one to you." "Wait."
Kane's voice cut through the air, grave, unwavering, urgent.
"What is it? Who are you really? And how can you traverse time itself?" "I am Goten. As for how, I cannot reveal that. Farewell, for now."
Without another word, Goten tore open a rift in spacetime and vanished from the Dark Demon realm.
"Should we pursue him, Lord Supreme Kai?" Time Patrol Gohan asked.
"No, we must first deal with this foe before us."
At those words, Time Patrol Goku and his team turned their unified gaze upon Mechacapra. "Supreme Kai."
Mechacapra gritted his teeth, then the Time Patrol descended upon him in a storm of divine combat. In the end, Mechacapra was sealed away forever, bound by the key sword of the Supreme Kai.
Back in the primary timeline.
Having returned home with little to occupy his time, Goten borrowed his father Gohan's Supreme Kai sword.
Alone in the mountainside, he swung the blade with focused intensity.
After several moments, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and gripped the sword's edge with his bare right hand, wrenching it outward with crushing force.
Crack! A sharp splintering sound echoed as the Supreme Kai sword snapped cleanly in two. Goten glanced around, nothing stirred.
Moments later, an elderly man clad in the ceremonial robes of a Supreme Kai materialized silently behind him, the Elder Supreme Kai.
Sensing the presence, Goten turned, meeting the stooped, weathered figure of the Elder Supreme Kai. "Was it you who freed me?" the Elder Supreme Kai asked. "Yes." Goten nodded. "And your name?" "My name is Goten." "Goten. Then how did you know I was imprisoned within the blade?" "Lord Beerus told me." "Beerus." "Lord Beerus, the destroyer god of Universe 6. "Indeed. And how did you come to possess the Supreme Kai sword?" Goten recounted the tale of Majin Buu, every detail laid bare before the Elder Supreme Kai.
When Goten finished, the Elder Supreme Kai regarded him with serene composure.
"So, it was your elder brother who truly drew the sword?" "Yes." Goten nodded again.
"That poses a dilemma. I had intended to repay the one who pulled the Supreme Kai sword."
"Repay? Of course. Even a Supreme Kai honors gratitude. You're powerful." "Naturally. Care for a sparring match then?" Cough, cough.
The Elder Supreme Kai cleared his throat. "When I say powerful, I mean something quite different from what you imagine."
"Different?"
"Yes, my power lies not in combat but in transcendence. I can elevate a being's strength beyond all known limits, beyond the very edge of possibility."
"Oh, then could we spar anyway?"
The Elder Supreme Kai fell silent.
"I've already said, I'm no warrior.
My strength is in my ability, not my fists."
"It's fine, Elder Supreme Kai, I won't use my full power." Again silence. Was that even the issue? "Goten, I'm ancient. Do you truly believe I could still fight you?" "Why not? Master Roshi still battles my father." "Master Roshi? My father's master?"
Gazing at Goten's guileless expression, the Elder Supreme Kai sighed inwardly and reluctantly acquiesced.
Very well, very well.
But these old bones are fragile."
"Go easy on me." "Agreed." Goten beamed and nodded eagerly.
Watching Goten's radiant smile, the Elder Supreme Kai resolved, before the first blow landed, to surrender immediately.
"Then Goten, attack when ready." "Right."
Before the echo faded, Goten's right fist slammed into the Elder Supreme Kai's cheek. A piercing cry tore from the Elder Supreme Kai's lips as his frail frame rocketed backward, crashing into the mountain behind him.
Ding! "Congratulations, Master, you have defeated the Elder Supreme Kai. You have acquired divine clairvoyance capable of observing insect-level combat on Earth from King Kai's planet, mastered divine instant transmission, and earned a crystal orb granting magical vision across all of Universe 7. Ow, my head."
At that moment, the Elder Supreme Kai clutched his skull and groaned.
"Goten, I told you to go easy. Yet you struck with full force." Goten rushed over and offered him a senzu bean.
"I'm sorry, Elder Supreme Kai, I beg your pardon."
This is a senzu bean. Swallow it and every wound will vanish. A senzu bean. Yes. Goten nodded solemnly.
Upon seeing this, the old Kai hesitated for a moment and consumed the magic bean.
Instantly his injuries healed. This is quite miraculous. I got it from Lord Karen. Lord Karen.
Yes, he is the immortal residing in the Karen Tower.
I see. Then Wutian, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Where to?
Of course, back to the Kaioshin realm.
Oh. Then please thank your brother for me. Thank my brother.
Yes, after all, he was the one who pulled the Kaioshin sword out. Then old Kai, could you help me repair this Kaioshin sword?
No way.
The old Kai shook his head. This Kaioshin sword has sealed him for so long, how could he possibly repair it?
Why not? No reason. After finishing his words, the old Kai immediately used instant transmission and left Earth.
In the Kaioshin realm, the East Kaioshin was observing the universe while standing on a patch of grass when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure was none other than the old Kai. The East Kaioshin lowered his head and asked, "Who are you, old man?"
"I am probably your 15th predecessor." 1. 15 predecessors.
The East Kaioshin was astonished.
Yes. Then you are my ancestor.
Whom?
The old Kai nodded. Then, why have you suddenly appeared, ancestor?
It's a long story. To put it simply, I was sealed in the Kaioshin sword before.
The Kaioshin sword. Isn't that in Gohan's hands? Yes. Today Sun Wutian broke the sword during practice. He broke the sword. Yes, otherwise I would still be sealed inside.
I originally thought that it would be a Kaioshin from some generation who would pull out the Kaioshin sword, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a human.
The Kaioshin really does get weaker with each generation. I'm sorry, ancestor.
The East Kaioshin said with embarrassment. The old Kai snorted coldly and said nothing.
On Earth in the Baozi Mountain.
After the old Kai left, Sun Wutian returned home and told Gohan about breaking the Kaioshin sword in half.
Old Kai.
Whom?
Sun Wutian nodded.
If the Kaioshin sword is broken, let Dad find Lord Kai to repair it.
Lord Kai.
Whom?
Gohan nodded.
In the 6th universe, Kampa and Beerus were currently flying rapidly through the universe searching for the Super Dragon Balls.
Lord Kampa, we have already found 5 Super Dragon Balls.
We just need to find 2 more to gather them all.
Kampa nodded. Then we will wish to the Super Dragon to have Earth in our 6th universe.
Whom?
Kampa nodded. Beerus, how much longer until he wakes up? 5 years. Really, this guy can sleep for a long time. Lord Kampa, you have actually slept much longer than Lord Beerus before. That was before.
Now that there are such delicious earth foods, I won't sleep for that long again. By the way, Beerus, what do you think of that scion named Sun Wutian?
What do you mean?
He's only 7 years old but possesses such immense power. Beerus thought for a moment and said he has the potential to become a god of destruction.
Just as I thought. So Lord Kampa, are you planning to have him take over your position? No, I currently have no thoughts of not being a god of destruction. I just think his strength is impressive. He might catch up to me in the future.
Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye half a month had gone by.
During this half month everything was very peaceful.
In Baozi Mountain behind Sun Wukong's house. At this moment Sun Wutian was training in the back mountain when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Kai of Time Kaiyan.
Who are you?
I am the Kai of Time responsible for managing time and space.
Do you have business here? I'm here to inquire about time travel. Normally only demon gods, myself and the Kaioshin, can achieve time travel.
Even the time patrol team led by Sun Wukong can only open the time portal with my help.
So who exactly are you? Sun Wutian smiled and said, did I not tell you before? My name is Sun Wutian.
Then how do you explain your time travel? An old man gave me time power.
An old man? Yes, he told me not to reveal his identity.
After hearing this, Kaiyan stroked his chin and said, in that case, why not join our time patrol team?
No. Why not? Because I have always preferred to act alone. Then I will take my leave. Is that it? Otherwise, would you like to stay for a meal? That wouldn't be impossible.
After hearing this, Kaiyan couldn't be bothered to respond and chose to leave directly. In the time nest, Trunks from the Time Patrol team was practicing his sword in the courtyard when he suddenly spotted Kaien's figure.
Lord Kaishin. Kaien nodded. How did your inquiry go? I didn't find out much. Do you think he might be possessed by someone? I don't know, but I didn't sense any evil energy from him. Do you think he could be a reincarnated time traveler? I don't know.
Did you invite him to join our Time Patrol team?
I invited him, but he refused.
In the Kaishin realm, the old Kai was currently bored using his clairvoyance to watch insects fight on Earth. Suddenly a figure appeared in the Kaishin realm.
It was Sun Wutian.
Wutian!
The East Kaishin exclaimed in surprise. It's been a long time, Lord Kaishin.
Upon hearing this, the old Kai immediately turned his gaze to Sun Wutian.
It's been a while.
Why have you suddenly come today?
I'm here to find the old Kai. Looking for me. Sun Wutian nodded. What do you need from me?
Lord Kai, didn't you say before that you could help someone surpass their limits?
You want me to help you surpass your limits?
Whom?
Sun Wutian nodded. No way. Why not? You forgot how you hit me before.
But Lord Kai, I gave you the magic bean afterward.
No, I have already repaid you. Then I can only go find Lord Kampa. What do you need Lord Kampa for?
The Kaishin sword has been repaired, so I think I should let you return to the sword.
Realm King sword.
Yes, my father had it repaired by Lord Realm King himself.
North Realm King, that wretch.
Old Realm King clenched his teeth in fury. Then, Your Eminence, Old Realm King, will you help me enhance my power? Old Realm King snorted coldly.
Dare I refuse?
I simply cannot fathom it. You're already so formidable, yet still you seek greater strength.
It's like human desire, never satiated. Remarkable. For one so young, you possess surprising insight.
Goten merely smiled, saying nothing. Since you've asked me to enhance your power, you must now obey my instructions without question.
Goten nodded solemnly.
Very well, stand perfectly still right now.
Upon hearing this, Goten instantly straightened his posture.
Old Realm King nodded, then began circling him, gesturing animatedly with his arms and hands. Honorable ancestor, what exactly are you doing? This is the sacred ritual to enhance Goten's power.
A ritual?
Old Realm King nodded. Oh, and Goten, I nearly forgot to tell you, this ritual requires precisely 24 hours. If that feels too long, you may withdraw now, while there's still time. No need for concern, Your Eminence, Old Realm King, please proceed with enhancing my power.
You swear this yourself?
Yes.
Goten nodded once more.
Seeing no alternative, Old Realm King reluctantly commenced the ritual. As it required a full 24 hours, Goten instructed East Realm King to inform Son Goku of the matter.
Goku heard the news in silence, but when Chi-Chi learned of it, she was visibly elated.
After all, Goten rarely spent nights away from home. Ordinarily a day passes swiftly, but trapped in stillness, unable to move or even sleep, time crawled for Goten with agonizing slowness.
Is it not finished yet? Goten gazed upward at the unchanging sky. Just a little longer. Very well.
At that very moment, a radiant arc of 7-colored light descended from the heavens, striking the Realm King's domain. As the luminous veil faded, 2 figures emerged clearly within the light, Zenpa and Vados.
Lord Zenpa. Goten greeted him respectfully. Zenpa gave a slight nod, glancing down at Goten seated calmly upon the grass.
Bulma told me you'd asked the Realm Kings to enhance your power.
Indeed, it's nearly complete. Is that so?
Then I shall wait a while longer. Moments later, Old Realm King abruptly lowered his raised right hand.
Done, the enhancement is complete. Truly complete.
Old Realm King nodded.
Try releasing your ki now. Understood. Without hesitation, Goten rose from the grass, fists clenching tightly. Ha!
With that thunderous cry, a surge of energy erupted from Goten, mightier than even Super Saiyan 5, radiating outward across the entire cosmos.
Zenpa recoiled in astonishment. Though Goten's aura remained fundamentally mortal, the sheer intensity radiating from his body rivaled even that of a god of destruction. As Goten's energy pulsed outward, Goku, deep in cultivation upon North Realm King's planet, suddenly sensed it. This is Goten's ki. How could it have grown so overwhelmingly powerful? Correct, this is unquestionably Goten's ki.
North Realm King trembled faintly.
I suspect the Realm Kings have helped him transcend his absolute limits. Even so, surely this magnitude of power defies belief. Earth. West City. Bulma's residence.
Within the gravity chamber, Vegeta, mid-training, felt Goten surge and gritted his teeth in frustration.
Damn it, has Goten truly become some kind of monster?
His ki has surged to such an unimaginable level. Meanwhile, Piccolo and others on Earth likewise sensed Goten's overwhelming energy and could only gaze upward in stunned awe.
7th Universe. Domain of the God of Destruction.
Upon a vast meadow stood a towering figure, his skin a blend of azure and emerald, his long wavy white hair cascading down his back, violet irises gleaming with quiet authority. A pale cerulean halo encircled his neck. He wore a deep crimson robe over black armor adorned with 3 diamond-shaped sigils, 2 white, 1 tangerine, and a pale blue sash at his waist. In his right hand rested a slender, elegant staff. This was Whis. Suddenly, as if stirred by an unseen resonance, Whis turned his gaze toward the North Galaxy. Realm King's domain. After unleashing his ki, Goten stared at his own hands in quiet wonder. He had known Old Realm King's power was immense, but never imagined it could reach such staggering heights.
How does it feel?
Old Realm King asked.
Acceptable. Acceptable. It's extraordinary. Extraordinary. That's more like it.
And since I've elevated your power beyond all limits, you must no longer rely on Super Saiyan transformations.
Why not? Because transformation would destabilize this perfected state. Goten, if your power is now enhanced, shall we spar once more? Another sparring match. Indeed.
If you insist, Lord Zenpa, I accept your challenge.
Wait.
At that moment, Old Realm King interjected sharply.
What is it, Your Eminence?
I bear no objection to your battle, but surely you don't intend to fight here within the Realm King's domain.
Is that forbidden? Absolutely. This domain is our sovereign sanctum.
Zenpa, unfazed, gathered a swirling orb of violet destruction energy within his palm.
What did you say? Nothing at all. You may fight as you wish, I yield entirely. Old Realm King instantly backed down. Zenpa let out a disdainful snort and dissipated the destructive energy. Goten tilted his head skyward and shot upward into the heavens. Zenpa followed without hesitation.
At a great altitude, Goten halted midair.
Zenpa mirrored him instantly. Shall we begin, Lord Zenpa? Zenpa nodded.
In the blink of an eye, Goten closed the distance, his right fist crashing squarely into Zenpa's jaw.
Boom. Crash.
With a deafening detonation, Zenpa was hurled backward like a comet, slamming headlong into the mountain behind him. A colossal plume of dust and debris erupted from the impact.
Incredible speed.
Vados narrowed her eyes in sharp appraisal. At that very instant, another figure materialized within the Realm King's domain.
It was Son Goku. Goku. Goku gave a calm, silent nod. Damn it.
Zenpa snarled, then blazed forward in a streak of violet light surging toward Goten. In moments, Zenpa reached Goten, twin fists lashing out like violet lightning. Yet Goten swayed effortlessly left and right, evading every strike with serene precision. Zenpa roared, driving his right fist forward with full force.
Boom.
Goten lifted his left hand, stopping the blow, cold absorbing the full might of Zenpa's assault. Xiangpa gritted his teeth and pushed his right fist forward with all his might, causing Sun Wutian to stagger back several steps.
Sun Wutian lifted his left knee, colliding forcefully with Xiangpa's right knee.
An incredibly intense sound of impact resonated from their kneecaps.
What?
Xiangpa exclaimed, quickly raising his left fist to strike at Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian dodged to the side, lifting his right foot to deliver a heavy kick to Xiangpa's abdomen. Xiangpa screamed in agony, his body flying backward like a projectile. Gritting his teeth, Xiangpa quickly stabilized himself midair. At that moment, Sun Wuxian's figure suddenly vanished from sight.
Gone.
As Xiangpa searched for Sun Wuxian's figure, Sun Wutian suddenly appeared in front of him, his fists moving like flashes of light as they struck forcefully against Xiangpa's face and body.
Whoosh. Bang. Bang. Bang.
Under Sun Wuxian's relentless assault, Xiangpa was forced to retreat, emitting cries of pain. Suddenly, Sun Wutian kicked forward with great force, delivering a powerful blow that sent Xiangpa flying away.
Boom.
With a thunderous explosion, Xiangpa crashed into the mountain like a projectile, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air.
Damn it.
Xiangpa roared in anger, a formidable aura erupting from his body as he charged toward Sun Wutian.
Sun Wutian clenched his fists tightly, a translucent flame enveloping him as he charged back.
In the blink of an eye, the two collided in front of each other, fists flying forward to strike. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With earth-shattering sounds of battle, the two engaged in a fierce fight while rapidly moving through the sky. Because of their incredible speed, they appeared as though they were creating ripples in the sky. So fast I can't even see their battle. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, when Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan against Xiangpa, he could clearly see their fight. But now, after Sun Wuxian's enhancement from Old Kai, he could completely discern nothing of the battle between them. This meant that Sun Wuxian's strength had far surpassed his own. Watching the fight from a distance, Beerus fell into deep thought. Sun Wuxian's power had now fully reached the realm of a god of destruction. However, the disparity between Sun Wutian and Xiangpa's strength had been stark before. Contemplating this, Beerus immediately looked at Old Kai. Could it be because of his abilities? In the sky, Sun Wutian and Xiangpa were now fiercely attacking each other with fists and feet. Damn it! Xiangpa noted that Sun Wutian was actually evenly matched with him, gritting his teeth. Previously, Sun Wutian had clearly been no match for him. How could it be that so little time had passed and Sun Wuxian's strength was now on par with his? Could it be that he didn't use his true strength when fighting me before? Just as Xiangpa pondered this, Sun Wutian delivered a heavy punch to Xiangpa's face, sending him flying. Xiangpa clenched his fists tightly, quickly stabilizing himself midair. At that moment, Sun Wutian dashed towards Xiangpa, his fists like flashes of light striking forcefully towards Xiangpa's body. Ah! Xiangpa roared loudly, unleashing an incredibly powerful aura that pushed Sun Wutian back. Sun Wutian raised his arms forward and swiftly halted his descent in the sky. At that moment, Xiangpa shouted, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy towards Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian swiftly maneuvered in the sky to evade it. The destructive energy released by Xiangpa either struck the ground or exploded in the sky. Ah! Seeing his destructive energy miss Sun Wutian, Xiangpa immediately radiated a massive aura of destruction. Beerus was taken aback. Wutian, he actually has the power to push Lord Xiangpa to this extent. This extent. Sun Wukong looked at Beerus with a puzzled expression. Beerus nodded. Wutian, his strength has now reached the realm of a god of destruction. God of destruction. Realm. Just as the two were conversing, Xiangpa charged at Sun Wutian with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Sun Wutian, his fists striking at him like flashes of light. Sun Wutian raised his fists forward, blocking Xiangpa's attack while retreating. Ha! Suddenly, Xiangpa shouted, kicking forward with all his strength. Sun Wutian was heavily kicked, his body flying backward like a projectile. Xiangpa raised his right hand, gathering a massive destructive energy to strike at the retreating Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian clenched his hands tightly, swiftly halting his movement in midair to evade. After he dodged, the destructive energy exploded behind him. The tremendous energy released from the explosion shook the entire King Kai's realm. Following this, an enormous purple storm swept across the entire King Kai's realm. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and the others shielded their eyes with their hands. Damn it! Xiangpa, noticing that his destructive energy had missed, surged forward with an overwhelming aura of destruction towards Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian clenched his fists tightly, his body enveloped in a translucent flame as he met Xiangpa's charge. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With earth-shattering sounds, their bodies collided fiercely in the sky. After a moment of collision, both were propelled outward from the King Kai's realm. Due to their incredible speed, they quickly reached the outer edge of the King Kai's realm, stopping in the atmosphere at a distance of 1,000 meters from each other, gazing at one another. Sun Wutian, your strength is truly impressive. How about becoming the god of destruction for our Universe 6? God of destruction for Universe 6. Yes. I think I'll pass, as I don't particularly enjoy destruction. Is that so? Then there's no other choice. After finishing his words, Xiangpa transformed into a beam of purple light, charging towards Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian smiled and similarly charged towards Xiangpa. In the blink of an eye, both reached each other, their fists and feet moving like flashes of light, delivering powerful strikes to each other's bodies. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! With the sounds of an incredibly intense battle, their faces and bodies bore numerous wounds from the other's strikes.